morning. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Christmas Day on LBC. Do you know, you'll be so sick of it because every single presenter, I promise you, is going to be saying Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas, happy felicitations, you know, a joyous time and all the rest of it. But at least it's a holiday. Not for everybody. All my lot are working as per normal today. In fact, all the people who work, none of these programmes happen just by themselves. It takes a lot of people to put them together, although not necessarily in my case. I kind of just sort of sit here and somebody says, what are you going to do on the programme? I'll have to be brutally honest and say I haven't got the faintest idea. But we've managed it for the past goodness knows how many years. I've dressed up. I put on a very glittery kind of a shirt, which sort of, to be honest with you, I'm like my very own glitter ball, which makes me feel, I feel a bit festive today. Luckily, the roads are empty, which is all good news. But we take your texts and emails. Whether we open the phone lines remains to be seen. We'll check with Spain a little bit later on. We've got all sorts of little just bits and pieces. But either way, it's me and you till 10 o'clock this morning. There you go. So enjoy it. Enjoy. If you've got up this early, it either means that you're listening to me because it's a case of, you know, you might be by yourself. You might be one of those sort of people that's got the family around and it's a bit stressful already. Or you might be shoving the turkey in the oven. Do remember, take out the giblets. Please take out the giblets. We get no end of problems on Christmas Day. Every single Christmas Day, I can promise you, somebody will write in and go, we put the turkey in the oven. Oh, blow me down, we've left the giblets in again. Which means you have to throw the whole thing away. You can't sort of just take the giblets out because they're in a plastic bag, so it's not very good. But any sort of questions that you have, we could almost do like the Clive Bull Fix-It phone-in used to be, where people would write in and say, listen, my roast potatoes are not crisping up, Steve. What do I do about it? You know, I mean, you might not be a person who celebrates Christmas, in which case it doesn't matter. You're as welcome to the programme as everybody else is. You might be by yourself. You might be having a house full, or failing that, your Christmas might have been ruined by somebody in the household getting COVID. And you then think, what do we do now? What do we do about it? And the answer is you just have to get through it. But luckily, from what we've actually heard, is the symptoms are not as bad. It's not as bad as it was first time round with COVID. Many of the cases of people nowadays means that you don't have to go to hospital, so you can do it by yourself. But it's ruined most people's Christmases, I'm afraid. I don't know why. It's just one of those sort of things that, I mean, I've had to cancel my Christmas, but it doesn't matter. I shall still be having turkey. Do you know the only thing I forgot? I forgot Yorkshire puddings. And I only thought about it when I saw a picture of somebody's Christmas dinner and I went, I forgot Yorkshire puddings. And I do like Yorkshire puddings. We've got the pigs in blankets, we've got the little Brussels sprouts, we've got the turkey, we've got everything else. And I did my flow test as well. It makes it sound like you're going to the toilet, doesn't it, really? I'm doing a flow test, because I had to have a flow test a short while ago. And that's what the doctor... After you've had an operation on that part of your body, they give you a flow test, which I thought was quite interesting, actually. And it's basically weeing into a funnel. Look at that. I bet you never thought you'd turn on the radio on Christmas morning and some bloke would be going, have you had a flow test recently? I had to wee into a funnel. And it tells you whether or not you are sort of firing on all cylinders. And to be honest with you, I wasn't. I had a few little sort of extra problems that came along with it. And then blow me down at the moment, I can take concrete out of walls. It really is quite amazing. But I did do a flow test this morning, and you do sit there and it kind of goes through your mind, because you don't know if it's going to come back positive, and I wasn't then sure. I had to check with Simon Conway out there earlier on. I said, what happens if it comes back positive? Do I then sort of go, okay, see you, I'm going home? Do I then have to phone up my boss and go, Tom, Steve's had to go home? You know, and so I got a bit panicky, and I did look at it. And then somebody said, if it comes up with 1 bar, that generally means it's going to stay 1 bar, even after the 15 minutes. It just guarantees it. And so it's 1 bar, which means no COVID, which is a great relief. Because believe you me, if you're me and you want to work and you've got a lot of work in over the festive season, it doesn't matter whether it's today or tomorrow or New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve's going to be a worry, isn't it, really? There's nothing to do here. I think we should all have to go to Australia, where at least they've got fireworks. I like the idea of fireworks, and all most of us will be doing. I'll be doing it later. I'll be going home, and I'll be watching television. I'll probably have a little salad or something like that, and then Christmas lunch will be about 4 o'clock, followed by copious amounts of alcohol, I should imagine. I've already got... The management very kindly gave us all a bottle, which was very sweet. So there's still a few left on the desk, so they'll be going home with me. And, just different things. I mean, luckily for me, I just have to do this. and then I can go home. I haven't got any presents to wrap because I'm not seeing anybody, and I don't give presents anyway. I give money. Money's always far more acceptable. My godchildren are all grown up now, and they all drive. So what do they want? They want money because they've got insurance to pay, which is generally more than the cost of the vehicle. They've got petrol to put in the car. I did put petrol in the other day. I'm paying a fortune for petrol. $1.61 I'm paying a litre because my car's super. And you have to put this, I think it's number 5 in there. There's 2 different numbers on the pumps, and then there's the cheaper grade for people who can't afford a proper car. And I remember thinking to myself, this is so expensive. I put 80 quid's worth of petrol in. I mean, I need to work over the Christmas time to pay the blooming bills. It's all bills coming in, but it doesn't matter. But we do take all your texts and emails. And already they've shown me something which I've never seen in all my years, and it's called analytics. I've never seen it before in my entire life. I've worked in it, but I don't understand anything. Listen, I haven't fathomed out how television works or even radio. I talk into this thing here. It goes up to the roof. There's an aerial, and that apparently sends my voice out, and it can appear in Australia, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, all over the world, and I have no control over it at all. I've got no idea how it works. But mind you, I've been like that for 43 years. And it jumps up now. Jumped up the total messages now. It literally, can you see it? Can you see? No, you can't. Whatever. And it's analytics, and it shows you. And all of a sudden, it's like the spike that we get in the morning on LBC, which is quite nice. You can see it. Isn't that clever? Look at that. It goes up 7:05. Look at that. That's shooting up, isn't it? You think it's a mistake? Oh dear. Oh. I've got all depressed now. I don't want it to be a mistake. I want it to be the fact that sort of people go, oh, it's Christmas, what are we going to get? Oh, God, it's Steve Allen again. Unfortunately, not only do you get Steve Allen today, but you get him tomorrow. I'll talk about myself in the third person. I'm a bit like that. Because I think if you work on the radio, you have generally gone round the twist. Because you spend all your life talking to yourself and to 2 people who sit there staring at you thinking, just don't say anything that's going to upset anybody. You know, and they always do that, and they always sort of worry about it. And I always like to, to tempt them a little bit. I might sort of tease them with something. At the moment, it's probably mince pies, but Ian, I gave mince pies in fact, 2 boxes of mince pies. Can't bear to think that he didn't have any food in. Me, I've always got loads of food in. Loads of, I don't know why. It's ridiculous, isn't it? But no, we did the lateral flow test this morning. And that was good. And we got your texts and emails, so I'm going to read them, whether you want to or not. I'm going to, if you've taken the time and trouble to write in to me and you're in the kitchen at the moment, or failing that, you might not be in the kitchen. You might be sitting in bed going, I feel really dreadful. Used to be an advert on the television years ago, and it was a mum and her son who'd got some cold. And she goes, you all right? And you go, oh, it feels very well. But everybody talks like that when they've got a cold. They can't speak normally, I've noticed. I'm not very well at all. And I've had colds before in the past. I am prone for getting colds, but luckily I've had my flu jab, so I don't need to worry about that. But this building, there's a few people wandering about this morning, which I like. Carol says, happy. Has your finger got stuck on this? Happy Christmas, Steve. Lovely Steve Allen. Lovely Steve Allen. And Jane says, thank you for bothering about us all. I have to. Radio is very, very personal to me, especially at Christmas time, because I've heard lots of people writing in, and I must warn you now that I am prone at some part of the programme, and I never know when it's going to happen, I tear up a little bit. I can't help it. I've done it for years. I do it on all the live shows. It's a strange thing, but you start talking about things that, we don't have anymore, like members of the family, or you've seen something on television, or, you sort of feel sorry for somebody, or you wish that you'd made up with somebody you'd fallen out with. And I just tear up. I mean, I don't actually physically cry, but I do get choked up. I did it at the Magic Circle the last place you want to do it. Last place you want to do it at the Magic Circle. But I did it at the Magic Circle. I've done it on every single live show. And I think there's barely a show goes by on LBC where I don't look around and think, my God, I'm lucky. Seriously, I never take any day for granted. Every single day for me is like a bonus. As I keep saying to my boss, who I'm sure will be listening this morning, just got this horrible feeling with a house full of kids. No kid wants to stay in bed after about 4 a.m. on Christmas morning, because Father Christmas would have emptied his sack downstairs. And that's what you're waiting for. You want to see, exactly what he's left you. So we, when we were little, used to, creep downstairs. But we had big creaky stairs in our house. It was a little bit old. And the tree would be lit in the sitting room, and it looked really pretty. And there'd be presents under the tree. So what you do is you pick them up, you'd find one with your name on, and you'd start squeezing it to see what it was. You try and work it out. Is this an expensive present? I do the same with Christmas crackers. Around the Christmas table, I always go round and shake them, and and I'm going for something heavy. And so I generally put them in front of me, and then, and then sort of when it comes, I wonder what I've got in here, and it turns out to be a pack of cards or something stupid. But everybody else gets the better ones. But it doesn't matter. Steve, I'm setting my alarm, says Barbara, who's at a place called Clown in Derbyshire, and says, just so I can listen to you. You'll make my Christmas day. I'm sure I'll have a cuppa to slurp along with you. Wish you and your producers a very merry Christmas. Don't spoil them. They're not used to this. Many of them are from homes. We actually just take them in over the Christmas period and we show them, what life is like on the other side. So we give them food and everything else. But if you start praising them, it's a nightmare. It's like I always buy food. But for my producer during the week, Joe, I always buy the cheaper things. There's no point in spoiling him with Waitrose. Seriously, he's not used to it. He's only ever been in there once. And he walked in, he looked at the prices and he walked back out again. So I'm always the person who sort of says, listen, I'll buy something from Iceland or something like that. I don't want to spoil him, because later in life it'll all backfire. But Merry Christmas to you and yours. This is from, who's this from, actually? But thank you for keeping us all going throughout the last year. I'm keeping myself going, actually. I'm a bit selfish in that respect. Hello to my brother-in-law, Jeff, in Godstone. Let him know we all love him very much, and we're toasting our Steve today in our Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. Thank you very much indeed. Lunchtime in Thailand, apparently. Tim Riley's in New York. But lunchtime in Thailand. No Christmas here. Well, we spoke to people the other day who were celebrating Christmas in Thailand, because all the people in the hotels do Christmas in Thailand. I know, because I've got my friend Graham is out in Thailand. And my friend Chris Lowry, who you'll be hearing from later on, he's over in Spain, because they've got a different lockdown. I don't want to bore you with lockdown all the time, because people say, oh no, not lockdown, please. But he's doing a lateral flow test, woke up feeling a bit coldy, because apparently the new symptom for this particular strain is you feel a bit sniffy and a little bit of a sore throat. And I have woken up before now. I can feel it if my glands swell. You're probably the same, aren't you? I should imagine you can feel either side. You put your hands under your throat and you sort of think that feels a little bit swollen. I've had it in the past, and you think, oh no, and then you think perhaps I had too much Prosecco. And I'll try and keep that bit quiet, actually. I don't want people to think I've got a problem or something. Mr. Neil has sent me, there you go, Graham. My friend says, we do Christmas. I knew everybody did Christmas in Thailand. I see no reason why not. A lovely picture. Oh, my goodness me. And this is from Mr. Neil. He says, have a magical day. Hi to all the lovely Spikers and the lovely Tony Pelledri, Lou and all the family at Little Italy. We like Little Italy. We really do. And if you're a new listener, it's nice to have your company, believe you me. My brother's written. My brother's up early. He says, sorry we're not seeing you today, but stay safe, have a relaxing day. Give a happy Christmas call-out to Charlotte and Elliot. So there you go. So Charlotte and Elliot, you get your call-out this morning on Christmas Day. It must be very odd if you hear your name on the radio. I remember there used to be a producer at LBC many, many years ago. He's not with us anymore. And he used to record some of the intros for one of the programmes he was working on. And if ever it came on the radio, he'd turn the volume up and sit there listening back to himself. And I said the other day, because somebody said to me, have you ever listened to one of your programmes? I said, good God, no. What for? I do it. I don't want to relive the moment. I couldn't bear to do anything like that at all. So in my entire life, I've never listened to a programme. I've heard little bits that I've done, and I've heard little trails and things like that. But, I mean, never listened to a programme. Somebody said you should. Might make yourself better. And, because everybody's got their own idea of what they actually do. And we'll have to take a break, do we? Honestly. No travel, by the way, so don't think you're going to get travel, but you're definitely getting these.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. If I say happy Christmas to you every single break, you're going to be so fed up with it. But it's a happy day for, I hope, many people, miserable day for a lot of other people. But with each other's help, we shall get through it. And then hopefully next year we might have actually seen some sort of respite. I do hope so. Donnie says smoked salmon and scrambled eggs for breakfast this end, Steve, but no Prosecco, as I've got to go bell ringing. Oh, I love Campanology. I did it once, actually, with a couple of my lovely listeners, Jane and, Peter. And And I remember thinking, oh, I love bell ringing. It's so good. There's an art to doing it. And I really love it, actually. Steve, I'm a policeman in Liverpool. Oh, here we go. And I'm due to escape the Christmas home dramas by working through the lot. Stupidly did a flow test last night as in-laws and old boy due to come round. Imagine my surprise when it came back positive. I've now been locked out of the house and banished to a caravan down the side of the house until the PCR result, which I have at 10. 7 days in one room is a big change. So all of Matrix Syndicate 1, happy Christmas. Long-time listener on the mornings and the night shift. And that's Martin on the Wirral. Oh, nothing worse. That's what I panicked over this morning. I thought, I'm going to do this thing. And you don't want to look at the little bar on it. And you think, oh, please, no, definitely. Steve, wishing you and the team a very Merry Christmas. And you've given so much to so many people. I keep saying this to people. Listen, I'm not doing it for free. I get paid. I know. It's a pittance, I know, but I'm quite happy. Steve, Chris Allen here. Oh, in the sun in Dubai. Must be your longest listener. Please send a message to my two daughters, Jamie and Maddie in New Zealand. Sorry? How long is he? Longest listener. Oh, he knows me from years and years ago. He sorted out one of my first mortgages. He's been listening a long time, and he works out in Dubai. He's an estate agent. I think they call them that, actually. They call them estate agents in Dubai, don't they? I wouldn't want to live in Dubai. It's far too hot for me. I mean, people sort of say, I'm probably miserable in the cold weather, but I couldn't cope in the heat. Definitely not. And Duncan, my friend, says, morning, old chum. Always a joy to hear you on Christmas Day and at any time. Threw that as an afterthought. And my ex-producer, Corey, who I saw only the other day, actually, he said, Steve Allen is on air on Christmas morning and everything's right with the world. And he says, Merry Christmas, Steve. He says, I can't wait for you to take calls. Such a joy to behold is our Corey. He's one of the boys. And we still keep in contact, which is rare, actually, because once they've finished on the programme, I never talk to them ever again. Otherwise, you have to buy them Christmas presents and stuff, and it starts getting expensive. So, if you're taking your COVID test, fingers crossed for everybody. And Sidcup Julie says, thank you for keeping it going every morning. You've been on a few holidays with me in the last few years, and today you're in my kitchen stuffing the turkey. We do appreciate the show throughout the year. You're a star. Thank you. Shane says, I've had a nice Christmas day. Now I'm sitting here enjoying the show and having a beer. He's in Sydney. That's why he can have a beer. Be a little bit early for us to actually have, drinks at this time. I know some people enjoy a drink, but I did years ago, as you remember. LBC used to have parties it was New Year's Eve. And one particular party, Adrian Love was hosting, and they would invite loads of listeners in to the studios, and they would fill outside into the newsroom. And then we used to do a live show, and I was sort of joining in. But, of course, unfortunately, I was drinking at the same time. And my show followed it. So I started at 1 a.m. and finished at 5. This is on the New Year's Day. And I was so tiddled by the time we got to the beginning of the show that I just completely dried up. I managed to do, I think, about 20 minutes. And the producer said, and I said, I've got nothing to talk about. I have nothing to talk about. And he said, but you've got to do till 5. I can't do anything. So they ended up putting on tapes of me, which was a lot easier. And I just went home because I couldn't think of anything to do. I suddenly realised that if you do a speech-based programme, you cannot do it when I'm bad enough on liqueur chocolates. I can't get by on liqueur chocolates or anything like that. I'm just terrible. Jill is it Teignmouth? Teignmouth, I think, in Devon. Guy knows that because he's been around, which is lovely. First Christmas for a while, Steve, says Rona in deepest, darkest Wiltshire. First Christmas for a while. I'm not working as a carer and I'm savouring a lion. I prepped all the food yesterday. It's all ready to go. Can't wait to open the presents. I'm 61, but I still love Christmas. Listen, Rona. It knows no barriers whatsoever. Christmas, it literally doesn't matter whether you're 9 or 90 or 99. It makes no difference at all. Janet and Alan in Teignmouth, we love the show. We're getting up shortly to feed the cats. Misha and Noodles. Where do people get cat name? Sorry? Tynemouth. Oh, okay. Very pushy this morning. Also, we don't normally get this from my producer. Anything like that where they start back-chatting, I make them stand in the corner or sit on the naughty step. But anyway, bacon sandwiches and cups of tea for us. How lovely. How lovely. The Edwards family are in Nantwich. Happy with the pronunciation of Nantwich? Good, spot on there. And season's greetings from Eastbourne, Yvonne and Steve. Thank you very much indeed. You see, we've got people all over the place. Oh, I tell you what, I couldn't get yesterday. And I couldn't get any panettone. Happy with the pronunciation? I just want to check all the way through. I don't want to make a mistake because I left school at 15 with no qualifications. So some of my pronunciation might be a bit off. I know I'm working with probably a lot of people who probably went to university and things like that, or probably, probably sort of posh grammar schools, whereas I was secondary modern and left at 15. And basically I've done very well since. But I still can't pronounce certain things. My wife has gone off to work, says Tony in Woodford. Way! God, you can go mad now. He says, I've been tasked with preparing Christmas lunch. What do I do? Get takeaways. Get takeaways. Actually, the whole idea is, for Christmas lunch, prepping everything. So all you've got to do is shove it in the oven, but it's all got to go in and out at different times so that you end up with the meal together. There was a trick in one of the papers the other day that said after the turkey is cooked, you have to let it rest. And you have to let it rest for as long as you've cooked it. Which seems a little bit dramatic, doesn't it? Dave says, I live in Portsmouth, but I'm now listening to your show at 6:15 as I'm in Melbourne, Australia. We're 11 hours ahead. I'm over here with my daughters, for my daughter's wedding in January. And lovely to hear your very English voice. Very English voice. Do you think so? I've never thought about that, actually. I always think a very English voice is like listening to Eddie Mayer or somebody like that. Eddie Mayer's got... I know he's Scottish. Honestly, there's always one, isn't there? We're going to have trouble, I'm telling you today. There's going to be a walkout. It's either that or I'm just going to throw my toys out of the bathwater. I know he's Scottish, but he's got it's a very lilting sort of voice. Don't you think so? Who do you think's got the best voice? See, the trouble is, it doesn't make any difference who you think is the best voice on radio, because everybody's different. If we all sounded exactly the same, we'd be just like a voiceover. But everybody's got a different voice. I used to think I sounded really butch on the radio. Got an argument for that one? No. And then I suddenly realised, somebody said to me, just be yourself. And because there's no point in copying other people, because some people have got voices, and I think, I wish I sounded like that, or I wish I could do that. And then I suddenly thought, no, what's the point? Might as well just be me, actually. So when somebody was talking about this panettone, they said, oh, by the way, Steve, says Matthew, hope 2022 is healthier and more peaceful. Oh, you and me together. We're having a very Italian Christmas breakfast, a panettone and a shot of espresso. Do you like panettone? I love it. I absolutely love it, but I couldn't get any. I should have bought it before Christmas. Jodie says, can you say a Merry Christmas, Steve, to my lovely mum, Margaret? And all the kids are waking up, as you can well imagine. This is Gareth and Jen, the wife. Emma is 6, and Ryan is 4 from Banbury. They say, we'll raise a glass to you today. Thank you. Well, 2. But sat waiting for the kids to wake up to see if Santa has been. Well, I hope for your sake he has. Can you imagine you go, terribly sorry, kids, we haven't got any presents this year. There was that couple in the paper the other day. All their kids, there's always a couple every year. They have all their presents under the tree, which I think is, people say it's very old-fashioned, but I think that's the best place. Where else are you going to put them? We used to have a sack hanging at the end of our beds when we were younger, and a stocking. It was one of my mum's. And she'd put Satsumas, a toothbrush, a flannel, a bar of soap, a razor, only 7, and all these different things in there. And then when you'd have to take it all out and put it back in the fruit bowl and the nut bowl and everything else. But it was nice to have a stocking. And the idea was it was there when you woke up, because your parents are going, we're so tired. It was there so that you had something to play with when you woke up. How times have changed, eh, Guy? How times have changed. And then you go downstairs and your presents will be under the tree. And we had a thing in our house. There was a budget, a long time ago, 25 quid per child. So I had 25 quid. My brother got 25 quid. And so if they spent a lot of money on a big present, if it was a little bit more than that, then that doubled up as birthday present as well. So, because, people didn't have a load of money. I mean, I never had a new bike. I had a second-hand bike, which my dad painted up. And we were just grateful. Nowadays, because people earn so much more money and people have got to have, so you find kids of 10 with mobile phones and even younger, and they know how to operate them. Eddie says, happy Christmas. I'm on day 6 in isolation, so a bit of a different Christmas. You are the perfect start to Christmas morning. It's lovely, isn't it? I like Christmas morning. I just wish we had a little bit of snow. in London. I could do with a bit of snow. Mind you, out in the countryside, you might get a bit of snow. We had rain in London overnight. Puddles everywhere. Puddles. You know why? Because the council, cheapskates, haven't been round with their sucky machine to take the leaves out of the drains. So the leaves have piled up on the drains because it's winter. And then the water's piled in on top of that. So coming off the Hammersmith flyover this morning, water flooding everywhere. Right. Pain, it really is. Lisa's in Waltham Abbey and says, can you wish my husband, also called Steve, a super Christmas? He'll have the best poker face as the kids, Harrison and Summer, open their presents, as he doesn't have a clue what they have. Do you do the same, Lisa, as we had to do when we were little? You'd have to write down, your mum would sit there with a pad of paper and you'd have to write down what present it was and who gave it to you, because you had to do your thank you letters after Christmas. Always do your thank you letters. Let's take the news headline, shall we? A little bit late, but I think we can be forgiven for that.
This is LBC.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
26 minutes to 8. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say Happy Christmas. Just in case you've just woken up and you're sort of thinking, who's this on the radio? Who is this strange voice? It's definitely not Nick Ferrari. No, and I'm here tomorrow as well, and have been for quite a number of Christmases. It became, I used to do the New Year's Eve programme. And I used to love doing that because New Year's Eve, I've always worked, whether it was in clubs, discotheques and things like that. I've always worked on it. I couldn't. One year, I took the time off and I went out to be a customer and I hated it. Everybody was drunk, which is great if you're feeling drunk as well at the same time. But I thought, no, not for me. Not for me at all. Can you wish my mum, 86, a happy Christmas? And looking forward to taking her home with me to spend the day with her new great-granddaughter, Mariella. Thank you. Her name is Marilyn. And that's from Wendy. Pauline in Crowborough says, turkeys in the oven, no giblets. Thank God for that. We love listening to you all year round. And Rosemary says, please say Merry Christmas to my family, all original Spikers, Claire, James, Phoebe and Betty. Thank you from Rosemary. And Emma and Bertie, the Cocker Spaniel, say, Happy Christmas, Steve. I'm full of COVID. But you put a smile on my face several times already this morning. We adore you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, we're all in the same boat on this one. We're all in the same boat. We are just being, as careful as we can, really. Steve, hi to my wife. Ask her to put the sprouts on. Bit early for sprouts. They're only cooking about 5-10 minutes. And also hi to Grandma Anne and Isla, sausage dog, who we're missing today due to COVID, says Pete and Sarah. Thank you. Steve, can you please say hello to our dear friend Auntie Jo, who's your biggest fan in a place called Dunsborough, Western Australia. Your show has helped her maintain sanity. She's been trapped there for nearly 2 years due to the pandemic, says Sarah in East Sheen. Oh, blimey. You see, when you think back with this pandemic, and I don't intend to depress you by talking about it because a lot of people are suffering at the moment, I know. And you think, has it really been nearly 2 years? And have we really got another strain of it? I mean, it does seem to be getting a little bit better. The symptoms are not as bad. And 70% of people who do get the COVID don't need to be hospitalised, which is just as well because the poor NHS is on a terrible strain. So I want to send Christmas greetings to all those people who work in the emergency services, the ambulance, the fire brigade, the police officers who are out there, and all the people working in the NHS and all the associated industries to help people through this dreadful time, and all the people who work for councils looking after the elderly, some people who are very sick, very ill, and this time of year, I mean, I've got friends of mine who dread Christmas. They hate it. They said, because I'll be glad when it's all over. I mean, Dale, for example, didn't really like Christmas at all. He never liked New Year's Eve or anything. So he would disappear back off to America because he said it was the only thing where he could get away from it. And then you go over there and the Americans are even more balmy for it than we are. They decorate their houses with thousands of lights and it's lovely. Lovely. Barry, surveyor from Hounslow, says, can I give you the biggest hug? Well, you can have a virtual hug. You can't have a proper hug. Actually, I don't think I've hugged anybody for a little while, actually. I think the last person I hugged was my producer, Corey. Our home would feel empty without hearing you on the radio and say hi to your listeners in the Punjab. So, Merry Christmas, says Barry. Thank you. Chris and Chelsea says, Steve, as a keen follower of cricket, will you be staying up to watch the third Ashes test in Melbourne, which starts at 11? Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm not a sporty person. I used to do sport. When I was younger, I did do sport. I know it doesn't seem possible, but I've got cups and medals for my prowess on the field. And, I used to do high jump, long jump, and running. I did play hockey, and I did play football, and I did play rugby, but I wasn't particularly good at that. Mainly because my mother had washed my kit, and I didn't want to get muddy. And if you're in rugby, the moment the ball came to me, I'd just throw it up in the air and run screaming down the pitch. There's no point in trying to argue with people who want to tackle you and bring you to the ground. But no, I enjoyed the athletic side of it, and I've got cups and medals and stuff like that. Which I represented Berkshire at hurdles once, which I thought was very brave of me. Very brave. But I think it's because I was tall. I was sort of a gangly youth, which is okay. Mary says, I hope you've got some edible goodies there to enjoy. Are you serious? Seriously, I've got most of Marks and Spencer's and Waitrose here. And I'm dithering about having chocolate. Is it too early? Mary, it is never too early to have chocolate. Seriously, it's never too early to have chocolate. And it's an indulgence. I don't really do chocolate. I do a little bit, but not very much, because it does, unfortunately, affect me quite badly. But you have it, and you enjoy yourself, for goodness sake. Jane and Ian in Esher say, can you say hello to one of your top fans, Patrick Sheehan of Battersea, celebrated his 97th birthday yesterday and listens to you every morning without fail. Well, listen, 97... You deserve this programme. You really do, Patrick. So that's great. I'd love to make 97 myself. I've got a list, actually. I've now dropped the programme down a couple of levels, because I was saying to Guy, the producer, because he's never worked with me before. He just, I said, what do you want to do? And he didn't have any idea either. So we were both in the same boat. And I said, I tell you what, get me some lists out of different things. So we've got lists of people that we've lost this year. And it's quite amazing how many people we've lost who I'd completely forgotten about, because you tend to only remember the recent ones. So we remember the Duke of Edinburgh, but there's just loads and loads of people. I'll come around to that a little bit later if I'm really feeling one of my morose moods. This is where I might tear up over things. But Lad Baby has made history as the Christmas #1 single for 2021. So they've done it 4 years running, and I cannot tell you how cool the single is. Sky had never heard it before. Never heard it before, so he watched it, and obviously doesn't do pop music, you can tell, actually. He looks like he's more a classic FM person. But which I like. Tannhauser, one of my favourite pieces. But anyway, and so I said watch it, because Elton John, I know sometimes Elton gets bad press, and Ed Sheeran is just fantastic. What a great voice. I wish I could sing like Ed Sheeran. And you've got the Lad Baby twosome, who are fab with their kids. And then you've got Ed Sheeran, who sings along and enters into the spirit of it, and Elton John. And it's just joyous. But the good news is that the money it raises goes to help homeless people and people who are out there on the streets and people who don't have anything. It's almost like Global's Make Some Noise charity, where we raise money every year. A lot of money, millions, was raised this year. Through your generosity, you are the people who we just offer you something and say, listen, would you like to buy this? Would you like to buy that? And thankfully, you've continued to support everything that we've done, and it helps people who are really not in the best stage of their life. Some people are terminally... I went to a home, I've told you, and it was a home for children. It was on this farmer's land, and he'd built them this house for this charity. Totally self-sufficient, and it was for little children who are very ill. They're getting very sick. Some of them don't know how ill they are. And this home is a respite for their parents. It's a bit like a hospice. Sometimes hospices are used, in fact, on a lot of occasions, just to give people a rest. If you're looking after an elderly person or a younger person who's maybe ill, you can go to the hospice and they will look after people, and it just gives people a rest, because it's very difficult being carers. I appreciate that, because I've met so many over the years, from very young people. There was one who was used, it was interesting, Ian was talking about Noel's Christmas presents, and it never fails to make me cry. I've watched Noel's Christmas presents for year in, year out, and in fact a couple of the people who've been on the programme are listeners to this programme, well, my programme during the week, and I always get quite emotional about it, because it's so wonderfully done, and they never should have dropped it from the BBC. But I think Noel fell out with somebody who was quite high up at the BBC, and he just decided he didn't want Noel's house party or Noel's Christmas presents. And I thought it was one of the best programmes. It was a bit like sort of having somebody waving a magic wand and giving you a gift that you needed. But this home we raised money for, and I was hoping that we might raise £25,000 for them to help them through, because they had 2 rooms in this house and a hydrotherapy pool, and it was for children who are terminally ill. And so it gives the parents a break. So they've almost got their own section of the house. All their food is taken care of, everything. And it was just stunning. I met a little boy down there, and he was in a wheelchair. And I interviewed his mum and dad, and we were talking about it. And she said, oh, he'd love to be a pilot. That was his big dream, to be a pilot. But he wasn't going to make it to being a pilot because he was very seriously ill. And these are the people that you help. These are the people that when you buy something from Make Some Noise, that money goes directly to these people. They need the help. We didn't get them 25,000, by the way. We got them 75,000, which made a lot of difference. And I sometimes think, and you probably do the same yourself, you probably sit there thinking, oh, God, we've got everything. You know, you've got a roof over your head, you've got central heating, you've got food, you've got a bit of booze, you've got a car, you've got petrol. There are people out there who don't have anything. They've got absolutely, to pardon the expression on a Christmas day, bugger all. And with your help, we can give things to people. So if I see people who need a bit of help, I will do that. I don't do it for everybody. I've got to be convinced that they're genuine, because unfortunately there are a lot of people who aren't genuine, who are trying to sort of collect money from people. But if it's something that involves children, that kind of sort of gets me. And if it's elderly people who, you know, they might have had all sorts of tragedy. They might have lost their jobs. They might be surviving on very little money. And so I always think that whatever money radio stations or television stations can raise is going that little bit extra. You go the extra mile and you've done something nice, and it makes you feel better. You do feel good about doing something like that. 6:45. No, it's not. It's 7:15. Let us start the programme all over again. Good Lord above, that'd be a fatal thing for you, wouldn't it? 7:45.
This is LBC.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. I think actually David Beckham and the family have released another video. Honestly, how this family get through life without taking photographs of themselves and posting them. And David is singing a Christmas song. I say singing, as good as the wife, I should imagine. Duncan from St Austell says, is it too early for me and my lovely partner to have some champagne in our Steve Allen Prosecco glasses? Duncan, it is never too early to have some champagne. And also Christmas morning. I mean, come on, it's 7:50. As long as you're not driving, as long as you're not going anywhere, why should you... In my mother's tradition on Christmas morning, and it was a trip, we didn't have much money. We really didn't. I know it's a bit feeble to sort of play that card, but we didn't have much money. So my mother didn't have... You know, we didn't have bottles of champagne in, but for Christmas morning, champagne and fresh orange juice was the biggest treat she'd ever had. Mind you, cooking the lunch, she spent most of her time on her knees, sobbing into the oven. You know, she'd just start laughing over something, and that would be it, you know, especially when she did the sherry trifle. James says, I'm in Devon, and I'm having a beer. I think if you're in Devon, you need to have a beer. I haven't been to Devon for ages. Chris in Birmingham says, what a joy to hear you at 7 on Christmas Day. I tuned in at 4. Well, there you go. You get sort of double dose. You get Ian, and the same tomorrow. Paul from Narborough in Leicestershire says, thank you for waking me up. Nice cup of tea. Rapid COVID test. It's off to church for bell ringing. Oh, fantastic. I'd love to go bell ringing. I'd love it. I've done the handbells, which is very good. I like that. They do that at the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. If you've ever seen their Christmas spectaculars from, I think it's called Manger Square or something. But they're always very good. They have an orchestra and they have their bell ringers and everything else. But I think it's quite significant from there. Ellie, my resident baker, sends lots of love. It says, I've just set the table. My son Elijah is so excited. He has to wait for the hubby to come home. Then we can open prezzies. Elder son... still banished to the bedroom with COVID, but thank you for the company. Here we go. Your producer's talking rubbish, Steve. Teignmouth is pronounced Teignmouth. Oh, he doesn't know anything. Yeah, you didn't mean to put that one through. So you're talking rubbish. There's somebody who doesn't even know you. Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Steve says, Chris, would you shout out to my partner, Andy, stuck working in Nigeria? His team have all come down with COVID and he's stuck for the day on his own. I know he listens to you every morning. Do you know, we must have the biggest audience going at this time. It's phenomenal. It really is. Mark in Woodford says, morning, Steve and crew. You're now the crew. I gave them a dress code. They've totally ignored me. Honestly, I said it's lederhosen. No, seriously, nothing at all. In fact, even the producer, I mean, no, you wouldn't know it was Christmas. Wouldn't even know it was Christmas. He's made no effort with a Christmas jumper, tinsel or what have you. Not even wearing sparkly anythings at all. Little bit embarrassing. Ian Dale has just sent me a text and he said, did you know I used to be a campanologist? No surprise to us. No surprise to us. I love it. I think that's great. If you live out, because he lives out of Londinium, and I should imagine that's great. When I grew up, when I was at school, I was at prep school, we used to have a little church, which is still there, very near Chelmsford. Anybody who knows the area will know which church I used to go to as a little boy of 9. And they had a box on the wall. And when you opened up the box doors, there were about 10 ropes inside coming down from the bells up in the belfry. And there was a list of hymns and carols that you could play, and you would pull the rope towards you and that would ring the right bells. You could play a carol on the bells, and it was always my big treat at Christmas to play it. Mind you, I loved church at Christmas anyway. I loved the smell of just everything. There'd always be a real Christmas tree. Nobody had fake trees. It was always real Christmas trees, and they'd bring it in, and because I was a chorister, and we were only little, we were only 9, we didn't know anything. But I loved it. I thought it was just great. The whole church was lit, and it was a tiny church, piddly little thing, but all lit by candles. And I'm not a particularly religious person. You know, occasionally you do pray to the Almighty, get you out of another mess. Steve, Merry Christmas, Steve, and team. Oh, there we go. We've got team now. Yes, by Jove, they won't forget this day in a hurry, especially when we're going to go through it again tomorrow. Well, mind you, tomorrow we get the newspapers. I'm Lee in sunny Rill. He said, listening to your show while the wife is working this morning on our local hospital. She's amazing. I'm so proud. Give a shout out to Rachel. She looks after me all year. So today I get to return the favour when she comes home. Season's greetings and felicitations. There's a word you don't hear very often from somebody from sunny Rill. Can't be sunny at this time of the morning. It's pitch black round here. We're in Leicester Square. I love it. Do you know, I kick myself every day. I work in London. I'm in the centre of London. I'm in the centre of the capital. It doesn't get any better. It really doesn't. I love it. Whereabouts do you come from, Guy? Where's your Tooting? Oh, not as exciting as I thought. But no, where were you born? You were born in Fulham. Okay, yeah, so that's a bit cool, isn't it? We like that. And where? East Dulwich. Born in Essex. Whereabouts in Essex? Stamford. Wow. Ian Dale's coming in from Kent. He says, hopefully I'll be there by 10. He said, it's very foggy. You take care. Mind you, luckily, being Christmas morning, you won't find much traffic out there. I've forgotten your name already. I'm so sorry. Sam. See? Why can't people wear badges? I went to a barbecue once, and there were loads of people there. And so the person who was putting on the barbecue said when you walked in there, he had a sticky bunch of labels and he wrote your name on it and stuck it on your chest. So that when you're talking to somebody, you can go, hello, Sam. Hello, Guy. And so, without having to say, I was like, what is your name? Especially when you've met somebody before. I'm terrible. My mind's getting worse. But it doesn't matter. I don't care. Listen, it's Christmas Day, for God's sake. Steve, give a George age 13 from Sidcup. You can't mispronounce Sidcup. Yeah, I probably could, actually. He's been up since 5:30, but turned on LBC at 7 a.m. to listen to you start his Christmas day as he loves your show. And that's from Claire, who is George's mum. Ollie says, Steve and the team, thank you for filling me with joy. Do you have any resolutions? I stopped doing resolutions years ago. You know why? Because everybody did the same resolutions. I'm going to go on a diet. I'm going to stop smoking. I'm going to cut back on drinking. I'm going to be more fit, or I'm going to be nicer. I've knocked that one on the head straight away. So so I don't do resolutions. Nobody ever keeps them. If you are a smoker and you want to stop smoking, you'll stop smoking. It's as simple as that. You don't need a resolution to do it, or it's a case of people saying, I'll just finish this packet of cigarettes. And I used to smoke 60 a day. I was what they call a very, very heavy smoker. I'd stopped before, and then I stupidly, after I'd given up for 2 years, I sort of went out to a club. I went to the Players Theatre, actually, and I remember thinking, somebody was smoking a cigarette, and I thought, I just fancy a cigarette. I thought, that's good. I can have one cigarette, and I can have one cigarette a day or a week or something like that. Absolutely not. One cigarette, within 20 minutes, I'm crawling up walls. I wanted more. It's so addictive, and I was driving around garages trying to get cigarettes. And then I remember walking down the Strand one night with my friend John Warrington, as a lot of you will know, and I got chest pains. And I remember thinking, we had to stop. He said, what's the matter? I said, I've got pain in my chest, in my heart. And because I couldn't work out which side my heart was on. I didn't know where it was, actually. I wasn't that familiar with my own body. So I took some photographs, and now I know where everything is, which is very good. Anyway, so I sort of got this sort of chest pain. Anyway, I went to the doctor, and I said, I've got chest pains. Well, of course, chest pains ring bells in the doctor's surgery. So they said, right, we'll book you an appointment down at the hospital. I went for a walk on a treadmill, which I hated because they stick stickers all over your body. You have to take your shirt off. And if you don't have sort of washboard stomach or anything like that, you just feel like a blob. And so they stick all these stickers on, then they go walk, and then they speed it up. I thought, I'm going to die. And they said, you're going to need stents putting in. And stents, because I'm diabetic, I get special stents, little tiny things they are, and they go into the artery, and they open up, so they let the blood flow through, because it's basically your artery is furred up. And it means that the blood doesn't flow through. So if you're walking like that or doing anything that exerts any energy, it hurts. So I had 4 stents put in, and you're wide awake when they're doing it. Wide awake, because if they put you under and you have a heart attack, they can't bring you back. And I didn't want to take that risk. So they do all stents, and you're watching it. You can see your heart on the screens above you. Your arm is stretched out to one side, and they go in on your vein. Little tiny thing with a camera on it. And, I mean, seriously, these things are so tiny. And it was holding a stent, and they push it up your vein. And my veins are not particularly big, and it got stuck by my elbow, and he sort of pushed a little bit. They give you, things to take away any pain or anything, so you don't really feel anything. And they put in one, and he goes, right, I'm just putting the first one in. And I had 4 in. And then a few years later, I had another 4. So I've got 8 stents in at the moment. And then people say, do you never fancy smoking again? I said, you must be joking. Thank you very much indeed. I spent enough time in hospital, and so we don't want to go there again. But no, fighting fit and absolutely 150%, thank you. Steve, great show as usual. Have a great day, says Bill from Carnoustie. I don't even know where Carnoustie is, but it sounds lovely. Do you know Carnoustie? Oh, it's Scotland, is it? How do you know that? Oh, you play golf? Oh, you watch golf? How boring. How dull. How uninteresting, honestly. And so here's the ball. I mean, all they do is they just raise the camera. There's no ball. They just raise the camera up, and then it comes down, and somebody's dropped the ball on the ground in front of them. I can't believe anybody who ever watches golf. Seriously, the most boring thing under the sun. I've got a friend of mine who's in radio, and he loves golf. He absolutely he loves golf and cars. And, of course, I'm not really big into cars, and I certainly wouldn't be doing golf. That's like somebody into synchronised swimming. Equally, I know it's not quite the same. You don't have balls. Well, some people do. And it's a case of, you don't, I just can't do anything like that. It's like people who go and watch cricket. How boring. How dull. Michael Parkinson is a big cricket fan. He loves cricket. And I remember thinking, just sitting there and somebody's in silly mid-off or whatever it's called. I don't know. Oh, dear me, honestly, I couldn't get excited about that at all. But I do get excited about Christmas Day. I get excited about the whole of Christmas. I love everything, from the tree to the food to the everybody's nice to everybody on Christmas Day and over the Christmas period. People go, Merry Christmas, have a great day. And that's what I'm saying to you as well. We've got the news at 8 o'clock. I'll be back with you with more texts and emails in about 2 minutes.
This is LBC.
Nice cup of tea. Very nice. You all right? Good. Nobody speaks round here. Have you noticed? I'm working with mutes. Nobody's got... I've done that before with people. Somebody walks into the studio to bring you a cup of tea, and you go, everything all right? And they just shake their head. And you think, come on, it's only radio. Who was it used to do that on television? Mrs. Merton, when she did her chat show, and she was talking to Chris Eubank. And he was being a little bit sort of... I wasn't sure if he was being guarded. Anyway, he turned up with his briefcase and a cane. And she's talking to him, and she's asking him a question, and he just sort of looks a bit vacant. She says, come on, Chris, it's a chat show. I ask questions, and you answer them. It's, I never understand people who sort of give difficult interviews. Because it's a two-way thing, You're nice to somebody, somebody's nice to you, and you're not out to sort of cheat people at all. Stephen and Steph, Stephen with a V, I'm a PH, says, we listen every morning, Steve, and that wouldn't change on Christmas Day. Our Jack Russell Ralph is the only one in our house having turkey today. We're eating vegan. It's not nut roast, is it? I always say, every time somebody says vegan or vegetarian, I go, nut roast? You're not seriously cooking a turkey for the dog, just not a turkey. But it doesn't matter. Little Julie says, had festive drinks with the neighbours last night outside on their driveway. Mulled wine. Oh, I love mulled wine. I love mulled wine. It's so nice. We should have had that this morning, really, but I've got to drive, so no chance. But I do like mulled. Perhaps I'll do some this afternoon. The trouble is I haven't got any cheap red wine. Or any herbs and... Or any herbs and spices. But toasted marshmallows. God, I've not had toasted marshmallows, little Julie, for years. We used to do them round the campfire, and it was lovely. So she says, Merry Christmas. Please give out Christmas wishes to all Spikers, especially our mutual friend John Warrington, who has been a fantastic support. Well, the turkey's cooking, Dave's still sleeping. Listen, that's the best way, isn't it? Cameron says, thank you for being there Christmas Day. Thankfully, this year I'm not alone, but I remember how much you helped me last year when I was alone. Listen, this programme is for everybody. It doesn't matter whether you're family, in the kitchen, by yourself, in bed, COVID, or anything else, or you're just having a cold, which is miserable, isn't it? When you spend all your time. I used to hate getting cold. I've not had a cold, touch wood. Oh, God, there's no wood in here. It's all Formica. Never mind. Doesn't matter. We'll find something a bit later on to touch. And it's a case of, I used to get these colds, and I used to use paper tissues. Until I suddenly realised that you shouldn't use paper tissues because they dry your nose up and then it goes all horrible and crusty and all the rest of it. So I then started buying handkerchiefs, and now I've got an obsession with handkerchiefs. I buy cheap white handkerchiefs, and I buy them generally in packs of 20 or 40. And every morning I come out, I've got a handkerchief in each pocket. So it's all just in case. Don't want to sit on the bus with a runny nose, do you? Nothing looks worse. Chris in Thailand says, Merry Christmas from Isan in Thailand, which is the northeast. The neighbours in our village are carrying on their daily life while our little corner is manic with wrapping paper. Christmas music belting out and the turkey's in the oven. Managed to escape the mayhem to take the dogs for a walk and listen to your good self. King prawns in blankets, ready for afternoon snacks. They did that this year. As opposed to pigs in blankets, they were doing prawns in blankets. And they were sort of putting, a bit of bacon round. I'm not sure how that works, actually. I do like prawns. In fact, for our starter today, Lynn and I have got... We've got salmon parcels, which are very nice. We were going to do it with salmon, but with salad, but she's not really into rabbit food at all. Kiri in London says, can you say happy birthday to my sister Helen, who is 70 today, and my sister Adrula, who is 68 tomorrow. We're all fans. Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget, actually, I keep thinking we're into next year. We've got a show, as you know, in February next year, which is raising money for Make Some Noise at the Leicester Square Theatre. But it's sold out. But I do believe that there is a waiting list. Somebody said if you go to the Leicester Square Theatre, you'll see that there's a waiting list, just in case people can't go at the last minute. But we sold out in an hour. I was quite pleased about that, actually. Brad says, Merry Christmas to you and all at LBC. Oh, now you're down. Well, first of all, you were a team. Now you're just all at LBC. It's not the same, is it? Just got up to a beautiful sky in Fuerteventura. Listening to LBC as usual. Fuerteventura. Have I been to Fuerteventura? I don't think so. No, that's Spain, isn't it? Canaries. Have you been to the Canary Islands? It's very nice. It's duty-free. The whole island is duty-free. Everything is cheap, cheap, cheap. Booze, everything. Most of the hotels owned by Germans, so the quality is really, really good. And there's the common bit when you're coming in from the airport, and then there's the nice bit where you go down the end to Maspalomas, which is very nice. I've stayed there a few times. Which is very lovely. You've got lots of bougainvillea everywhere, and they've got an outdoor area in the hotel where you can sort of have your lunch and dinner, and then you look out over the dunes and all the rest of it. It's quite beautiful. The only thing it had, which was very odd at our hotel, as I was flipping through the channels, they had an adult channel. I mean, in a hotel on holiday, who'd have thought? I suppose because it's Germans, and the Germans don't think anything about that at all. And so I remember phoning my friend who was in the room next door to say, have you seen channel 225? He went, no, why, what is it? I said, have a look. And all I had with them was a scream coming from the other room. Yeah, they had hardcore adult stuff. Ridiculous. Jay says, Merry Christmas, about to have a traditional Guyanese Christmas breakfast of pepper pot and garlic pork with bread. That sounds quite nice. Not sure about garlic for breakfast. Is that possible to do garlic for breakfast? Or do we sort of go, oh, it's okay. Oh, right. Sam thinks it's okay. That's obviously that one sorted out from us. Anyway, please wish my brother Craig Shermer a happy birthday for today. My whole family, Kevin, Leslie, Kane, Chris and Lorraine, are all listening to you this morning. So happy Christmas to you from all of us. It's amazing how many people love me this morning. It's unusual, really, isn't it? You don't get so much love normally, especially when it's an outpouring quite quickly. Stu from Norfolk says, got a wee hangover, but great to hear your voice this morning. Can you hear it? Can you hear it with a hangover? I can't imagine what it must be like listening to the radio with a hangover. That must be dreadful. Guy gets hangovers. I heard that the other day, actually, from somebody who said he's not very good with his booze. Would that be correct, Guy? Would that be... Are you one of these? Mind you, some people have got great capacity for booze, and sometimes people don't have any capacity at all. My mother had no capacity, whereas I've got huge capacity. Huge. Henry Riley. Oh, well, the trouble is with Henry Riley, who is, by the way, Nick Ferrari's producer, he leads people into the worst part of their lives. You know, I mean, you can always guarantee if you're going to go out with Henry Riley, he's going to embarrass you at some point. And it's basically coming back telling me that Guy didn't handle his drink very well the other day. You think? Yeah, well, we don't want to listen to him talk. God, blimey, no. He's actually producing Nick Abbott this week on LBC. Jack in the city of Bath says, I normally get somebody in the city of London, never somebody in the city of Bath, says, have a great Christmas. Too early for Prosecco? Nope. No. Never too early. Sean, listening from Cape Town, South Africa. Merry Christmas for a hot and sunny place. We're just starting the beef and pork roast. Oh, right. You do beef and pork roast. I love beef Wellington, but you have to prepare it. It's a little bit, Steve, listening to, I can't even pronounce this. It's a place in Hungary. 100 miles east of Budapest, says Paul. Presents and Christmas meal done on the 24th, and you're helping me get through the morning. He's usually from Chalfont St Giles, but now he's at this place in Hungary. I've never been to Hungary, actually. Sounds nice. Lynn's in Brentwood. I know Brentwood very well indeed. And thank you for another year of making me laugh. I watched It's a Wonderful Life yesterday for the first time, loved it. Looking forward to seeing the children and grandchildren over the next 2 days, all being well. Well, I'd be looking forward to talking to my godchildren. I shall have to give them a telephone call a little bit later on as they settle down, because I can't go and visit them this year. Vanessa from Barnstable says, happy Christmas, Steve, and to your brilliant producers. Oh, God, honestly, don't write these things. I could tell you've written this. You know what he's like. Normally on night shift, but set my alarm so I can wake up and listen to you. Shout out to my husband, Andrew, and dog Cookie, who's getting to share the Steve Allen experience. Thank you, Vanessa. The Steve Allen experience. Very pleasing that people are writing in, actually. Mike in Aberdeen says, just got the kids' presents laid out, waiting patient now with a cup of tea for them to wake up. Mind you, if it's anything like last year, it was gone 10 before they surfeited, which is perfect timing. They're not up at how old are they? Because normally sort of young children are up, aren't they? Because they can't. We used to get so excited over Christmas, you know, just the very idea of it. But it was our tree in the sitting room, and with the lights on, no other lights on, just the tree lit, and it looked absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But I like the idea of having presents laid out. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So I told you that Lad Baby make history because they're the first musical act to ever have 4 consecutive songs top the official Christmas charts. Friday, it was revealed that their collaboration with Ed Sheeran and Elton John, Sausage Rolls for Everyone, had reached the festive #1 spot, becoming the novelty singer's 4th track. But the trouble is, I don't think it's a novelty record. I just think they're singing about sausage rolls. We built this city, you know, which means that they have surpassed a record which was previously held by the Beatles and the Spice Girls, both of whom previously had 3 Christmas #1s in a row. As with their previous 3 sausage roll-themed hits, proceeds go to the food bank charity, the Trussell Trust, which is fantastic. And in fact, Lad Baby said thank you to the great British public. For every single person in this country that has downloaded and streamed this song over the last week, you're an absolute legend. And they've raised, I don't know how much money they've raised, but well done to Elton John. It's his third #1 hit of the last 12 months. So absolutely fantastic. Ed Sheeran, of course, can do one better, though. 4 #1 singles to his name in 2021, which is brilliant. Lad Baby, not a fan of Boris. Not a fan of Boris at all. In fact, I can't even begin to tell you what they've said about him. It's far too rude, far too rude. But we'll also look back in a moment at some of the famous faces that we lost, some of whom you'll remember, and some of whom you will not have remembered. There's a couple in here that I didn't even know that we'd lost them, which is a shame. 8:15 is the time this Christmas Day. It's Steve Allen with you till 10.
This is LBC.
Nice to have your company Christmas Day, which is great. 17 minutes past 8, but you don't care about the time. Why would you care about the time, for goodness sake? The boys here are sort of looking forward to going home and opening their presents, you know. Can just imagine that I shouldn't imagine either of them ever do a list. I wonder what age you stop doing lists. You know, when your parents would say, listen, you need to think about it. And I get friends now, they say, what do you want for Christmas? I say, to be honest with you, nothing. Nothing. I don't need anything for Christmas. There's nothing I need. You know, if I was going to be surprised, it would be with a scarf or something like that. A scarf is always quite useful, or a bobble hat, although I look ridiculous in bobble hats. I've tried wearing them before, they just don't suit me. And so that's about it, really. I can't think of anything else. Pair of gloves. But any of the other things I need. I mean, I did think some years ago, I thought, I'll treat myself for Christmas. My friend Paul has treated himself to a dog. He's bought himself a dog for Christmas. I don't think he's ever had a dog. And he's bought this little thing which is going to grow. And I said, because the price of dogs now has gone through the roof. But it's come from an accredited dealer, so it's all kosher, it's all proper. And I said, how much you pay? I said, I bet you paid about 1,500. He said, you're right, 1,500. My next door neighbours bought a dog, and they paid, I think it was more than 2,000. Whatever, it seems an awful lot of money. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it does seem a lot of money, doesn't it, really? But anyway, Steve, can you wish our niece Lily in Canada a very Merry Christmas? She's a huge fan of yours, and as you can see, loves her Steve Allen tea tray. She would be thrilled to get a mention, say, Andrew and Ingrid. Andrew and Ingrid, and Lily in Canada. Linda and Rogers say, wonderful to hear you every morning. You're a delight to start the day. They came to the magic show at the Magic Circle. As always, I was so moved with the memories you shared of Dale. I know, I thought, the funny thing, you've got enough stories about Dale to last you a complete lifetime. But actually, I've been quite good this morning. I haven't teared up yet. I got a bit close talking about, people raising money for charity, for people who've got nothing. For people who've got nothing. You can't believe it, seriously. Winnie says the best panettone is from Sainsbury's, orange and Prosecco. Huh? Orange and Prosecco. Oh, I like the sound of that. That sounds absolutely delightful, actually. I haven't got any. I haven't got any at all. And Lynn, I'm having lunch with her. And I forgot, Lynn, to get Yorkshire puddings. I should have got Yorkshire puddings, but we didn't have Yorkshire puddings. But it doesn't matter. We'll get by. We've got everything. She says, could you do these messages for me? My long-time great friend Helen, who's on the Edgware Road, and her family, Jean and Paul, not forgetting dear Tom, who lost his lovely mum earlier this year. That's what we should always think about at this time, definitely. And she says, try saying, I can't do it. She's Welsh, so I have to. Do you do Welsh? No, not much use there at all, actually. And also my very long-time great friend and ex-flatmate Christina, who's driving to Berkhamsted this morning for Christmas lunch. And it was Tom who lost his lovely mum earlier this year, and his partner Ray. Try saying, she says, Nadolig Lachlan Bobien. The first 2 words she said, I think you know. You just need a bit of spit in your cheeks and put your tongue to the top of the mouth. I can't do it. So it's Borbin. So Nadolig Lawan Borbin means Happy Christmas to all. Not the way I do it. Not the way I do it. She says, looking forward to sharing our Christmas lunch together later. Between all the food you bought to add to mine, to add to Marta's, let's hope we survive to tell the tale and don't explode. We seem to have loads of it. I bought profiteroles as well. But these are posh profiteroles, so God knows what the filling is. Because I haven't had profiteroles for ages and ages. Have you ever had profiteroles? You like profiteroles, things like that? What do you have for your pudding with your Christmas lunch? Do you have Christmas pudding? Normally Christmas. See, by the time we finish the Christmas lunch, I'm so full, I can't do the Christmas pudding. Because it's like, not a big fan. No. I have to be honest. I mean, if I do have it, it'll be a little bit. I'd rather have sort of a sherry trifle or something like that. Something with sort of cream on it, I quite like. Bit of custard, bit of cream, bit of fruit, bit of jelly. Mind you, it generally sends me round the ceiling. You know, I'm balmy. Might as well just give me a brush and I'll clean all the corners because there's so much sugar in the blooming thing. Steve, love your Christmas show. Been waiting for weeks for my new tradition. Now waiting for my mum to ring the bell to tell us Santa has been so I can go downstairs. Still doing it after 30-odd years. That's from Louise in Windsor. That's where the Queen is. Queen is there for Windsor. I can't wait to hear her message. Can't wait to see it as well, because it's always the pictures, isn't it? The pictures on her desk. Merry Christmas. Shout out to the lifeboat crews. Some have already been out this morning and wish them a Merry Christmas, says Big Steve, who's at Clacton Lifeboat. I forgot all about lifeboats. I shouldn't have done. How rude of me. I do beg your pardon. But, yeah, so you've already been out this morning. Mind you, people go for a swim in the sea, don't they? Some people people do it in the Serpentine. Not me, thank you very much indeed. Good God in heaven. And Jill in Bradford says, thank you for cheering me up this year. First time I've texted in, but I've been listening for years, which is lovely. And Keith says, morning from Norwich, Steve. Seems very odd. You on the radio and it's daylight. Off to work in a local care home, but we'll leave LBC on to entertain my cat, Ollie, as we do every day. It helps. Yeah, cats love LBC. Seriously, cats absolutely love it. Dogs as well. Cass, the advance notice spiker, says, thank you for your shows. Keep doing what you do. Your show is full of words of wisdom, kindness and giggles. Must be listening to somebody else. I don't think we've ever had words of wisdom at all. Mike in Beaconsfield says, I've got 11 stents. Ooh, there's always going to be one who tops you, isn't it? In 3 operations a decade later, never felt healthier. Spending a lovely family Christmas with my wonderful daughter, Ellen, who's a doctor, and my guitar-crazy son, Henry, and my lovely wife, Tonya. So Merry Christmas. 11 stents. I think you can have up to about 20. But I've got them coated. Mine are coated because of the diabetes. But still lovely. Mandy in Maida Vale says, just listening, been released today from isolation with my sister Mary and brother-in-law Phil. Looking forward to the turkey and roast potatoes after being off my food. Is that, you don't get that with the new one? It doesn't work out that you sort of lose your sense of taste and smell or anything else. But a couple of the celebrities who we lost this year. We lost Jerry Marsden. Now, you might have forgotten that because he died in January, way back in January. He was the one, who included Ferry Cross the Mersey and When You Walk Through a Storm. But in fact, he didn't write that. That was taken from the musical Carousel, which I remember. Larry King we lost. He was 87 after getting coronavirus. One of the most respected and longest running. I love the American talk show hosts. I really do, because I sometimes look at them and think, you're not all that. I could do that for that amount of money, definitely. Dustin Diamond we lost. Now, you might not remember Dustin Diamond, but people who saw him on the television, he was most famous for playing a character called Screech in Saved by the Bell. He was only 44 when he died. Captain Sir Tom Moore, of course, died. He was 100. What a marvellous old man he was, honestly. He raised over £32 million. I've never heard of anything like it. Christopher Plummer we lost. 91. I mean, people had some good innings. They really did. He, of course, was famous for Captain Von Trapp in The Sound of Music, but he never sang. Couldn't sing. And I don't think he was wild about the film either. Somebody a friend of mine bought me this beautiful book on the history of The Sound of Music with the original Maria Von Trapp and the Von Trapp family singers. And then they made the film, and it was one of my favourites, absolute favourites. Mary Wilson died in February. She was 76. She co-founded the Supremes when she was 15. They started them young. We lost Johnny Briggs as well. Johnny Briggs, of course, was Mike Baldwin in Coronation Street for 30 years. And he was 85 when we lost him. I thought he was great. And Trevor Peacock, who was... He was in The Vicar of Dibley. He played Jim Trott. Yes, but no, but that one in The Vicar of Dibley. He was 89, but he got a dementia-related illness. And Murray Walker was 97. We lost him in March. Most iconic voice of Formula One. Again, another boring sport. Honestly, how people can get excited over people putting their foot down on the accelerator. I do it and the police nick you. You know, everybody else manages to go out there and earn a small fortune. But Lewis Hamilton got knighted, so that's good. Phil says we're about to have toasted panettone with butter. I don't know, you had it with butter. I thought people dipped it in hot chocolate, don't they? That's what I thought. I might have got that bit wrong as well. Have you had panettone, Guy, before? No? You've had it. Did you like it? Yeah, I thought you might. Yeah. Oh. Well, I've never heard of it being toasted. Toasted panettone. I suppose you could do, because it's only sort of fairly light, isn't it? But to each his own. To each his own. Apparently, Jackie says, have you tried Giorgio Locatelli's savoury panettone with cheese and ham? No. No, I haven't. I think that's quite odd. Isn't it supposed to be sweet? Isn't it supposed to be? Donna says, I've been up with my 3-year-old daughter since 4:30. May have to start drinking soon. I've been listening to you since COVID started. I don't know why. And ever since, you do make me laugh. Well, there you go. Listen, you have a laugh every so often. Murray in Dubai says, another year's gone by, and you are my ever-present company in the morning. Here's to many more. Oh, absolutely. And Bev, member of the original Spiker, says, I shall be making a few Bentley Bevy cocktails today in your honour. They made a cocktail for me, which is very nice. Please say a Merry Christmas to my wonderful husband, Paul. Love the show. Enjoy your lunch. Lots of love from Bev. Thank you very much indeed. From Paul in Brixton, we're having pheasant and roast potatoes with carrots and broccoli washed down with English champagne and rum and raisin ice cream. Rum and raisin ice cream. I never liked rum and raisin ice cream. There was never enough rum in it. Never enough rum in it. Steve, lovely to hear you this Christmas morning. From Norman Deb. Christmas shout-out, please, to mother-in-law Christine, who is a lifelong fan. She will be thrilled. There you go, Christine. Be thrilled. Be thrilled. Why not, for goodness sake? We also lost... who do we lose? Oh, we lost Les McEwen, the Bay City Rollers frontman. He was only 65. I saw him once in Leicester Square. He was walking through, because the Bay City Rollers never made any money. They were tied up in legalese for donkey's years, but I quite liked them. I quite like them a lot. Les McEwen was great. He wrote a book. He came in to talk to me. He'd done his autobiography, so you can sort of follow the whole story. Prince Philip, of course, the Duke of Edinburgh. He was 99. Longest-serving consort in British history. Also father to Charles, Anne, and the other one we don't talk about. And had been married to the Queen for 73 years. That's an achievement, isn't it? 73. I can't make him last 73 days. 73 years. What do you talk about? Because the Queen's at Windsor this year. I mean, she could be listening to this programme now. And Charles and Camilla are going to... What do you think they talk about? And do you think every time a servant comes in the room, they have to go shtum? Because otherwise the servant might go back and say, you won't believe what they were talking about. They were talking about what an embarrassment Prince Andrew is, you know. And so I don't know. I'd love to be a fly on the wall. That'd be very interesting. We also lost James Brokenshire. Yeah, we liked James Brokenshire. I was a big fan of LBC and featured many, many times. Jim Steinman died, age 73. Do you know what Jim Steinman was famous for? Songwriter. What was he most famous for? Most of Meat Loaf's hits, including the Bat Out of Hell album. I'm a better morning sun. I saw him once. He did a Royal Variety performance. He was a bit tiddled when he did it, so that was interesting. Tom O'Connor we lost as well. I thought he was great. Very gentle. Used to be a school teacher. We lost him in July at the age of 81. Eunice Stubbs, funnily enough, and it was always became an embarrassment, actually. I mentioned Eunice Stubbs, and then blow me down, the following day, she died. And we did it with somebody else. We mentioned another famous person, and they also died. She was 84, best known for Wurzel Gummidge, Till Death Us Do Part, Sherlock and EastEnders. And then we lost Sean Locke, the lovely comedian. Sean was only 58. We'd lost him. He made lots of appearances on panel shows such as 8 out of 10 Cats. He died from cancer. Charlie Watts, the Rolling Stones drummer, was 80. He'd been performing with the group since its beginning. Sarah Harding was 39. She died after a battle with breast cancer. One of the members of UK's girl group, Girls Aloud. Sound of the Underground and The Promise. The Promise is the only one I've never heard of, actually. Sandra and Lenny says, season's greetings. Could you say hello to my mum, Sylvie, who's listening in London? We're sending love from Lincolnshire, which is lovely. Richard Says, love your show, Steve. Thank you for keeping us entertained. I produced and executive produced Noel's Christmas presents for years at the BBC and then later at Sky One. Really? Wow. He says, what a privilege to feature such extraordinary, ordinary people. We loved making the show. It was amazing, and everyone on the team was proud of it. I loved it. Oh, I'm late for the news now. We're going to have a chat to Chris Lowry in Spain after the news.
This is LBC.
OK, team, let's pull this deck together.
Yes, please. I'm 20 minutes from the client.
Will, where's the strategy slide?
In the chat now.
OK, Charlie, presentation on its way.
Yeah, got it. Wish me luck.
We can all relax now.
Speak for yourself, Will.
Work together anywhere. Get more from Microsoft Teams with BT, powered by EE, the UK's best network. BT and EE, better for business. Best for network performance, visit ee.co.uk/claims for more details. Restrictions and terms apply.
It's Christmas Day. You know it's Christmas Day unless you had a particularly heavy night on the tiles last night, in which case it could be any day you want it to be. But I promise you, from where we are in Leicester Square, it's Christmas Day. Jeff Stevenson, good friend of mine, says, day at sea. He's a comic. Missing my family, but so glad I can listen to you to make it feel like Christmas at home. So have a great day. You have a great day as well. And Julie is in Dubai. She says, I'm sorry I don't count on your listener numbers. She said, you seem a little friskier than usual. If I was the producer, I'd be a little bit on edge today. Thank you for being eternally optimistic and occasionally naughty. I've never been naughty, honestly. I don't think I'm any friskier than usual. I don't know. I'll have to ask Chris Lowry, I should imagine, because he knows about these sort of things. Chris, good morning.
Feliz Navidad, Steve.
Feliz Navidad.
You do sound a little bit frisky today.
Really? Do you know, honestly, it must be my age. I've never been told I've been frisky. Even when I was younger, I was never frisky.
You haven't got a little bottle of Prosecco on the go there, have you?
Do you know, I haven't. But the funny thing was, we mentioned the other day on air that the Queen has produced her own Prosecco. And
has she?
Yes, it's 15 quid for a little tiny bottle which fills one glass. And the worst thing is, expensive. It's on sale in Sandringham with a label on saying Sandringham Prosecco, but it's made in Italy.
So she didn't actually make it herself, literally, then?
The Queen did not get out there and start treading grapes.
No.
I'm a bit disappointed.
I can't believe she did.
I should point out, actually, for those people, that Chris Lowry is a regular fixture of our programme because he moved over to Spain for many years. As you all know, he was with LBC, he was LBC's official weatherman and did all sorts of bits. I forget how many years you were here.
27.
27 years. That'll teach Guy in future. Yeah. I couldn't remember how many years it was, actually. 27 years.
It's a long time.
It is a long time.
There's not one producer there now that's not done more than 5 years, I would think, at maximum.
No, well, most of them aren't even over the age of 5. Seriously, they're literally plucking them from nursery at the moment to get them. They're so much younger.
They're a good bunch, though, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, they're a good bunch. Them, yes, it says here on my script. No, they are, because put it this way, you know, when we get to my age, it's a case of, blimey, you know, you're working with people and you mention something and they look at you blankly and you suddenly realise that they haven't got the faintest idea what you're talking about. But 27 years.
27 years, and I remember very well having to schedule all the staffing for Christmas, and it was always a nightmare because the freelancers, the people that sort of work as casual workers and what have you, they used to say to me, I don't want to work Christmas Day. And I used to think, I've got to fill this schedule, you know, with staff.
Yeah, and, it's funny. But still lovely. I mean, I like the idea that people have given up their Christmas. But then I think to myself, as you get a little bit older, it's nice to have Christmas. And I love the whole process. But at the same time, it's a case of I love coming into work as well.
Yes, we used to like it as well because we used to often come in and do a show in the morning over Christmas, and it's just a different atmosphere. It doesn't feel like a normal working day, obviously, and everyone's happy, and it just feels it's quite a pleasurable thing to do. And then we used to go home and have our Christmas dinner and enjoy the rest of the day.
And everybody's nice to you. I've noticed over Christmas people go, most people have a nice Christmas and all the rest of it, and you think it's quite nice for that one day of the year. You're nice to everybody.
Yes. The mood changes, doesn't it?
Oh, does it ever? For me, it'd be Boxing Day. For me, it'd be Boxing Day. You know, where I'll be cracking the whip down on them because I think I'm stuck with. Sorry, I'm working with Guy tomorrow as well. Bless his. He normally works with Nick Ferrari, so a little bit of a change of gear.
Oh, a bit of a break from the Nick Ferrari then.
Little bit of a break. You know. And I'm also here on New Year's Day at this time as well, which is quite nice.
Yes, very good.
But it's wet and miserable here.
I like you. It's wet and miserable here, Steve, as well. It's been probably the wettest day that we've had so far since good 5 months or so, actually.
Whereabouts are you in Spain?
Well, we are on the Costa Tropical, which is, if you go to Malaga, Malaga Airport, which everyone knows, and then you drive around 100 kilometres east of Malaga, we're along the coast there. The nearest city is Granada, which is a beautiful city in the Sierra Nevada mountains.
And do you speak Spanish?
A little bit, yeah. I have to, as you know, Steve, I teach the group exercise classes. I teach body pump at my local gym, and I have to do that in Spanish. So I learn more Spanish for doing the choreography and that exercise. So I can fluently speak it for doing that exercise. But in day-to-day talking to people, we're better than we were, but it's still sometimes they speak very fast the Spanish, and sometimes you just can't get what they're saying.
Isn't that interesting?
But we are getting better.
Yeah, because I was trying to explain to Guy about I didn't know, I forgot it was called body pump. And,
body pump,
I mean, Guy could do with this. He could really do with it. I was explaining to him about your six-pack. You and Steve and six-packs and the outfits that I made you wear at the Queen's Theatre.
Oh, my goodness me, I remember that outfit.
Yes.
What were we dressed as? I think we were trying to be dressed as... I'm not quite sure what we were.
Well, it was sort of like genies.
That's right, genies.
Genies of the lamp. So it was sort of bare midriff, but sort of showing off. Because actually, I modelled my body on yours. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out like that, as you can imagine. But it was very enjoyable. I mean, put it this way, the nice thing is, which young people don't have nowadays, they don't have those great memories that we've got of all sorts of things. So when people talk to me what LBC was like, back in Gough Square days and things like that, I remember it as if it was yesterday.
Yes, so do I. In fact, I was going to say to you as well, Christmas, I remember working at Gough Square on Christmas Day. And do you remember that guy that used to come in and he used to spend the whole day cooking meals?
Yes.
We'd have breakfast, then he'd cook a lunch, and then if you were still working in the evening, he'd cook a Christmas dinner in the evening as well.
Yes, I remember that. I
bet you don't get that now, do you?
No. In fact, I normally bring in I don't bring sandwiches in, but I normally bring in mince pies and stuff like that. Because I think it's nice because, bless their hearts, they've given up their sort of Christmas and, we like them to enjoy themselves as much as... But yeah, you're right. Yes. We used to have a guy coming in and he would cook Christmas lunch and there'd be a buffet that'd be left for people overnight and stuff like that.
That's right, yeah.
It was great fun.
And then and because of all that, you as I say, you quite enjoyed coming in to do the job. Not that I ever regretted coming in. I loved my job at LBC. 7 days a week, 365 days. But working on Christmas Day was just that extra little bit more special.
The management used to come in and bring us champagne.
Yes, they did. Many a time when I was working, the managing director would suddenly burst through the control room door. And you say, oh, no, what have I done? And he presented me with a bottle of champagne. And one year, actually, Steve, he presented us with a letter, and it was a pay rise.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. A pay rise.
That was very special.
Oh, haven't heard those words for ages.
Pay and rise don't go together, do they?
Not in my world. Not in my world at all. But listen, I was going to ask you, because I know that in Spain, during the pandemic, they've been very strict on the wearing of masks. Where are you up to at the moment?
Yes, the mask wearing was never withdrawn at all, so we've always had to wear masks, even though when the first and second wave went away, we still had to keep wearing masks. Now, they did sort of relax it a couple of months ago and said that you have to wear a mask inside when you're in pubs, restaurants, bars, shops, etc., but you could take it off if you're walking around outside. Now, with this latest Omicron variant that's come in, this week they've now announced that you've got to wear a mask outside as well as inside as well. So we've got to go back to full mask wearing. We're quite used to it now. It's like when you go out, it's like putting your coat on. You put your mask on. So I don't think anything more of it now, and I don't, it doesn't bother me at all.
And do they clamp down if you're not wearing a mask?
Yes, they will do. La Guardia, who are the police that work on the streets and on the road, what have you, they will, if they see you're not wearing a mask, they will either come up to you and say, put your mask on, or if they feel like it, they'll give you a fine.
Wow. And does it seem to be working? Where are you in the scale?
Well, the figures have been rising. I think this week there are around about 60,000 new cases reported, which is not quite as bad as you in the UK, but nevertheless it's still a concern. And I think they're keeping an eye on it. We may have some more restrictions perhaps in the new year, but I don't think we will go back to the very tough restrictions that we had in the first wave, where, you know, we were completely locked down. You couldn't go out, practically couldn't go out your house unless you were literally going shopping.
Yes, I remember that over here, and because people used to write into me going, you're not supposed to be going out shopping. I said, no, you're allowed to go out shopping, I promise you.
Yeah.
But it's still the people over here who do not wear masks. They don't believe, they think it's some conspiracy theory.
Well, I can't get, I don't understand why people have this problem. What is the problem with putting a mask on when you go out? You're protecting yourself and you're protecting the people around you. Why do people have to be so belligerent and arrogant about it?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's because they've read something on the internet that says, I remember somebody having a discussion with a presenter on LBC, and it was a case of, it's the government doing this, and the presenter said, why would the government be doing this? What would be the purpose of inventing something? It didn't make any sense to any of us. And I think, I've always been one of those people. People say, I can't wear a mask because, I'm excluded from it. And you go, well, then you shouldn't be out. No, you should be staying indoors because, if you're going to go on buses, it's dangerous because you might have it, because a lot of people at the moment don't know. I mean, I tested myself before the programme this morning and I was obviously negative, thank God, because you do bump into a lot of people.
You do. And this morning, as I messaged you earlier, I woke up this morning. In fact, it started yesterday. I started feeling a bit coldy, and in fact, I feel coldy. Yeah. So this morning, the first thing I did was take a test because I want to know if I have got it, and then I won't go out. We're meant to be seeing some friends for coffee tomorrow, but, I thought I need to test. Fortunately, I'm negative.
Good.
So it is literally cold. And I think that people forget as well, the cold virus and the flu virus hasn't gone away.
No.
It hasn't been replaced by COVID. So people still get just, colds and flu. And I think we have to remember that. So every time you sniff, or sneeze or get a sore throat, doesn't necessarily mean you've got COVID. It's probably just a general cold.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. By the way, Noreen sends her love to you. I was just talking to her this morning.
Excellent. It's like two-way family favourites, isn't it, this programme? It really is. Listen, I wish you and Steve the happiest of Christmases and also a very happy New Year.
And to you as well, Steve.
Bless you. And let's hope it goes on for many more years to come.
Yes, definitely. Take care of yourself.
Take care. Chris Lowry over there in Spain. So they've got mask wearing all the time. But our thanks. We do it every year. We have to do it. We have to catch 27 years he spent at LBC. Let's take a short break, shall we? 13 minutes to 9?
This is LBC.
Morning. Lovely to hear from Chris. My friend Stuart Manning says, what a beautiful treat hearing your lovely voice this morning. He said, I'm just preparing the veg for lunch. Roast potatoes, carrots, sprouts, red cabbage, parsnips and beef Wellington. Now, that sounds delicious. And what goes with that? Gravy. Everything except the parsnips and the red cabbage. I'm not really a big fan of red cabbage, and I don't think I've ever had it, actually. My friend Ollie Clink, he says, the Clink family can't wait for our annual Christmas kebab and a few pints. He says, you're sounding incredibly frisky today. Santa would be proud. Miss you and the team. Lots of love to you all. Thank you, Ollie, and to you as well. He's another person who used to be with LBC for many, many years. I love it when people sort of contact. It's always nice to know that people who know you will still listen to the programme. I was saying to Guy a minute ago, I said, it's so funny. I've got friends of mine who listen to they know me. Perhaps they're learning something new. Richard and Jane are in Guernsey. We are regular listeners, so thank you for the programme. Steve in Birmingham, whose first name... Oh, sorry, hi, Steve from Birmingham. His name's Andrew. Tell my other half, Colette, to speed up as she's still wrapping presents. Have you had to wrap many presents, Guy, this year, have you? Really? Have you spent a lot of money on presents? Do you ever have a budget for Christmas and then say, I've spent this much money, or you're not bothered with things like that? Yep. Just rough... Oh, right, OK. Yeah. Yeah. So who have you spent the most money on this year? Who was... Go. Mum and girlfriend, OK. And are these presents that they want? Or I mean, well, I don't know. Do you ask them what they want for Christmas, or do you just go out and buy something because you like the look of it? Yeah, because there's always that problem. The one thing that men should never buy women is perfume, unless you know what perfume they use. Because sometimes you go out there and, there's a girl wearing, fliggity negligee, the kind of thing, standing in the shop doing tests, and you go, oh, I think I'll buy that. That looks quite nice in the gift box. You take it home and the girlfriend goes, smells like cat's wee. But they think he obviously likes it, so I'll start wearing it. And you then go, oh, I don't like the smell of that. You have to buy some, because everybody's got their own perfumes and aftershaves and things like that. You can't really buy something that they wouldn't normally wear. Do you have a favourite aftershave that you wear? Dear, what one would that be? Eau Sauvage. How lovely. Dior's Eau Sauvage. In other words, lemons. I've stuck with the same one for quite a while now. Quite a while. And then before that, I was stuck with an Estee Lauder aftershave, which I used for years. And people used to say to me, what is that? What is that? And I say, oh, it's Estee Lauder. And they said, that's lovely. Now, I use a very expensive aftershave, only because my friend Danny Milo is wearing it. I went, oh, that's delicious. What is it? And it's really lovely, really lovely. I'm not going to tell you what it is because people know. My friend Dave Warren says, first Christmas I'm not with you in 5 years, because he worked with me every Christmas for 5 years. He'd always say it was like a threat. And he said, this is the first Christmas not with you in 5 years. He said, I'm currently driving to Basingstoke to spend the day with my mum. Miss you lot. Still listen to you and your frisky antics. Yeah. And Guy says hi as well, Dave. Isn't it nice? I've forgotten how many people I've given my telephone number out to, which I love. So you have a good journey down to Basingstoke. Frisky antics. What are people going on about frisky? Oh, he's made it through the fog. Look at your jumper. Look at that. Oh, it's ABBA. Ooh, look, I'm just wearing nothing really special. Oh, I look like a glitter ball. Well, a glitter. Which is quite nice. You made it through, thank God for that. That was a bit touch and go, isn't it? Because it was a bit... I left London last Saturday evening. I've been to something. And as we drove out, I could see the post office tower swathed in mist. And I remember thinking, oh, my God, we're going back to those dreadful days. But Ian Dale's with us at 10 this morning. Can't wait. You're coming from downstairs, aren't you? Just want to check that I don't have to vacate the studio very quickly. I love it. But I love hearing from people all the time, especially at Christmas. It is particularly lovely. And so Dave, was it really 5 years? 5 years. He used to say to me, we're working together Christmas Day. I used to go, good, because you knew where you were, actually. So this is Guy's first Christmas with me. And probably be the last, I should imagine. And Sam as well. I quite like Christmas. Christmas is good, though, isn't it? I think Christmas is fun. I'd love to know what he's bought. Are your presents a secret? What have you bought your mum for Christmas? Oh, she might be listening. Oh, right. What do you mean she might be listening? It's a bit of an outrage, isn't it? But she will be listening. So anyway, he's not telling you, but the box is very small, OK? And it ticks. Mr. Shah is my chemist, and he owns goods. He says, looking forward to an indulgent Christmas and a short rest after the extremely busy few months. Very busy in Chemist World. My 3-year-old granddaughter, Maya, will be excited to know Santa paid a visit. The milk and mince pie have gone. He says, have a nice Christmas and a happy and healthy new year from Maya, Meera, Niraj and Mukesh. It's lovely. Actually, I was going to ask you a favour, Mr. Shah, because they are, and nobody's got them, I know, because he's got a sign on the chemist store, these testing kits for COVID. The one that I've got at the moment, we had great difficulty getting the top off the liquids, the little liquid thing. I mean, whether it's an old batch or something like that, but they're such a pain. But I was going to put in an order for them, because I've only got three tests left. I want to miss out on these sort of things, but at least I'm being good. At least I'm being good. Helen from Selsdon says, can you say Merry Christmas to my mum, Margaret? She always makes Christmas so special and listens to you every morning. Do you know this audience is bigger than I ever imagined? This is fantastic. And from the midwives at Watford General, who've just finished a 12.5-hour shift, bringing the first Christmas babies into the world. So Merry Christmas to all of you and all those people who work, you know, within all the essentials. So we tend to forget, don't we? We just think about ourselves at Christmas, but there's all the people who are doing up boxes of food to take round to people. Amazing. Raymond says, been listening since the Gough Square days. Thank you for the daily giggles. This year managed to get to Joe Allen's on your recommendation. It was fab. I love it there. I like this. Before I've said to people, there's two places I go to in London. I go to Joe Allen's because I've been going there for 37 years, and Little Italy with Tony Pelledri and the team down there. And both places I'm quite comfortable in. Quite comfortable. I love it. Greetings from Abergavenny. God, blimey, we haven't had anybody in Abergavenny. There was a song, actually, and it was done by, I think, Lonnie Donegan, who did Taking a Trip Up to Abergavenny, hoping the weather is fine. What's the matter with that? I thought that was fairly in tune. It's not bad for this time of the morning. I'm spending Christmas with my brother and sister-in-law and Megan the cat. Hope you enjoy your celebrations. Thank you for another great year, says Catherine. Listen, you're in Abergavenny. It doesn't get any better, does it? Angela says, great show as usual. Sorry we missed you at the Magic Circle, but already looking forward to next year. You continue to be my tonic every day. Thank you. And Steve, just sat having our Christmas morning breakfast with a couple of Prosecco's in our lovely Steve Allen Groovy Gang glasses. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve in Eltham says, it's my first Christmas without my wife, Lorraine, who died in August of cancer. We used to listen to you together, but thanks for the giggles. Listen, giggles and memories are the best thing you can ever have. Ever have, I promise you. So our thoughts are with you and everybody else who's in a similar situation. Hannah in Wendover says, wish my husband James and Cocker Spaniel Woody. This makes me smile. A very Merry Christmas. We're still in bed, waiting to start the day. It's our last without a baby, so Merry Christmas to you as well. Well, if you stay much longer in bed, there could be another baby. You're never too sure, are you? I mean, come on, I never said it. Somebody says, this is just what I need on a Christmas morning, waking up with Steve Allen, says Kat. Thank you. Heather in Epsom says you're doing a good job even without the papers. Your Welsh accent was excellent. Oh, I'll get into trouble later. If you have time, please say hello to dearest friend Derek, who's spending his second Christmas without his lifelong partner, Michael. Dennis and Heather send their love up to Shrops, says Heather in Epsom. Thank you. Robert, so used to love listening to Chris Lowry on Clive Bull's show when he used to play Turning the Tables quiz with Bob Nice. Yes. And Steph, not Steph McGuffin, says, wish my husband Lewis a very merry Crimbo on a rare Christmas day off from his job as a police officer. We're both back in work tomorrow, so having a lazy morning in bed with you at the moment before we move to the living room for some breakfast crumpets. I bought crumpets the other day too. Look at that. How similar are we? I'm going to have peanut butter on them later, I think. It'll be a late... Why are you smiling? What's the matter with crumpets? You love crumpets? I knew you would. I could tell, actually. You look like a crumpet sort of person. James says, greetings from Hong Kong, where I'm in hotel quarantine and on day 19 of 21. But I listen to your show every day. It helps keep me sane. How do you think it works for me? Brian says, Merry Christmas to you and all of your listeners. Looking forward to seeing the show in February. Thanks to Noreen. Please wish Janice's mum, Ivy, a very happy birthday. Have a lovely day and enjoy lunch. I hope so too. And from Sheila, she says, Steve, hello from Chetumal in Mexico. Just got home from my Mexican family celebration. It's 3:15 a.m. Like many countries, dinner is held on the 25th, but doesn't start till 10 p.m. on the 24th. Had a great time. Let's hope 2022 sees the back of COVID. Wishing you health and happiness. And thank you very much. Well, thank you very much indeed. Listen, we're going to take a short break for the news at 9 o'clock. Then we've got the final hour of the programme. We've got a little bit of space for you, for your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We can settle back. Might have a chocolate biscuit or something and a cup of tea. I don't know. I probably won't have a chocolate biscuit. Might have another cup of tea, actually. I'm in a tea sort of mood today. Somebody said you should always add... Is it whiskey you add to tea or something like that? No? Oh, obviously not. No, it's too early, is it? 9 o'clock in the morning? I don't think it's too early on Christmas. As long as you're not driving, you should be fine. And my friend Joe Pike says, the perfect present from Santa. How did he know? Love the Magic Circle. Thank you for keeping us entertained. Thank you, Joe. Happy Christmas.
This is LBC.
Morning, everybody. Coming up to 4 minutes past 9. It's Steve Allen's Christmas Day breakfast on LBC. It's lovely to have your company. I hope you are well. Hope you're looking forward to... Hello?
Hello.
Oh, there we go. You see, all of a sudden, you offer them money, they talk. It's fantastic. It's great.
Now.
So the money... No, I'll send you a cheque. Does anybody use cheques anymore? I don't think we do we? I use cash. I don't like using credit cards. I'm so worried that somebody's going to cheat me. So I always use cash. I feel I know where I am with things like that. You know. And so... You can't find a... No, I know. Somebody tried to break into an ATM down our neck of the woods, and the machine was making a noise like, woo, 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 woo. What they'd done is, the bit where the money comes out of, they tried to force it down, thinking, stupidly, because they're a bit dim, you could put your hands in and take the money out. But, of course, it comes from deep within the machine. Although we did have a gang about 2 years ago. They were blowing up ATMs. They were pumping gas in or something like that, which exploded the machine, and then the money came out. Well, I say came out, flew out. But there's a lot of thieving going on at this time of year, because people thieve. It's just the way it is, I'm afraid. Joe in Devon says, Merry Christmas, Steve. I'm having curry for lunch. How lovely. I could go a curry right now. Paul says, Steve, as an added bonus to Christmas Day, the days will start to get longer. OK, they do get longer. Sir, good morning. Me and my beautiful wife driving from beautiful Devon to London to celebrate Christmas with my wife family. And we're enjoying LBC, and we haven't missed a single Steve Allen show. And that's from Rachel and Mr. D. Thank you. Nana and Low Poppet, look at you again. Look at you again. I've got my sprouts. What does it say? Merry Christmas. Every year, Anne-Marie Minhall from our sister station works... What's that one say? Did you get the sprout? I did. I got them the other day. Look at this, honestly. This is like doing... What was that thing? Was it in Love Actually, where he stands outside the house and he takes the boards down and she comes out and gives it... I love that film. You look well. You look good. What time are you working till? Wait a minute. I'm on from... I can't read the other bit. From 10. You're on from 10. 10 till 1. How she wangles it, I'll never know. Every year, 10 till 1. Happy Christmas. Love you to pieces. Love you to pieces. Everybody's so nice in this building. I sometimes pinch myself because I can't believe that everybody's so nice. It's so... Well, mind you, they like this all year round. They don't just do it on Christmas Day, but have a super day. Thank you for the sprouts. It's become a tradition. Every year, Anne-Marie Minhall, who is a presenter on our station, Classic FM, buys me a sprout tree. Every year. She's been doing it for more years than I care to mention, and every year she'll always come up and give me a wave. I'm obviously hugely popular. I wish. Kieran and Barbara in Cambridge says, we're off to LA, 6th of January, to see family we've not seen for 5 years, if we're still allowed to travel. You'll be tuned in from there, and I'm sure you'll help with my jet lag. No, you're all right going out. You don't get jet lag going out, you get jet lag coming back. But you can do things for it. You can take tablets, I think, that will stop you getting jet lag. Because I used to suffer quite badly with it. But you don't get it on the way out, you get it on the way back. So, and just be careful. You might have to take the flow tests and everything else. Nana and Mark say, wish our daughter Sophie a happy Christmas. She's working all day from 8 a.m. until 9:30 tonight as a doctor in intensive care. Hoping to have a belated Christmas with her in a few days' time. Good. David in Stone. I don't know where Stone is. Sounds quite nice, though, doesn't it, really? He says, I surprised Julie with tickets. Oh, right, you. With tickets for your February show. We're so looking forward to joining you. I know, we've got about 450 people who are going to be crammed into the Leicester Square Theatre, which is going to be fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing every single one of you. From Sue, who said, we recently retired and moved from Hatch End to near Fareham, so the family are coming down to enjoy seaside walks. Thank you for keeping us smiling. How strange. Hatch End was where Dale lived. That's where his mum had a house. Stone is in Staffordshire. How lovely. Sounds quite nice. And Fareham is near where my brother is. So I know all these different places. Look at that, honestly. That's good, isn't it? So happy Christmas, Sue. Day off from the NHS, says Christy. Thank you for your care. I wake up with you every day getting ready for another hard day in the NHS. It will be, because, I mean, people tend to sort of think that, oh, don't worry, people don't become ill over Christmas. They do. I drove in past 24-hour vets, and there were people queuing inside, and that was at about 4 o'clock this morning, because pets get ill, don't they? Ali Jones has just sent me a text. I know them all. I know these people are all my personal friends. He was dressed up the other day. Did you see him? He was dressed up as a snowman. He infiltrated a show on the television, bless his heart. And, I've lost it. Where's it gone to? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. So the trouble with these phones, you know, you look at something and you go, oh, that's good, I've got it. And then all of a sudden the blooming thing disappears. and you start trying to work out where all the things are. But I've now lost Ala Jones's. Oh, goodness sake, honestly, what is going on? Telephones, I said it, bane of my life. I should really update. I'm not very updated at all with my telephone. But Ala Jones is saying, Merry Christmas and love to all. Toby Tarrant, he says, today is a special day because he's working just over the road at another one of our sister stations. He says, no matter what age you are, there's no denying it, it's a magical time. And then, because he loves cricket, his girlfriend Pippa is a cricket widow, and bless him, everybody's sending happy Christmas messages. Anila Dami, Merry Christmas to everybody, and Fern Britton, and Mr. Neil, who sent me a picture of his Tony, and Kevin Hughes as well. So it's lovely when people sort of wish each other, Merry Christmas. Please say Merry Christmas to my mum, Sylvia. She's going to be 93 tomorrow. Mum, I'll be over later with your Christmas dinner. Lots of love. And that's from Linda Watts and Michael from Staines. So happy Christmas to all of you as well, especially your mum at the age of 93. How lovely. Imagine having your food being delivered. Wait a minute, that's what I'm having. How nice. Ellen in Hawley says, I've bought one of my son's Creed aftershave for Christmas. I've heard it mentioned so many times. Hope he likes it. It's an expensive gift. It is an expensive gift. The small bottle is £160. The big bottle's about 280, I think. It's a little bit more than Eau Sauvage. I can't believe you're using Eau Sauvage, honestly. Such an old-fashioned boy. Such an old-fashioned boy. I wonder what your mum's got. Has your mum bought you a Christmas present? Does she still buy Christmas presents for you? Oh, you hope so? Oh, right. You better... Oh, you see them under the tree? Oh, right. Did you ask for things specifically? Did you sort of ask for, a few? Well, what was on your list then? Come on, you've got to play the game. Can't just sit there smiling. Some clothes and shirts. Lovely. You can't buy your own shirts. You're not very good at things like that. Not at overseas wages. No pleasing some people, is there really? So your mum buys your clothes. Does she buy your pants as well? What a family. But you're not going to tell me what you bought her for Christmas, just in case she's listening. No, she will be listening. My friend Dominic's gone back up to Yorkshire. Somebody's got to. And he said to me yesterday, he said, I'll be listening to the programme. So on Christmas morning. On Christmas morning. Dominic is one of our newsreaders, because there are people who work over the festive season. He's not one of them, which means he's going to be here for New Year. Because I think they operate the system that if you work one, you get the other one off. Although if you want to work both of them, you can. But it's sort of, so it makes it fair for everybody. Because some people enjoy working at Christmas, because of the atmosphere and everything else. I'm getting a little radio, says Christine, Frankie and rescue cat Stotty in Bladenburn. I'm getting a little radio with headsets as a prezi to listen to in bed without disturbing my husband. Sounds a good idea. I get loads of people there. You can buy little pillow speakers that you put under the pillow and you just sort of plug it into the side of the radio. I suppose headphones would be a little bit better, but I mean, if you sort of lie there, you're going to knock the things off, aren't you, really? Prepping the goose, say Lucy and David in Cuffley. The goose. See, the goose you've got to do on a rack because it's very fatty goose, isn't it? So you've got to sort of drain it up. I don't think I've ever had goose. I don't think I've ever had it. Somebody was having chicken the other day, which was a bit unusual. But, I mean, lots of people now are going vegetarian and vegan and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of things. Lovely surprise, Steve. A Christmas surprise here. You and Chris Lowry sounding great as per. That's from Matt, Holly and the kids. And great show. Thank you and a Merry Christmas from a very wet Costa del Sol, says Carol in Bella Medina. I'm glad I pronounced that correctly. I should have been quite embarrassed if I hadn't done it properly. Pam in, is it Abridge, says, happy to be spending Christmas morning with you. I'm putting on my Christmas elf costume to make my grandchildren laugh. You're giving a lot of pleasure to a lot of people. I do hope so. And here we go. Happy Christmas to you and your team. Your team. Are you with us tomorrow, Sam, or not? Oh, you're not. Oh. Who have we got tomorrow? Do we know who we've got tomorrow, Guy? Get your mum in. She could learn how to drive the desk in about 5 minutes, I should imagine. Sounds like a marvellous person. Still not... Yeah, just have a check and see if she's about... She'll probably do it for free, which would be very nice. Raymond in Bedfordshire says, I'm listening via the LBC app for a change. I've just seen your picture. You're much more handsome than I imagined from the sound of your voice. That's like a backhanded compliment, isn't it? A little bit backhanded compliment on that one. Somebody once, I remember meeting somebody once, we did an outside broadcast somewhere, I can't remember where it was, and somebody came up to me and went, "Oh." And I went, "What?" They said, "I thought you'd have black hair." Apparently, if you listen to people on the radio, you build up an image of what they look like. I mean, nowadays, because you've got the internet, you can see what people look like straight away. But if years and years ago, there was no internet. So consequently, nobody knew what you looked like. And they would come up and go, "Oh, you're thinner than I thought, or fatter than I thought, or, black." They all thought I had black hair, which is very odd. Joe says, "Wishing you and the team at LBC and Global a Merry Christmas from balmy Malta. Great to listen to you." Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, we've listened to you since day dot, says Sheila in Cockfosters. Have you ever? Good luck. We go back further than most people, don't we, Sheila? And daughters, Natasha and Michelle. And couldn't imagine life without you. I'm not planning on going anywhere. I don't know what you've heard, but I was planning on sticking around. We don't have Sam with us tomorrow. He's elsewhere. We don't know where he is. You're doing an 18-hour day? A 12-hour day tomorrow. Think of the money. By God, you'll be buying that 4-bedroom detached house that you've always wanted to live in. Creed aftershave. Have you ever smelt Creed aftershave? Oh, very nice. A little bit better. I mean, I used to use Eau Sauvage when I was 18. I can't believe they still make it. I thought you were going to say something like Brute or Old Spice, the mark of a man. Do you have an atomizer, or do you just sort of splash it all over? It's pump action. You don't... Yeah. What do you do? You just... It's called an atomizer. Am I facing the right way, actually? I don't know if I'm facing the right... You've never heard of an atomizer? God, your mum's going to have talks with you when you get home later on today, I'm telling you now. 9:15 is the time.
This is LBC.
Nice to have your company. My first ever Christmas alone as I've got COVID, says Nicola in Southwark. Glad of your company. Oh, dear. Well, don't listen. It's only 7 days, isn't it? Happy Christmas from Steve Gully, mental health nurse in Gloucester, on a day off. Luckily, children still asleep. The amount of children who are still asleep at 9:20 in the morning. But the wife hassling me to start cooking the turkey. Isn't it funny? I was talking to somebody about this the other day, and we were talking about the times that people have their Christmas lunch. And the trend seems to be now people having their Christmas lunch later, so like 6 o'clock in the evening. I'm not sure I could last till 6 o'clock in the evening, but that's what people say. They say 6 o'clock in the evening is a good time. But anyway, at least we've kept you going. Gordon says, James O'Brien, the LBC presenter who looks least like his voice. You look like your voice. Oh, that's good. As I say, I'm not sure whether it's a compliment or not. It makes no difference. As long as you feature in my audience figures, I'm more than happy. Happy Christmas to everybody at LBC, Steve. Listening to LBC non-stop. Help keeping us entertained. We're having Christmas in Abbotsbury and Dorset with family. Some of the family are doing a Christmas swim later. Oh, no, I've just looked at the people swimming in the Serpentine. I'm going to nominate Guy for it for next year. You can go down. Apparently, once you're in the cold water, your body adjusts. But I mean, I'd have a heart attack. I'd jump in, freeze, heart attack, dead. End of story. I don't know why they do it. What is the point of doing it? Is it... Excuse me, they're not doing it for charity, are they? I don't think it's a charitable thing. They just want to... And also, say something touches you. Say there's mud at the bottom of the... Oh, God, I can think of all these dreadful things, actually. Steve, Merry Christmas to all at LBC. Later on, I'm being the family card magic entertainment, whether they want it or not, says Peter. What a good idea. And Merry Christmas from Elgin in the north of Scotland, from Barbara and Ian Horn, missing our family in Cyprus due to blooming COVID. We are apart, but loving the programme. Thank you. And Graham in Croydon says, Merry Christmas. Got the sprouts on a couple of hours back. Turkey in the oven, waiting your approval to start the champagne and caviar. I think the sprouts have gone on a bit early. If you've only just put the turkey in the oven, sprouts cook. I mean, the little ones that I've got, which are about the size of marbles, they actually cook in about 5 minutes. So you do those last, because you're going to cook the turkey, then you're going to take it out and it's going to rest. I never understand why. Apparently it means that the meat relaxes or something. Apologies to vegetarians and vegans. And it's a case of, it's the roast potatoes you've got to get right. Got to get the roast potatoes right. And also, it's I'm looking forward to my lunch today. In fact, I'm looking forward to it more than ever. Rogan and Ebony in Broadstairs. A big thank you to Liz and Andrew, who've asked us for lunch today, as we would have been on our own. Well, there you go. That's what people do, isn't it? People are nice. I think. And Asher in Brentwood. Morning, Asher. Can you wish me, Lee, my sisters, Nita and Emma, Dad, a Merry Christmas? My mum's working all day at a care home and we'll be back at 10 p.m. Hope you and the team have a lovely... There you go. Somebody concerned about the team again, having a lovely day. Well, they will do. Guy can't wait to get home to open his present. And it's all very exciting. It could be anything from a pair of pants to a shirt. We have no idea. Whatever it is, no doubt he'll bore the pants off us tomorrow with telling us all about it and how exciting it was and how drunk he got and had liqueur chocolates and Christmas pudding. Which, incidentally, if Mummy Guy's listening, he's not wild about Christmas pudding. OK, could you maybe come up with something else? You could come... Fruit salad's quite nice. Fruit salad's nice. Or sherry trifle. I told you, we're having profiteroles, but they're posh profiteroles. What? Posh profiteroles? Profiteroles. Oh, you're big on the pronunciation, aren't you? What sort of school did you go to? I can't imagine what your English teacher was like. Here we go again. Profiteroles. What do you call them? Profiteroles. Yeah, that's why you don't eat out very often. And sorry, what am I just... Oh, I was looking at... oh, look at this. Chris, we talked to Chris Lowry a minute ago. Steve, his other half, he's just given him a bottle of Aqua de Parma. Bit beyond you, that one. I'd stick to the Eau Sauvage guy. You don't want to stretch it. Don't want to stretch it. And Merry Christmas from Mihal, Portrake and Mother Joan. Listen, because they've all gone to Cyprus. Because I've not seen Portrake for ages, but I've got a lovely picture of him underneath the Christmas tree. And you know Mihal, don't you? Well, he's got... They're all going over to Cyprus. They're there in Cyprus, which is fantastic. So I look forward to seeing you. Well, not necessarily your Mother Joan, but I look forward to seeing both the boys in the new year. So thank you very much indeed for that. And I hope you take when you go on holiday, do you take your Christmas presents with you? When we took my godchildren out to see Father Christmas in Lapland years and years ago, which I thought, I'll keep telling people it's the best thing they've ever done. You only ever do it once because it's so blooming expensive. But you take presents out and you give them to the hotel, and even though the hotels are nothing like you've seen, they're not like modern things over here. Ours was a big log cabin, huge, and people lived in the woods in log cabins. There were lots of them. They had a sauna in each one. You'd have liked that guy. Little sauna in each one, and then big, not beds. They were sort of built of wood into the wall, so they were sort of fixed permanently, and that was absolutely magical. The kids loved it because they get to see Father Christmas all times. You don't see anybody else. I mean, Lapland is like deserted, absolutely deserted, and they do it so that you go in on a sleigh, and there's a little cottage with smoke coming up and a big fire outside, and you go and see Father Christmas, and he's expecting you because he's got that list, and he gives you your present, which you've taken out for the hotel. It's very cleverly done, and it makes the children feel a bit more special, and then somebody films it. And it was great. It was really good. If ever you have children, you should take them out there. You have to save up. No, you're not too hot. No, we went. We thought it was magical because they were knee-deep in that white powdery stuff. But it was freezing. And you could do everything. You could do reindeer rides. You can do husky rides. You can go ice skating on frozen lakes. And what else? We did skidoos. We did everything. We did a midnight skidoo thing, which is the handlebars are heated, but it's so cold. It was like minus 30. I mean, it really is cold. It really is cold. But it was just beautiful. Beautiful. But we had 4 days out there. 4 days. And we did have reindeer to eat. I had to explain to the children it wasn't Rudolph, it was just a friend. And it was lovely. But it's dark all the time. Or sort of semi-dark. But it's just beautiful. It really was. I think the Father Christmas house was above an emerald mine or something. And when you looked out, because the whole place is covered in snow, it was like a giant forest of Christmas trees. It looked like something out of Jurassic Park. It was absolutely beautiful. I think we're going to go back next year. We're going to go and do the New Year's Eve one, which because the kids have all grown up now, they're all sort of in their 20s, except the youngest. Ed says that tonight, the Lost Morecambe and Wise show, never seen before. It was found in Eric Morecambe's loft. It's being shown at 7 o'clock. His son found it. And it, I think, dates from 1970 or something like that, because Morecambe and Wise literally captured the Christmas market. They were a tradition. What have we got here? Let's quickly find another one, actually. Oh, a lot of people telling me about being stuck with blooming COVID. Have you got the Waitrose profiteroles? to get it right, otherwise there'll be a memo, I can just imagine. I worked with this presenter, guy I've been writing to the boss, and he couldn't pronounce anything at all. He was hopeless, didn't know if it was Teignmouth, Tynemouth, and he couldn't even spell or write profiteroles. God, dear, honestly. Andrea in Denmark Hill. No, I've got the... wait a minute, have I got the Waitrose profiteroles? No, I think they're Marks and Spencer's. I think so. I can't remember, actually. I can't remember. Yes, I think they are. Whatever they are, they look delicious, and they'll be cold. But I don't know what you have them with. Do you have them with anything, or do you just eat them as they are? Yeah, what do you care? What do you care? You won't be cooking anything, Guy. Make any difference? I hope your mother's still listening. God, I'll tell you, if she realised, honestly, she'll be saying, why are you so horrible to him? That's what's going to happen. I can tell. She'll be cutting off his Eau Sauvage supply. That won't be arriving anymore. Although at least your girlfriend knows what to buy you every year, doesn't it? Fairly straightforward and simple. Just get him a bottle of Eau Sauvage. How much is that nowadays? Is that very expensive? £20? 15? 14? Oh, you don't know? Well, you never actually bought a bottle for yourself? God, how old are you? 27, and you've never bought your own aftershave? Wow. God, you don't use it very much. No, there's probably no need. No need, really, is there? That good old manly smell, of your sort of underarm deodorant probably sort of counts for everything, I should imagine. Whereas Sam was telling us he doesn't have an aftershave as such. He wears vanilla. I don't know whether or not there is actually a bottle of something called vanilla that you sort of spray yourself. It smells like vanilla. Is it actually an aftershave, or is it just... You haven't actually bought sort of, something that's like room spray or anything like that, have you? Worrying me slightly. Air freshener. You do have... I'm with you on vanilla. I think vanilla's great. I've got a little burner, and you put a candle underneath it. I buy the big candles from Waitrose, £4, the expensive ones, and they last twice as long. And then I put a wax melt in the top. I bought tons of them years ago, and they stay for ages. They're all sealed. And I love doing that. And I love Joe Malone candles, Joe Loves candle, anything nice. But vanilla's one of my favourite. But I like lime, basil and mandarin. And I just like candles. But I've got a friend of mine, she will only burn normal candles. She doesn't want anything with a scent to it. Whereas I absolutely love scented candles. I think there's nothing nicer when you dim the lights down. Well, you just turn the switch off. And then you light a candle. And that's magical, isn't it, for Christmas? Guy's not the least bit romantic, honestly. You could just imagine going, turn the lights off, or you're mad. How are we going to find the booze? Your mum's going to go back and go, have you worked with him before? I know what's going to happen, I could just tell. 9:30 is the time. Let's have the news, shall we, with Simon Conway.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
27 minutes to 10. Gosh, I'm looking forward to my lunch for today. I tell you, we lost... This year we lost John Challis, of course. He was 79. He died peacefully in his sleep. Best known, of course, for playing Boise in the classic sitcom. And he also used to do those little video messages, where you sort of phone up or you go onto a website and you can say to somebody like John or whoever it was, can you do a message? And for a fee, they will do it. It's turned out to be really big. Dick Van Dyke does them. He charges, I think it's just over £1,000. But it is Dick Van Dyke. And some of the other ones, he's what? 96. Yeah. Was that something the matter with being 96? Oh, right. It's very impressive. But he's one of these people, he's been in show business for ages. And I think people in show business, I know it sounds a bit daft, but they seem to go for longer because they thrive on the business. Because it's one of the only businesses that you can be in. You don't seem to get it anywhere else. Unless I'm trying to think what other business you would get it in, but, people like you, so people come to see you in a show, or people listen to your radio, or they watch your television programme. And I don't think people in the business should ever underestimate that. Never take it for granted. Especially in radio, it's very, very competitive, very competitive. I think LBC sorted that one out, though, so that's good. Remote LED candles, says Andrew in Chelmsford. Yes, they flicker like real candles. I've got one, and the the actual wick bit is a piece of metal on a magnet and it moves back. Have you seen those ones? They're very nice. Very nice. And they smell of certain things. I've got some that smell of vanilla. So whether it's impregnated into the plastic, I don't know. But I've also got another one which is in a lantern, but the lantern's got frosted glass on it, and it flickers. It flickers all up and down, so it's obviously a little bit of light in there. And that's really good. I have that on all the time. And I've got little water candles as well. Water candles are fab. And it's a candle, big, thick candle, probably about a foot tall, and it's got a light in it. And you fill it with water. You have to keep topping it up every day because you get through a load. And you push the button to turn it on. It's rechargeable. And water comes out the top. It's sort of bubbling water. It's really good. They're about 20 quid. Something like that. Water candles. I bought them on Amazon. And I've got 3 at the moment running. And one charging. So when one runs out, it'll just turn itself off. And then you just unplug the other one. Beginning to sound bad, isn't it, really? I'm beginning to sound like I'm in some sort of faraway, drug-induced grotto, which is not the right thing. We lost Jimmy Greaves as well. That was Tottenham's record goal scorer. He was 81. He was also a member of England's World Cup winning squad and later became a leading broadcaster. I used to love Jimmy Greaves. I thought he was great. And we lost Roger Hunt. Roger Hunt, England World Cup winning hero and Liverpool legend, 83. We also lost James Michael Tyler. Go on, and you'll be going, oh, James Michael Tyler, because I didn't know his name, actually. But he came up as a quiz question, and I remember going, oh, I wonder who he... And, of course, he was best known for playing Gunter in Friends. They built his part up over the years, so when he started off, he didn't have anything to do. Then he became an integral part. He was only 59. He fought a battle with prostate cancer. Lionel Blair, over there. We lost on November the 4th when he was 92. He'd been in show business for ages and ages, and he'd done lots of things, and he was a dancer and a bit of a wit, and I worked with him for a few months, actually. Dean Stockwell. I don't know anything about Dean Stockwell. He's a Hollywood actor, I know that. He was Al Calavici in Quantum Leap, but I never saw Quantum Leap, so it doesn't... Did you see Quantum Leap? No, you don't get out much. And, of course, it was called Au Sauvage. He'd have been there straight away. Au Sauvage, the musical. Also, the Broadway legend, Stephen Sondheim, 91. He was the man who wrote songs for West Side Story, Into the Woods, and Sweeney Todd. Just, fantastic person. You can't say any more than that. John Miles, we lost as well. Best known for the hit single Music. And he also wrote many things, including songs for Tina Turner. He was 72. And then the other one that I missed out, actually, because I'd forgotten about it, Mike Nesmith of the Monkees died. Here we come, walking down the street, you get the funniest looks from. And, of course, the one thing that was sent to me by a good friend of mine was the documentary on the Monkees. Because when they went, they were assembled. There was an advert in one of the Variety newspapers. I think it was either Variety or The Stage or the two. And they were looking for zany people, so they had all their auditions online, and Davy Jones was a little cute one. Oh, I could hide 'neath the wings. And everybody, cheer up, Sleepy Jean. But in fact, the Monkees thought that they were going to go in there and produce all this music, but of course they didn't. And this was the problem. They were signed up. They didn't get any royalties out of all the toys that were made out of the Monkees. I don't think they wrote any songs, or if they did, they kind of disappeared, because they'd already got the songs arranged. And there were all sorts of rows about, how they're going to survive and all the rest of it. And the one person I would love to see being interviewed is Mickey Dolenz, but I don't think he does any interviews. I remember trying to get him for years and years ago, because he was also in Metal Mickey, but he was also in Circus Boy. And he sang on a lot of the songs, and they all went out on tour, except Mike Nesmith, who I think... It was his aunt who invented something like Tipex or something like that. So he did end up recording a few albums by himself. I thought they were great. I thought it was a lovely programme, but of course you tend to forget all these things are contrived. And they're all put together, like One Direction. They were a group put together. Simon Cowell would take you from there, you from there, you from there, put you together, and they became phenomenally successful. Look at Harry Styles. He's got a gig coming up on New Year's Eve, private, in a house. They're paying him $1 million. $1 million. I wish somebody paid me $1 million to come and do a private gig. What it would be, I've got no idea. But he had a very successful solo career, did Mike Nesmith. And I remember seeing them on tour. I didn't go and see them. I had them on DVD, and they were brilliant. and a lot of it was Mickey Dolenz and Davy Jones and Peter Tork, who I interviewed as well. And then, of course, Davy Jones died, so I only left 2 of them. Seemed a bit pointless going out on tour with only 2 people. But I thought they were great. You know, every show featured them, you know, singing yet more songs, and they went out on tour. Whereas really they didn't have any experience of going out on tour. Due to you, says Sandra, promoting the blooming Creed aftershave, I've had to spend a fortune on it buying this year for hubby, who's wanted it for the past couple of years. It smells fab. I'm trying to persuade Guy, but he won't spend the money. So I don't want to make a big deal about it, because, you know. But he would like it, actually. I might let him... No, I was going to say I would let him have a little sniff before I go today. I might bring some in tomorrow for him, so you can have a little try. You'd love it. Seriously, it really is. It's one of those aftershaves that, you know... I mean, if you've been used to, you know, your little Eau Sauvage... I can't believe that Eau Sauvage is still being sold, but it is. But anyway, Sandra says, it smells fab, so thank you. We both love your programme, including my 74-year-old mother, Sheila. Love you loads. Thank you. Kevin's listening in Malawi. Christmas Day, listening to Steve Allen. Nick in Nottinghamshire says, first Christmas morning that I haven't listened to Christmas music because you're on. And you're much better to prepare vegetables too. Thanks. Makes me feel a whole lot better. Nick and from Roger, Michelle and Stellan from Switzerland for... Weihnachten, where they're spending the time with the family after 2 years. No lockdown here and no snow. We celebrate Christmas on Christmas Eve, and this morning we're all a bit sore. Don't worry. Oh, look, Gary from Verwood in Dorset. Wish my wife Vanessa a Merry Christmas. I listen in every day whilst delivering newspapers. This is the first time she's heard you. God bless you. What did they do? Was it Tiny Tim? God bless us, everyone. I used to like that. I shall go back and watch Christmas films this morning, and then at 3 o'clock I shall go upstairs to see Lynn. We shall have our Christmas lunch. Kerry and Robin, they're in Shetland. Love your show. We're having smoked salmon and champagne for breakfast. Do you know, it's the only time of year that you can literally indulge yourself and have something nice and have family around. Because I know it sounds awfully worrying thing to say, but, you know, just remember, people aren't going to be there all the time. You know, so make the most of every single person, please. Steve says, John Paul, this may be the last Christmas in the UK for me before relocating to Spain. And part of me is happy to know I can still start the day listening to you from 5 a.m. as opposed to 4. I've been a spiker for a long time and I'll continue to do so from abroad. Currently sitting in bed at home with 5 tiny miniature Dachshund puppies. Oh, cute. 5. Wow. That's cute. Do you have any pets, Sky, or anything like that? No. Sam, you got any pets? No? I don't think you can have pets if you're in this business, can you, really? Because you're not home a lot of the time. I mean, I quite fancy occasionally having sort of a pet or a budgerigar or something. And then somebody said you've got to have 2 budgies, so that was out straight away. But a little puppy would be quite nice to have. One that you could sort of bring into work and it would just sit there quietly on the floor. I don't mind something like that. Stu in Wellington says, personally, Steve, Merry Christmas. I think anybody who enjoys eating Brussels sprouts needs locking up. Oh, I agree. More for me. More for me. I mean, I can eat platefuls of Brussels sprouts, the little tiny ones, a little bit of butter. You know, just do them in water and a little bit of butter on top. I mean, sometimes you want to put some lardons on or something like that. But if you don't want to do that, oh, they're delicious. I can eat a whole packet by myself. Personally, you know, I worry about people who don't like Brussels sprouts. Graham and Corinne, listening in Benidorm, Hispania, loving the show, love to all the family at home. And a shout out to my brand new niece, Zoe, says Joe, who was born 3 months early and made it home in time for Christmas yesterday. She's stolen everybody's hearts and has made my parents grandparents for the first time. It's a fairy tale ending to a very hard year. Yet to all those people bringing life into the world, fantastic. Fantastic. I know that earlier on, Ian was talking about the 20 best films. I didn't know that The Apartment was a Christmas film. I had no idea. This is Jack Lemmon and Shirley MacLaine. And it's just 2 people who find love in an elevator. Well, I've been in loads of elevators. I've never found any love. Have you found any love in an elevator, boys? Nothing? Yeah, we all wish. We all wish. Oh, terrible, isn't it, really? Will you be getting the big bottle of Eau Sauvage or the small bottle? Which one will it be? Listen, I'm like crabs. Once I grip onto something, I don't let it go. I can't. You've Got some left from last year. You really don't use it. You don't, do you? God, I get through a bottle every so often. About every 3 months. I get through it. But you don't go out, do you, really? You don't really have a social life or anything. A bit of a shame. But, you know, perhaps next year will be your year for sort of going out. I mean, you know, you could wear it going... I mean, it doesn't have to be an occasion to wear it. You just put it on, you know, if you're going to the cinema or something like that. That's nice. That'd be going... Oh, right, do you not go out at all? No. Oh, it's a shame, really, actually. I don't know what I can suggest. I mean, perhaps my listeners can suggest somewhere for you to go, which sort of features a lot of other people wearing Eau Sauvage. Do you think there's a club? People who wear corduroy... Do you have a special going-out outfit? You know, because in here, if Nick has a guest on who's a high-powered guest, they all have to wear suits. That's why I don't have high-powered guests. Do you wear Eau Sauvage on those days? Do you really? That's amazing. Because most of the time the guests don't want to meet you, do they? Do you think it's the Eau Sauvage? But the word has filtered through the industry. Don't bother going. That guy will be wearing Eau Sauvage again. It's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. It's 9:45 now, I can tell you. We'll take a short break. Back with some more of those Christmassy films, because that's what I'm going to be doing today. And it makes me feel even more festive than I do normally.
This is LBC.
OK then, class.
Class pass, James. See you all tomorrow.
All right.
Look, I got 12
messages. Look what's trending.
Go on, send it.
Post it.
What? Why, bro?
Why are they writing that? What are they saying?
Growing up with phones isn't easy. EE Learn has the tools to help kids' well-being, studies, and every kind of lesson. For every kid on any network. Search EE Learn.
Morning, Steve and your studio elves. I wish. You can't get them to dress up at all. You really can't. Thank you for working this morning to brighten our day. My annual pants and socks delivery from Santa was as disappointing as usual, says Mark. Pants and socks. Imagine, I can't believe anybody actually gives somebody pants for Christmas. I mean, that's such an odd thing, isn't it? Well, perhaps not, actually. Paul in Bexhill says, I've been listening to LBC since the 70s. For the second year running, COVID has stopped us meeting up with our daughter and family, but always have LBC available to keep us company, which is good. And another one here. And this is from, wait a minute. Oh, this is Merry Christmas to you and your team. Currently listening to you with the family. Our new Christmas Day tradition. I must tell you, the most exciting gift, I'm coming to see your show in February. It's very exciting, says Jake. You'll like it. It's the same as the programme. I know it sounds a little bit bizarre. There are lots of people, lots of my my regular listeners, take care, Sam, who come to the shows. They come to all the shows and they can tell you chapter and verse what I'm going to be talking about. And at some point, I will probably have a little bit of a cry. Not a proper cry, but I do get a bit teary. I don't know why. I just did it. We did it when we did a show at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon and at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch and at the Beck Theatre in Hayes. Every time you go somewhere, there's such an overwhelming sense of the occasion, and I'm always thrilled that people want to come out and see us. And sometimes I get members of the team who want to come along and see the show as well. And it's always a joy. It's an absolute joy, and then we sign things afterwards for people, and all the money goes to charity. And as you know, it's a big deal as far as I'm concerned. And we've been doing it for enough years now to finally got it right. I think so. But no, it's always lovely. Debbie says, lovely to hear you this morning. Frank Skinner calls that aftershave sausage. Yeah, sausage. Yeah. He's taken a bit of umbrage, you know, mainly because it's sort of, why do you keep going on about Eau Sauvage? He talks like that. Why do you keep going on about Eau Sauvage? And I said it's only because I used to wear it when I was little. Steve, a lot of people don't know, but Yul Brynner was a big was a big Liverpool FC fan. Also, he never used aftershave. Wait for it. Yul never wore cologne. You'll never walk... Right, you're barred. You'll never work again. Steve, it's a luxury, says Andrew in Wimbledon, not to have to get up at 4 to hear Steve Allen live. May 2022 be happy and healthy. I wish that for everybody. To my boss and his family, they'll have opened most of their presents by now. All my bosses, who are absolutely wonderful. I know people say that about people, but my bosses really are wonderful. All the people I work with, I think, are fantastic. Seriously. Well, there's one or two I don't like, but I mean, you can't help that, can you? That's Au Sauvage for you. And I like that line, actually. I quite like that. I like the Yul Brynner thing. I think that's very clever, actually, very clever. Emily in Hampton says, so lovely to listen to you when getting the lunch ready for the family. Been a lifelong listener. I even remember Gough Square days when you were on during the daytime. Listened to you from my 20s and now in my early 70s. Oh, thanks. And you still make me smile. Emily's in Hampton. Apparently, Jackie says... or a ruler, The Apartment is definitely a Christmas film. John says, wishing you and all at LBC from sunny and warm Sydney, Australia, the very best wishes. Yeah, the Santa Claus I like. That was Tim Allen. The character was Scott Calvin. Did you see that? That was, that's a good... Do you watch Christmas films? Probably not. No. I mean, do you have a favourite film from the fest? Oh, God, it's like pulling teeth. Sorry, it's... Love Actually, Home Alone. Oh, right. Is that the only two you know? Do you not know any else? You've never seen The Santa Claus? Okay, you've ever seen Miracle on 34th Street? Okay, which one? The original? You think you have seen the original? With Natalie Wood, yeah? Very good. Yeah, all right, and push it. And push your luck, pal. Have you ever seen White Christmas? Oh, you have seen White Christmas. Do you know what year that was? 1954. Yeah, I mean, you were close with 46. Have you ever seen The Bishop's Wife? No, he must get out. And that's very good. That's Cary Grant playing an angel who comes down to help a struggling bishop, played by David Niven. But the angel, Cary Grant, falls in love with the bishop's wife. And they suddenly realise that she gets very close to him. And it's a really good, it's a feel-good movie. Have you ever seen Christmas Carol? You have seen it, yeah. There's so many different versions. In fact, I've got all of them. I've got all the versions of Christmas Carol. It is in my favourite list. I also like Home Alone, Lost in New York. I mean, that family. Why didn't he realise they didn't like him? They hated him, so they went away on holidays. The Muppet Christmas Carol, very popular. You seen that one? Oh, you must watch that. That's very good. God, honestly, I'll tell you, if his mum's listening, there's loads of presents you could buy him. Loads of presents. Elf, you've seen? You like that? I knew you'd like that one. The Snowman. We're walking in the air. That's a classic. Love Actually, you've already said that you love. Home Alone, the first one. Did you like that? That was good. We're getting you sorted out now. And It's a Wonderful Life? You think you have, yeah. Well, you need to get it, because it's from 1946. That's why you got a bit confused with the other one, you see. But no, you should go and because that is a film of hope and it always never fails to make me cry at the end. The ending of It's a Wonderful Life, which was James Stewart. It's warm, it's funny, it's timeless, it's life-affirming, and it is the #1 film. And I only saw it a few years back, but since then I've just got so into it. I watch it time and time again because it's just wonderful. I think, actually, in fact, it's not really a wonderful life at all, because James Stewart, driven to the brink of suicide before a trainee angel shows him what the world would have been like, and he wants to commit suicide, and the angel saves him. And the angel's called Clarence. I can't imagine any angels ever being called Clarence. You know, Gabriel and things like that, but never Clarence. But it is a film of hope and of people coming together, and it makes you feel so much more into life, because life is very short, very, very short, and what you've got to do is make the most of it. And when you watch this film, and when it came out, I said before, it bombed. Nobody liked it. I don't know whether they thought it was too mawkish or something else. It was a town in America, and the bank clerk, James Stewart, is shown what the world would have been like without him. And the angel comes down to sort of guide him, hopefully, to the right place. And it's so beautifully done. And at the end of it, you know, if you get... It came out in 1946. How can I spoil it? But it is just amazing. You could watch it time and time again. And if people have never seen it, I urge you to order a copy. Go to Amazon and order a copy of It's a Wonderful Life. Or sort of ask somebody to buy it for you for Christmas for next year or something like that. Because you will be smiling to yourself. You really will be. It's just, it brings every emotion out in you. It's a family movie. It's a town that everybody knows who he is. and they love him and they want to help him out, and they all come back, and it's just uplifting, and it's great, and it brings back all sorts of memories for those of you who've maybe lost family members this year, and or COVID has made life very difficult for you. I hope that we've sort of done our little bit this morning to make you feel a little bit better. It doesn't matter if you're by yourself or if you're with family members, or you're not with family members but you're in contact with them, then I hope that you have a fantastic day. John and Jean say, on your prompting, we've opened the Tattinger to celebrate in wet and windy Quinto de Logo in Portugal. Well, there's nothing else to do. Listen, why not? Fried breakfast, says Carolyn Cockfosters. Just woken up. Merry Christmas. My niece, Hayley, is cooking beef and chicken. She doesn't like turkey. Beef and chicken, equally good. Equally good. So, absolutely fantastic. But thank you for your company this morning. I wasn't sure, actually, if you'd all be there. But I should have realised, actually, that, of course, you're always there for us. And that's why LBC is just going great guns at the moment. I have to thank all the people who work here, because they're all working over Christmas. Their Christmas Day, they're giving up for you, and you're all very, very welcome to it. Even my producer. I knew we'd get him to smile. He doesn't smile very often. We have to make him smile. But you wait till he sees what his mum's bought him for Christmas. Mr. Neil says, good man, Steve. Enjoy. I hope so. I shall be getting my Christmas lunch, and that'll be very nice indeed. But then we do it again tomorrow morning. But tomorrow will be slightly different, actually, because we get the newspapers. Because it's funny, when you don't have the newspapers, and people have sort of said before, you can always manage to fill, Steve. I go, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Lewis, first-time texter, love the show. Currently self-isolating after catching COVID. Second time. First time ever I've not been around family for Christmas, but I'm all good, relaxing, reading books and drinking champagne. Well, that's as good as it gets. John says, I'm old enough to have watched the Dick Van Dyke Show in the 60s and always remember an episode where his son found out his middle name was Rosebud. They used all the names the family members suggested when he was born and just took the first letter of each. There was actually a dog, there was a secret word in Columbo, Rosebud, and it was dogs that were trained to attack to a word. That's why I remember Rosebud. It's funny, out of all those different things that you remember. Anyway, thank you. Anyway, perhaps he'll be a bit more festive tomorrow. I don't know, a bit difficult to tell. I'm hoping he'll be wearing his aftershave tomorrow. Not there's any problem. I just sort of think, it'd be nice to wear that Eau Sauvage. That bottle must have gone off by now, surely. Can't still be keeping it for another year. Anyway, I wish you all a very, very happy Christmas Day, no matter where you are, if you're with family and friends, or you're going to be using up all your time on your telephone, phoning people and wishing them a very, very happy Christmas, because it's a time of joy and happiness. Morning, nice to have your company. I can barely move. Seriously, I ate so much food yesterday, as indeed did loads of people. We had the turkey. We had, do you know what I ate for the first time? Red cabbage. I've never eaten red cabbage before. And bread sauce, which never actually appealed to me, but I had a little bit yesterday. We had smoked salmon to start with, and we had little blinis, and it was absolutely wonderful. But I tell you, I feel so stuffed at the end of it. When you leave somebody's place and you go, I don't think I could eat anything else in my entire life, so I didn't. I went home at about 6:30, 7:15, climbed into bed and was out for the count, which was quite nice. So I hope you had a good day yesterday. Do you can't believe, can you? Some of the sales are actually open today. People will be coming into town to look at the lights. Actually, I was talking to one of our newsreaders, young David, and he said it took him ages to get home. A 20-minute journey yesterday took him an hour, he said, because of all the people coming up to look at the lights from out of town. Go away! We don't want you. Bad enough, is it? You wait till we get to New Year's Eve. You can't visualise what people are going to do in town on New Year's Eve, because there is nothing to do. Absolutely nothing. Charlie Girling's up. She says, I woke up to you talking about kebabs, foxes and Desmond Tutu in the same sentence. I thought I was dreaming. I know, only Steve Allen could weave in Desmond Tutu. It's only because it just came through on Desmond Tutu. I think he was 90. I liked Desmond Tutu. I liked him a lot. But the kebab thing as well, and foxes. And then just as well, actually, because Clive Bull earlier was talking about, and it almost brings them out of the woodwork, doesn't it? The people who want to believe that somewhere in a galaxy far, far away, there are little green men sitting in flying saucers, and they're flying down here and they're having a look. They're making a crop circle, and then they fly back home again. You'd think they'd want to pop into a radio station or a television station, but no, they just want to make a funny-shaped crop circle in the middle of the countryside, we all know it's students, but you have to pacify people who want to believe in the fact that there is something. And then one bloke came on. I thought he was the most crackers bloke I'd ever heard. He said Area 51, apparently they've got spacecraft, flying saucers, and I thought, you're as mad as a fruitcake. Of course they haven't got any flying saucers. What would be the purpose? It's like COVID, isn't it? You know, it's a government conspiracy, some people say, because they've read the internet and Barry from Swansea or something has come up with this crackpot idea. And you think, but why would the government want to make up anything? You know, they've just made it all up. There's no such thing as COVID. Yeah, well, tell the people who've died. Tell their families. That'll be a good idea, won't it? And so all the people who want to believe in the flying saucers, what would be the point of keeping it secret? What do you think? I mean, surely if they said, here it is, Area 51, and there's flying saucers, and they've got bits of them, and they've worked out how they're powered. I mean, you've got to be cracked, haven't you, to believe stuff like that? That would get the biggest audience on television, next to public executions. Public executions would get a huge audience on television. So it's roughly the same as we used to have them, except they'd be televised. But why people want to believe in little green men or people who are so super advanced that they make a crop circle, I've got no idea. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We got record numbers of texts yesterday. We had a very good day for texts. And I'm back with my live analytic. I've never seen it before. Yesterday was the first day. It's obviously a bit of a treat for me. After all these years, they go, let's show him live analytic. And it shows you how many text messages you get in. And we got a spike yesterday. We got a really good spike. So I'm looking for a similar spike for today. But as I say, I hope you had a good time. Hope Father Christmas visited. And you got all the... We forgot to ask Guy, actually, what he got for Christmas. Because he was a bit excited yesterday. He was going home. And he'd bought a present for his mother. And he wouldn't tell us yesterday. And was she listening to the programme? Was she sort of... She heard some of it. That's okay. So what did you buy for Christmas? What was the present? So exciting, this. I tell you, I'm waiting in eager anticipation. It's got to be something really expensive. A calendar. Oh, that's nice. Oh, calendar of what? Pair of gloves, cashmere. Lovely. Did your mother not have any gloves? She just has frozen fingers all the time. She lost them. Oh dear. So she's very forgetful. And what did she buy you? Oh, she lost a hat. God. What a family. What a family. What did she buy you for Christmas? Oh, yeah, you were hoping for shirts, weren't you? Yeah, you got the shirts. Are they just plain shirts with collars where you've got to put cufflinks in and stuff like that? Not cufflink ones, which is probably just as well. Smart cash. Oh, how lovely. That's that. Anything else? What else? What did your girlfriend get you? Was that... She got you... Oh, here we go. She got... Nice shirt as well. Oh, goodness me. 3 shirts and 1 Christmas. I mean, really, that is... You're so lucky. I didn't get anything at all. I got nothing like that at all. I didn't get anything. Well, because I didn't go and see the family or the godchildren, so consequently, you know, there's a tree sitting somewhere down in darkest Essex with a load of presents with the name Steve on it. I keep saying to them every year, don't buy me anything because I don't really need anything. You know, and somebody would say, you know, I'll get you some Prosecco. I go, yeah, well, Prosecco's always acceptable. Or a scarf, or probably a pair of gloves. I do have gloves, but, you know, you can always do with an extra pair of gloves. Well, thank God you didn't get... I mean, at least you got the shirts, which is what you were hoping for. So that's very nice, isn't it? And you got a nice bag. Oh, God, honestly, you're so lucky, really. Marvellous, isn't it? We were so worried yesterday. We were sort of thinking of you. Well, we weren't thinking of you that often. We sort of thought about the fact that, you know, I didn't want you to get anything for Christmas that you might look at it and appear disappointed. Because then because people misinterpret and they think that mainly comes down to sort of just being basically fed up with the whole of Christmas. And, you know, I didn't get the present I wanted. I'm going to have a tantrum. You know, and I don't think you're that sort of person. Guy is the sort of person, ladies and gentlemen, who can make a bottle of Eau Sauvage, not the biggest bottle, last years. It's quite remarkable, isn't it, really? Because he doesn't wear aftershave very often. Whereas me, I wear it every day. I don't know why. It's a little atomizer. A little spray bottle, as he calls it. He didn't know what atomizer was yesterday, but I thought it was really good, though, because loads of people must have got really super-duper presents. So you can let me know what your presents were. We don't open the phone lines on Boxing Day. It's a tradition on this programme. We're one of those rare programmes that, and we don't play music, so you're not going to hear Lad Baby with Elton John and Ed Sheeran. I did watch the Royal Variety performance, though, little bit of it, little bit. It was a bit better than I thought, little bit better. But I wanted to see Lad Baby on it. I don't know why they didn't think about it. But it was good, and William and Kate seemed to like it. They're very busy at the moment. Have you noticed? She was playing the piano the other day, which is, I don't know what she was playing, I can't remember, but I thought that's good. She's got a skill. They seem to be loved by everybody. Nobody talks about Harry anymore. We've kind of forgotten about him. He's shoved away over in America, and as far as everybody's concerned, he can blooming well stay there. But a load of them down at Windsor Castle, and then Queen's having breakfast the other day. She likes a piece of toast and a bit of muesli. And so she was having the breakfast, and then the police swooped on this 19-year-old who had a rope ladder to climb over. He was on the Long Walk. I don't know if you know Windsor. I know Windsor very well indeed. And the Long Walk is the bit where they used it for Harry's wedding. That was a waste of money. And we'll never get that 32 million back again, will we? Why did we bother paying for it? Perhaps he had in his mind, I'll take the money and then disappear to America and take the wife with me. Because they've issued a Christmas card, but it doesn't say Merry Christmas. It's the American version of it, where it sort of does like, happy holidays and things like that. But who they're sending it to, God alone knows. Don't think they had any friends in America, apart from Oprah Winfrey, let's face it. Richard Osman apparently has had a food problem since the age of 9, a food addiction since the age of 9. And I remember thinking, I don't know, Nina Mishkov years ago got tested to find out if she was allergic to food and drinks, and it discovered she was allergic to all sorts of different bits and pieces. It's lamb. I can't eat lamb. I used to eat lamb. I used to love lamb. And then for some reason, my body, changed. And I could always tell, because I would eat lamb, go to bed, wake up in the middle of the night, feel violently ill. And I hate being ill. I'm not very good at all. I'm afraid I'm the biggest baby in the world. I can remember years ago when I lived at home and I was about 14, and you wake up in the middle of the night and you think, I'm going to be sick. And so you go and wake your parents up. I don't know why. You just automatically go, Mum, what is it? I'm going to be sick. Well, go in the bathroom. Go in the bathroom. See, you stand in the bathroom and you think, oh, I don't like this feeling. And then all of a sudden it's like there's some little inferno in your tummy. And all of a sudden you think, oh, I don't like this at all. I really used to hate it. I'd do anything. I'd open the front door stark naked and stand outside if I thought it was going to stop me being sick. Anything. And I used to be funny about other people being sick. I've seen people being sick on buses before now. There was one bloke, I was sitting on the upstairs of a bus about 2 years ago, coming back from Kingston, having done some shopping, few essential items, and this bloke stood up and he went, I'm going to be sick. And everyone went, no! And there was this sort of outpouring of people trying to get off the bus as quick as possible. Because, as a few friends of mine will tell you, if somebody's sick on the bus, they have to take the bus out of commission. Quite rightly so. So, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And you know what it is today? I know it's I don't know why it's called Boxing Day. Perhaps we'll find out the origins of Boxing Day. Perhaps it's the day when they give you all your stuff. I thought Boxing Day was something where they gave you, something in a box. I'm sure there must be something a little bit more to it than that. But we take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I mean, traditionally, for a lot of you, Bubble and Squeak Day. Just cut up what's left over from Christmas lunch and fry in a pan, says Rob in Tottenham. Yeah, I love Bubble and Squeak. Really is. And I think a lot of the shops are going to be open today. I think we're almost getting back to normality. I say normality. And people ask me, why do you celebrate Christmas so early, Steve? And the answer is because it's over so fast. And I want to enjoy the season. I really want to, sort of try and drag it out as long as possible. But you can't. Zara says, hope you enjoyed your pigs in blankets and sprouts. Certainly did. Following your advice the other day, got myself a halogen oven from Robert Dias after my oven died 2 days before Christmas, and it worked a treat for the roasties. Oh, it does. It crisps up potatoes like there's no tomorrow. And sausages you can do really quick as well. And it's so cheap. As you know, I can't have halogen ovens anymore, ever since I fell on the blooming thing a few years ago and couldn't get off it because the glass top of the halogen ovens is red hot. It's absolutely red hot, and I fell on it, and that was this. And funny thing is, I remember it vividly because I was making so much noise falling on it. My next door neighbour, she thought I was having sex. She thought I was just having a particularly noisy day, whereas nothing could be further from the truth. And I remember coming in here. I did this on the Saturday, so I slipped in the kitchen and don't ask me why, but I slipped and fell on the halogen oven, and I then couldn't get myself off it. So I burnt my stomach, I burnt my arms, and I burnt my legs as well at the same time. So I came in here, and my producer at the time was what they call them, a Red Cross, not a Red Cross person. He was like the first aid person on our floor. And of course, it didn't hurt me. I don't know why it didn't hurt me. And he said, "You're right." I went, "Yeah." And he said, "Show me." And I showed him my stomach, which I very rarely do that to anybody. And he said, "You need to go to hospital." So I go to the hospital. I go to Kingston Hospital. And in A&E on a Sunday morning, it was chock-a-block. And so I went up to the desk and I said, "Oh, I need to see somebody." And I lifted up my top. She went, "I'll get you a doctor." I got a doctor. The doctor then said, "I'm sending you to the burns unit." So I went down to St Stephen's in Chelsea. I was booked into the hospital immediately. And I've got, I had, what did I have? 2 skin grafts. I don't know if you've ever had a skin graft. That's where I've got it on my arm. You can't. It's sort of blended in quite nicely now. But they take the skin off your leg with what can only be described as a kebab cutter. They literally scrape it along your leg because they're looking for a little thin bit of skin, and then they take it and place it over your arm. Then they have to stitch up. So I mean, seriously, if you saw me naked, send a fiver. And and all of a sudden you start thinking, my God, I had stitches on my stomach. I had the skin graft. But I tell you, at the burns unit, they were fantastic. I mean, absolutely 100% fantastic. I'm a big fan of them, big fan. And I went down there for the best part of about 5 months, I think. What do we got? We got 17 minutes past 7 already.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Steve at lbc.co.uk and the other one as well. So Bubble and Squeak Day, Bubble and Squeak, which is very nice. Viv in Walpole says, went to Southwold Beach yesterday. Picnic was in the back of the car as it was blowing a hoolie. Had mulled wine and sausage rolls at our friend's beach hut, whilst a few people on medication had a swim. We were looking at the pictures yesterday. Well, Guy was. And it was the people swimming in the Serpentine. And somebody said to me, because they do it, I've seen them cracking the ice on the Serpentine on Christmas Day. And there's obviously a little group of mad people who want to go and douse themselves. And they swim in the Serpentine. And this year there was about 20, 25 of them, something like that. Once you're in the water, because it's freezing, once you've immersed yourself, then you're fine, because your body then adjusts. But there is nothing on God's earth that would get me swimming. They do it on, I think, New Year's Day as well. They used to make the Blue Peter presenters do it. Every time they had a new Blue Peter presenter, they would take them down to the Serpentine and film them going for a swim on Christmas Day. I thought, how ghastly. Steve, thank you for being the second highlight of my year. Oh, it is your daughter. He said, and you make the world smile with your international listeners too. It's people like you make the world go round. Well, it certainly goes round, Ashley. That is true. Boxing Day is traditionally associated with the day the poor and tradespeople exchange gifts, says John. Oh, right. Oh, well, you live and learn. I didn't know that, actually. I had no idea. I often wondered what it was there for. We just look at it as a day. We have extra presents on Boxing Day. We call them the tree presents. The tree gives you a present. I mean, it doesn't really. You have to wrap it up, but that's good. And Neil in Cambridge says, he says, I'm now driving from Cambridge to Bolton to fetch my little girls, 16 now. Looking forward to premium broadcasting all the way. Why, what are you listening to? Do let me know. Do let me know. And Phil says, you on at 7 or am I dreaming? It's a dream. It's a dream. You don't need to worry about it, actually. Just put it this way, if you think your time clock's all over the place, imagine what mine is. Spencer says, I'm listening to you whilst taking down the Christmas tree. Oh, right. Well, you don't like it, or it just was a feeble tree, or you just can't be bothered, or something. You got till 12th night to take your tree down. So, I leave them up as long as possible. As long as possible. Paul in Shipley. Now, I've heard of Shipley because it's in Yorkshire, and says, would you say hello and happy Christmas to my soulmate and partner, Steve Cole? This is our 16th Christmas together, and I love him more than ever. It depends how big your present was, doesn't it? I mean, put it this way, you could go off him by next year, unless you get a decent present. I mean, to be honest with you, 2 shirts, I ask you, 2 shirts. And this apparently is considered a lovely present in their household. I just remember thinking, a shirt... where were they? Were they from a shop? I mean, I was always told if ever you give a shirt to somebody for Christmas, enclose the receipt, and they can take it back. Sometimes people don't know, but obviously your mother knows you quite well and knows what sort of plain shirts you like. You asked for them on your Christmas list. What did you just have on it? Shirts, 2. Yeah. Did you not ask for? You never mentioned the jumper. Now you've got a jumper. Now you've got a jumper as well. Wow, your mum has spent all her money in those. Are they from a particular shop? Do you have a favourite shop? Would it be Marks and Spencer's or something like that? Or oh, it's not Marks. Oh, right. Oh, it's Posh. Is it Posh shop? The shirts from Uniqlo. Oh, right. I've heard of them. Are they Japanese or something? Oh, right. Yes, I've heard of them. I wouldn't know what their range of clothes were. There we go. I'm outnumbered now. I'm just a Marks and Spencer's boy. There's about the only shop that does my size. Although I did have a Christmas jumper I was going to put on today, and I bought it. I think it was quite a few years ago, because it's XXL. Well, it hangs on me like a sack. And I looked at it, and I looked at myself in the mirror, and I thought, I don't really look very good in this. So that's why yesterday we had the sparkly shirt, and then I thought I was going to put another one on today, but I suddenly realised, going back to the car later, you had to pass all these people, and I've got this. They must have thought I was some reject from an old pantomime or something, which I thought was quite sweet. But anyway, Neil in Cambridge, you have a nice time. We'll take more of your texts. What else have we got today? Do you know it's 15 Christmases since Madeleine McCann vanished? And I always think whenever they start mentioning anything like that, it would have to be the miracle of all miracles if Madeleine McCann turned up. 15 years it's been now. It doesn't really seem possible. And I think that Nick Ferrari's talked about it, because I'm not sure. I'm in two camps on this one. I don't know whether or not we should keep pumping money into something that I don't think there's any hope in. They have no leads at all. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing, and they freely admitted this. But the police group who are looking after them are always going, oh, we've got another lead here. And you think, well, after 15 years, we don't believe you. We really don't. But it would have to be, as I say, the best miracle. If ever there was going to be a Christmas miracle, that would be it. Derek Draper went out with Kate Garraway the other day. She took him out in his wheelchair. They went to a pantomime. Now, I don't know which pantomime they went to, because I can't remember where they're living. I wonder if they went to the Palladium, which is doing big business. Emma Raducanu signs yet another deal. She doesn't play tennis anymore. She just signs deals with companies and sort of rakes the money in. I'm bored, I'm afraid. It's very sweet. She's very pretty. She plays tennis, and she had a bit of a sort of a hiatus. And then all of a sudden, it's signs a deal. She's just done a huge one for £3 million a year. Small wonder these media and sporting stars don't actually want to sort of do what they were trained to do. They'd rather just rake the money in. It's a bit sad, isn't it? Billy Connolly wants to come back to life as a horse after he dies. I'm not sure if I believe in... What would you come back as? Can't imagine. Here we go. I want to come back as a jumper. I want to come back as a Uniqlo shop or something like that. Do you believe in sort of the afterlife? Do you believe... You don't believe in anything like that. Tom, do you believe in anything like that? No. No, you want to, yeah. The trouble is, I think we all want to, but I don't think it's possible. I saw my double once on Hammersmith Station. I was standing on one platform years and years ago, and I looked over and I thought it was a mirror. I was looking in, and it was me. There was me. They always say that everybody's got a double out there, and I saw my double, and I remember standing there looking, and he must have thought I was mad. And I'm sort of looking at him thinking, it's me. And he got on the train, and as the train pulls out, he turns around and he looks at me again, and I thought, this is really spooky. Really odd when you see somebody who looks like you. Because we don't know what we look like. I know you think that's quite odd, but when you look in a mirror, you're seeing a reverse image of yourself. And so the Japanese brought out a mirror that showed you your true image. And it's amazing how many people then changed the way that they looked. Because when you look in a mirror, you're seeing the reverse. And so a lot of people, so I mean, you'd be the first one up for that Turkish cosmetic surgery guy, wouldn't you? You imagine? That's where people are going now. Turkey, it's cheap, and they do cheap cosmetic surgery, but then you could end up looking like Katie Price. She goes to Turkey to get all sorts of. I mean, she's obviously got some addiction to cosmetic surgery. It's very dangerous because she's not looking great, put it that way. You know, she needs to sort of perhaps up the ante a little bit and perhaps find a job. That'd be quite a nice idea, wouldn't it? Regarding your kitchen incident, Steve, I had a friend that worked in a curry sauce factory and he ended up in a coma for a year. Right, you're barred. We never bar people this early, but for you, I'm going to make an exception. Steve, Janet, Alan, Misha and Noodles in tin. Hope you had a great day yesterday. Turkey stuffing, chips and chips. You never had chips for Christmas Day lunch. Please tell me you didn't have chips. It's got to be roasties. It's got to be. We had roasties. We had everything, actually. It was really lovely. Lynn and and my other neighbours, Marta and Marcin, they had a turkey, and they very kindly gave us some of their turkey. So I've left a big bottle of Prosecco outside their front door, because I think it's like fair exchange. They went to all the time and trouble of cooking the turkey, and Marta said, could we get a mention on the programme? So I said, absolutely, I'll do it on the programme. So I hope they're up. Steve, I took the family for a drive into central London at 8 o'clock last night. Traffic jams all over. Couldn't wait to come home. Surprised to see cafes open around Knightsbridge. Yeah, they were all open. Everything was open. I suppose because there's people who live around Knightsbridge who wouldn't be celebrating Christmas, and, you know, they just want to go out and have a cup of coffee or something like that. But very difficult if you've worked all day and you're trying to get home. John in Colchester says, Steve, reincarnation's making a comeback. I would quite like the idea. I quite like the idea of sort of making a comeback or something. But I one half of me sort of goes, that'd be quite nice. The other half of me is going, don't be so silly. Right? Because it's strange, when my mother died, I came back she died in Windsor, actually, in a hospice. And as I came back down the motorway, it was raining. And I swear to God, there was a cloud. And in that cloud, as I'm driving down the M4, the most boring motorway in the entire universe, I had an image of my dad sitting on a bench, and then my mother came and joined him, and they sat down and they waved at me. Now, I think it's mad as well. And I wasn't sure, and I remember telling people at the time, they said, that's before they then go on to wherever they go on to. I said, oh, right. I thought it was really bizarre, but as clear as a bell, I could see them on this cloud. So it was obviously something that was in my psyche, which seems to go quite well, actually, at the moment. Welcome to Boxing Day, traditionally a day where we never used to do anything, and then the sales came along, and then all of a sudden people started going, oh, we've got to go to the Boxing Day sales, because I believe some of the stores opened at 5 in the morning. I think River Island used to. I don't think they do now, so don't go and queue outside it. But it was absolutely amazing that people then went mad for the sales. All of a sudden, people find this newfound wealth. But in fact, having told you, a lot of people in their late 50s now don't have £3,000 worth of savings, because people don't save now. You know, but I think now you're going to have to. I did say to people before Christmas, you know, just go easy, because you'll put loads of stuff on credit cards. Then come the end of January, you know, your credit card bill will arrive and you'll be going, I don't remember spending all of that. Because you don't keep an eye on it, do you? You just go out, you put it on the card, you hand the card over, you do it online, you buy from Amazon, you buy all these different places, you get stuff delivered, it saves you going onto the streets. And then the bills start arriving in, and so before you know where you are, and bearing in mind it's a 6-week month, because you get paid, or you should have been paid just before Christmas, so probably on the Friday or the Thursday, and now you've got to go till 31st of January. So it's a long gap, you know, and I mean, I've got bills coming in all over the place. I've got tax bill, I've got all sorts of things. It's amazing. But as I say, I mean, I'm quite good at saving. Didn't used to be. I actually didn't used to be any good at all, but with sort of the help of a couple of people, I've managed to sort of start being more aware of it, which I think is good. Emma Raducanu, her again, could win an award in the New Year's Honours List. What, for collecting the most amount of sponsorship for different items? It's like appearing at Wimbledon. They all have to sit there with a bottle of Evian in front of them. And you think, it's like Simon Cowell's programme, America's Got Talent, obviously sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts, because every one of them's got a Dunkin' Donuts cup in front of them. I mean, at least they used to be a bit discreet on can't cook, won't cook. With people, they'd say, we've got somebody here, and then they would name the company, and they would bring in food or something for them to cook with. And I used to think, this is payola. This is how it worked. Years ago, if you wanted records played on a certain radio station, they would turn up, the pluggers, and they would offer money to the DJs to play the records within my lifetime. So, you know, if you had a record, you would put it in there. The other thing that was very prevalent at the time, and prevalent with one particular group, but I won't tell you which one it is, of getting their records into the charts. Because if you got your record into the charts, you could then stand a very good chance of being on top of the pops, and that would then further the interest. And there was one particular group, they used to have things called chart return shops. The system has changed, and these shops were issued with things, and they would write down. So in other words, if Steve, Guy and Tom together singing as the angels of Gabriel or whatever it is, bring out a record, we knew where the chart return shops were, and you'd go in and you'd buy as many copies of your record as they had. So when the chart return shops then submitted them, It was a case of, look, Steve, Guy and Tom have got a record in this is selling really well. We would get on top of the pops. And you could always tell a record that was bought into the charts because it would go very high one minute, the next week it would drop out completely because people weren't going out buying them. I knew people had garages full of records and they were buying them and in the chart return shops. They've changed the system because it was just open to abuse. It was open to abuse. People could get their records and you'd see people on top of the pops and you'd think, God, how did this one ever get in here? But there was one particular group that always used to have their records. They'd shoot into the charts, within the top 10 and then shoot back out the following week. We're still waiting, actually. There's a number of people, actually, who are sort of desperately because what happens is nowadays you get the groups, then they split up or one person leaves the group and they then think that they're going to make it because they've been very successful as a group. They think that they're going to make it as a solo artist, and very few of them do. Look at poor old Louise Redknapp. I mean, dear Lord above. Every time she was going, I'm going back in the recording studio, I was saying, please don't bother, please. I'm sure you're very sweet and it's very lovely, but it's passed you by, love. It's passed you by. You just have to go out and get a job, in a shoe shop or something like that, or stacking shelves, because, the world of pop music is terribly fickle, terribly fickle. It's only when you get to the Ed Sheeran status whereby, Ed Sheeran could bring out, a whistling song and it would probably shoot into the top of the charts. I mean, let's face it, if a song about sausage rolls gets to number 1 in the charts again, we are doomed. But we always love, in this country, we're the only country that does it, novelty records at Christmas. We always have had novelty records. I love them. And I did like their We Love Sausage Rolls. I mean, I just thought the whole family was great. This time round, you've got Ed Sheeran and Sir Elton John, and he enters into the spirit. It's about the first time I've seen him smiling. He's generally a miserable little so-and-so. But on this one, he's smiling, and it's lovely. So they're number 1, which is good. There you go. Steve, I'm glad you had a good Christmas day. I got slippers again. But this year's pair are a bit more convenient. They've got elastic joining them together instead of the usual cord, so I can walk properly when wearing them. Yeah. Actually, I nearly bought a pair of... I've got quite a number of pairs of slippers at home, some lined with fur and things. It's a bit camp, I know, but it keeps your feet warm. And I do suffer with cold feet. I don't generally like sort of cold... I just get cold feet. In fact, walking is a problem anyway for me. I've discovered the older you get, the more problems you get with your feet. But slippers are good. So I could almost go to bed in slippers, but I've got bed socks. I love bed socks. They're like thick socks and sort of decorated. And they're absolutely lovely. They're lovely. Failing that hot water bottle, it's an absolute treat and a half for me. John from Burnham-on-Sea in Somerset. Sorry, I always do that. I've got to stop, actually. We had steak and chips, Italian tomatoes and onions with mushrooms for Christmas dinner yesterday. Today it's turkey ham and bubble and squeak with beans and a scoop of chilli. Beans? What, you mean baked beans? Oh, no, you can't have that. And a scoop of chilli. The steak and chips is okay. I love the way you say Italian tomatoes. Aren't the majority of tomatoes Italian? Have you had a tin of them? Because I do like chopped tomatoes. Very much so. Well, that sounds good. That sounds good. Listen, you're in Somerset. Do you know there's going to be snow today in one part of the country? And for the life of me, I can't remember where it is. They said, so if you're up north, and I know we do get northerners listening into this, by gum, hello, and you might be having snow on the hills. And if you have, I expect to see photographs. Don't pinch it from the internet. We've seen these before. Somebody sent me a picture once saying, this is the view from my bedroom window. And I said, no, it's not. This is a library picture you've taken off the internet. David says, thank you for accompanying me back to Nottingham from Newcastle as I'm working today. Can't wait to be back in London and celebrating a belated Christmas, which is great. Mike from Mount Nessing says it's my 70th birthday today, hoping to have lunch with my daughter and son-in-law. So best wishes to you and the team. Oh, here we go. The team get a mention now. They always say that, don't they? So some radio stations, we were talking about this the other day as well, especially music stations, the DJs work by themselves. They don't tend to have a presenter unless it's on a producer, unless it's on the breakfast show. So when people write in and go, Happy Christmas to your team, and there is no team. It's just them. So, best wishes for a great new year, says Peter. Thank you very much indeed. Kirsten Stewart. Kristen Stewart? Kirsten Stewart. Which one is it? Are they two different people? Is it? It's spelled... Yeah, I don't know, because you've typed Kristen. So, I don't know. I mean, you obviously seem to know. He's our guru, aren't you? You know about these things. You think it's Kristen? It's Kristen. Okay. Is she different from Kirsten? Kirsten Dunst. Oh, right, okay. Oh, okay. Kristen Stewart says the British are obsessed with KFC. That's odd, isn't it? Because it came to us from America. And I like it. I like it. I mean, I don't have it all the time. I have it as a little bit of a treat. But it's quite a nice treat to have. Sometimes I've ordered a whole barrel. I've ordered one of those 20 pieces, and you think, I can't eat them all, so I just eat the coating. Quite delicious, quite delicious. Joanna Lumley, they say, could be made a dame in the New Year's honours. Now, only she would know, and she would have heard in February. She would have heard in February. So I hope so, because we love Joanna Lumley. She's great. There's also pictures of families who all wear identical clothes. Like, you know, the Furies are all wearing identical clothes and people like that. They go out and buy these sort of onesies. And then, as usual, the interminably boring Beckhams, you know, another picture of the whole family again. What are they going to have? I mean, one of these days there's going to be a complete lack of interest in the Beckhams, because it was said the other day that people buying clothes aren't going to shops, they're going to second-hand shops and buying, you know. So, I mean, I don't give that much stuff to charity shops, mainly because I don't want to walk down the streets of Twickenham and see somebody walking towards me wearing my clothes. I don't fancy that idea at all. You know, and then you could stop them and go, I know where you got that from. It'll be the charity shop. But I remember the last time I took clothes into a charity shop, a very well-known one, they were a bit ungrateful. I expected them to be very grateful because they were very nice clothes. And she went, just put them in the corner. Not a thank you, please, kiss, nothing at all like that at all. So I just sort of handed them over, and I thought, right, it's the last lot of clothes you're getting from me. Because some of them were really nice handmade shirts. Handmade shirts. They were just... Dale had given them to me ages ago. They were still in the wrappers, most of them, but I don't think this person would have recognised anything like that at all. To mark the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, the pubs will be open till 1 a.m. Oh, God. That's a bad idea. So please, New Year's Eve, don't come into London. Please don't come into London. There's no fireworks. There's no party, although there wasn't going to be a party in Trafalgar Square. There's just going to be 6,500 people listening to some choir. Can't think of anything worse. Honestly, why does the mayor think that that's what we want on New Year's Eve? No, we don't. We want to see fireworks. And the reason he's cancelled them, I don't think it's got anything to do with COVID. I think it's a case of he's saved the money. That's what it is, because they cost a lot of money. But to use COVID as an excuse is a bit feeble, really. But, you know, whatever. Guess who's still bringing in the big bucks? Daniel Radcliffe. This boy never stops working. Never, ever stops working. We've spoken to him a few times for various programmes. And last year he earned, this is for somebody you'll be going, oh, what's he been doing? He makes films. He earned £9.5 million last year. This is Daniel Radcliffe. I think he's got a fortune now about 60 to 80 million. He works hard. It's like Harry Styles works very hard, but he's learnt that the trick to it is conquering America. You conquer America and you're going to make your fortune. You're never going to survive here doing the Scout Hut in Islington and places like that. You know, even the O2. In America, they've got huge stadiums, and Harry Styles plays huge stadiums. I couldn't even sing one of his songs. Wouldn't have the faintest idea. And the festive rom-com that they've now nicknamed Hate, Actually. As opposed to Love Actually, they say it's full of misogynistic terms, it's homophobic, it's this, and you think, oh, go away and stick your head in the sand. I'm so bored with these people. They complain about everything. Their lives are so miserable, so sad and so tragic. Apparently, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's snowing in Scotland. Lucky devils. Lucky devils. Joe's in Edinburgh on my way to work, and it's snowing. How lovely. We were just talking about that. I said there is something lovely, Joe, and you've got a lovely little addition to your family, haven't you? What a cutie. What a cutie. Because kids have never seen snow. They don't know anything about snow at all. It's like dogs seeing snow for the first time. They sort of look at it and they've got no idea. And I always think it's quite funny, but I think it's beautiful. Except when you fall over. And the falling over bit is not very good. So I've got these things you put under your shoes. You clip them on. And you can buy them in all sorts of sporty type shops. Because it saves the humiliation and the embarrassment. Because there's nothing worse when you get to a certain age of, you know, you go out there and you try and be all confident. The next thing you find yourself over and you're lying on the ground, and at my age it hurts. Tom in Bedford says, I spent Christmas Day on my own this year. It was bliss. I can well imagine. I had the Prosecco out making Kir Royales. As a 39-year-old, my favourite present was painting by numbers, so I coiffed and painted a masterpiece. Painting by numbers, Tom. I didn't even know you could still get them. They used to give you the little tiny pots of paint, little tiddy. You used to get them in the kits where you were making up aircraft and stuff like that. You get the little tiny, and you'd always run out of the colour just before you got to the end of it. But painting by numbers. But actually, you're absolutely right. You can have a perfect time on your own. Some people at Christmas don't do very well by themselves. They want it to be over as quickly as possible. Me, you know, it suits me fine. I'm not remotely bothered about... I mean, I never spend Christmas by myself. Never. There's always people around, or people phone or something. So there's always something going on. And so you quite long for those days when you sort of open the front door and go, I'm home. And then you suddenly realize you live by yourself. So you sort of shut the door very quietly again. So I cope really well like that. I work in radio. We're used to working in an isolated kind of a world, which is nice. Very nice indeed. Otley in West Yorkshire has snow, although it's starting to rain now. Fried egg on toast for breakfast, say Rebecca and Gareth in Otley. I think Otley's pretty. Is Otley very pretty? Can we get a picture up of Otley? I like looking at pictures of nice places in West Yorkshire. I'm not sure about the fried egg on toast. I mean, it's a simple breakfast, but I'm more interested. But the trouble is, if you've got snow, chances are it's going to disappear, isn't it? Because if you get the rain's going to wash it away. But for that brief moment, your garden looks as good as everybody else's. That's the only thing you can ever say about snow, and I used to love it, absolutely love it. So we'll have a look at a picture of Otley, because I have to approve of the sort of people who are writing. I don't want somebody from a sort of a village the wrong side of the tracks. No, it looks quite nice. Looks quite nice. I'm liking this. This is a bit of an old-fashioned kind of place. Very nice, little shops and everything. Looks very nice, and a town clock. Apparently, it's a big hit. Otley with TV location scout. Oh, wait a minute, cyclists. But it's been a big hit, actually. Cyclists, I don't do cyclists at all. We get them coming through our place as well. God, dear, they're a pain, they really are. But no, we like it, Otley. A pub called the Black Bull. Looks very nice. Very nice indeed. And they've got a town crier. A town crier. Now, whether he's the Leeds town crier or perhaps Otley's near Leeds. But they've got a market. Can't beat a good market, can you? And they've got expensive homes, but I'm liking the clock in the marketplace. I like all of it, actually. It looks very nice place. Very, very nice. So there you go. You can have your mention in Otley. But snow on the ground would look very good, but we don't have anything down here. We've had rain, and that sort of washes everything away. It's a bit miserable. Snowing in Glasgow now from Stuart. He says, have a great new year. And... another one here from Jack says, you lie, you're obsessed with KFC. I didn't say I wasn't. What are you listening to? Get them syringed. It'll make it a lot easier. And one here from Paddy, who says, I bought a coat from a second-hand designer shop, and about a year later met the original owner on the Underground. Oh, right. Oh, second-hand. I'm not sure if I want a second-hand coat. I'm not sure, actually, if I want second-hand anything at all. I don't like the idea that somebody else has had something and then you're wearing it. That seems a bit odd. I know girls do it a lot because you can get some really good fashion. Morning.
Morning.
Thank you. Oh, that's nice. Very nice. Looks delicious.
You're welcome.
No, you've overstepped the mark now. Now you're ad-libbing. Couldn't get him to talk the other day. Seriously, it's like it's like living with a mute. You say, hello, nothing. And then people go to me, you're not talking to anybody, are you, Steve? You go, no, I seriously was talking to him. I like to involve people, just to make them feel part of it. It's a nice thing to do for the new year. Well, I think so anyway. Who's hit the right notes? Oh yes, criminals are now swerving anti-theft devices to steal electric cars. People steal anything, don't they? If it's not nailed down, they steal it. Everybody was queuing up outside Sandy's the other day because he was open Christmas Day because he does the platters of all the fish and everything else. George Michael's earnings are booming. George Michael made the other year £25,000 a day, £25,000 a day, and I think there's still argument over what's happening to the money, where's it going, and all the rest of it. He's only just, and it was 5 years ago. 5 years ago yesterday that he died. He's only just got a headstone on his grave. So his sister's on one side, his mother's on the other, and he's got the bit in the middle, as they say. But I remember seeing him once. I never interviewed him, but he was very, very generous. Very, very generous. I remember when he died, my boss phoned me up and said, did you know he did an awful lot for Capital Radio with their Help a London Child? and he would be donating money and all sorts of things. Very generous man. Went way too soon. But I always remember when he got caught in America in a toilet by a policeman. They had what they call, there's a name for them, I can't remember what they call these policemen. They were basically doing entrapment into gay men, and they caught George Michael. So then I think he pleaded guilty. He sort of dined out on the fact that he'd sort of, this policeman had sort of, pretended he was available. And George then did a video, and halfway through the video, all the wall turned round and it was a public toilet. Basically taking the Michael out of it. It was just one of those sort of things, But he was very, very generous. But Slim, blimey, was he slim. And Steve says, Christine, I watched Chitty Chitty Bang Bang yesterday, and I watched it for years and forgot what a brilliant film it is. Yep, Barbara Windsor's in it. And Arthur Mullard, yes, my dear. And it's a good film, isn't it? It's a good film because the Sally Ann Howes, who played Truly Scrumptious, died, and she was 91, I think, which shows how long ago the film was made. Did you watch it? Oh, how sweet. Did you sing along? Oh, chitty, you, chitty, pretty, chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, we love you. And chitty, oh, chitty, 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 bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, loves us too. Near, far, in a motor car on chitty, chitty, wee deep. It's a bit sad, isn't it, really? Tragic when you get a 67-year-old man who thinks he sings. Seriously, it's bad. Was your mum singing? Oh, bless her, honestly. Does she sing or does she just mumble? Does she sort of do... It's a good film, though, isn't it? I liked Hushabye Mountain. That was good. And I just like the name Caractacus Potts. It's just... Nobody's called Caractacus nowadays, but they were there. But the windmill's real. It's near a place called Turville, which is, they used it for the Vicar of Dibley. It's a village that is lost in time, Turville. If ever you want to go and live in a place that is literally like a living museum, Turville would be the place, and that's where the windmill is in there, because I thought it was a set, but it isn't. But I just love the idea of living in a Bavarian town. I don't think they went to a Bavaria. They might have gone somewhere. But Stone Mill. Sorry? Hobstone. Cobstone, yeah. Cobstone Mill. That's what the windmill's called. It's lovely, isn't it? I mean, I think it's very... I like that. I used to have a friend of mine. He was in a group called Kit and the Widow. They used to sing satirical songs about show business. And he lived in a windmill. He bought a windmill, and it had been converted into a house and everything. I remember thinking, how lovely. We don't want to lose things. I mean, mind you, if you go to Holland, of course, they're full of the blooming things. Around every corner, there's another bloody windmill. You go, oh, how lovely. And dikes everywhere. Oh, I've never known a place like it. We drove through, Dale and I, years and years ago, and because he hadn't seen a dike before, surprisingly, and we sort of drove through it, and it was everything. It was really tulips everywhere, but these blooming windmills. Lovely, isn't it? I like things like that. I think we should get out a bit more. Not in this weather. Snowing at Herne Bay at 6 a.m. this morning, says Diana, albeit it didn't settle. But thank you for giving up Christmas for your listeners. No, listen, don't thank me. I get paid. I'm not doing this for love. I'm quite mercenary, Diane. I'm quite mercenary. They say, would you like to do it? And I go, yes. And we never discuss money. It's an unwritten law in this business. You never discuss it. It's too vulgar. Talk about money. So you come in and do it. You know why? Basically, it's a bit of company, bit of heat. Well, not necessarily in my studio, but most studios is a bit of heat. You can have as many cups of tea as you want. I can have one every 10 minutes if I so desire. What could be nicer? And then I shall drive back today and I shall count how many shops are. And then I'm back tomorrow morning, but back to normal time for all of next week. And then on what day of the week is New Year's Day? Is that New Year's Day is that Saturday or? That's Saturday. I'll be on 7 till 10 on New Year's Day. But the good news is, because it's 7 till 10, hopefully all the resident drunks outside will have disappeared by that time. Because I have literally come into the square before now and stepped over people. People just get so... The only good news is, if it rains, they won't come out. They'll all stay at home. So I always do a little prayer to the Almighty the day before, going, please make it rain. I'd rather it was raining and people weren't on the streets. Noreen says, happy Boxing Day. I hope you're well. I am, actually. I am remarkably well, which is always a bad sign, isn't it? You know what they say? They go, oh, he sounded so well, and then he just went so quickly. I hope I won't be one of those. But anyway, she says, I don't think I ever want to eat again. We had our turkey in a bag from Iceland. You buy it in this bag, and you put the whole bag in the oven, and it's delicious. It was lovely. And last night I had an after 8 ice cream sundae. Where'd you get that from? An after 8 ice. That's like peppermint ice cream then. How delicious. Talking of falling on ice, it's almost 5 years, says Noreen, since I fell early one morning and lay on the pavement for nearly an hour. Very nasty, broken shoulder, so I'm very wary. Have a lovely day. No, you and Brian have a lovely day as well. But no, the falling over bit, I'm frightened by that, definitely. More of your texts and emails coming up, and we'll go through the papers. I'll give you the rundown as well on the South African Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who has died at the age of 90. He had, I believe, prostate cancer, which I think he'd had for years, but he's our first celebrity death, I think. Normally there's sort of a few people, but, you know, more and more people are living to the age of 90 now, which I think is very pleasing. So I hope you're well this morning, and your chance to go and get yourself a quick cup of tea, or put the heating on, or just stay in bed, makes no difference, and I'll be back with you in 3 minutes. I feel one day we should have a complete live orchestra in, and they should play all the things live for you. I think that would make it very entertaining. Tracy went to Turville. When you mentioned it on your show, it was the best day of 2021. Have you ever seen Turville? Put up pictures of Turville. It's like stepping back in time. It is absolutely. They made a film there called Went the Day Well. They've done loads of filming, and of course famous for Vicar of Dibley. And it's steeped in history. It's an amazing place to find. We're going to find it in a minute. I'm looking at something completely different here on my screen. There's things that are on these screens here I've never even seen before. I love to know that Steve Allen's show intro is medium, whatever that means. I've got no idea. Can you find it? Here we go. Look at it. It's not changed in hundreds of years. The whole village is like part of history. It's absolutely an amazing place, and so they do. It's in Buckinghamshire. You can go there. It's not a museum. It is open to people. And I'd love to live in a place like that. I love history. I'm not given the choice between modern places and old places. Old places win, hands down for me, because we've lived in some very old places over the years. But it does look lovely, doesn't it? But that Vicar of Dibley was filmed there, so they sort of took it. I wish they'd bring that back. That was one of my favourite programmes. So Tracy, I'm glad you liked it. Natalie says, I was utterly spoilt again this year. A bit like our guy. He was spoilt. 3 shirts, no less. 3 shirts, just like that, you know. Now to buy your leave. But like you, I'm a massive Joe Malone fan, and I have most of the candle collection. My husband got me the luxury Peony and Suede Blush 4-wick. So now I've got 2 big ones. The other being Lime Basil and Mandarin, of course, signature fragrance. And I have 3 deluxe ones and around 14 of the others. God, blimey. You've outdone me on that one. Have you ever tried Joe Loves, which is Joe Malone's company, because she sold Joe Malone to Estee Lauder, and she used to make all these candles in her kitchen. She's got a book out, which has been out for quite a while actually, but she's got the other shop, which is Joe Loves, and they do lots of Christmassy things. Really lovely, actually. Very lovely. Steve, thank you for everything you do. Oh, I'm not good at anything, Steph, believe you me. Definitely not. I couldn't have got through Christmas without you. Well, that's the good side of it. Tony says, I spent Christmas Day in my hot tub. I live in Kensington, had a few friends and colleagues over for champagne and Christmas dinner. Oh, I don't want to share a hot tub with anybody. I don't like doing hot tubs. I don't like hot tubs. Full. Have you been in a hot tub, Guy? I thought you might have been. You've probably got the cheap version, you know, the blow-up version or something like that. Fill it with water from a bucket, from the spring in the garden. You can just tell, can't you? I only ever went in one once. It was middle of winter, and we padded across the grass, which had a coating of frost on it, to sit in this bubbling water with froth on the top of it. It was horrible. I hated every minute of it. Not my sort of thing at all. But there again, I don't like saunas either. I'm not very good at saunas. I did go swimming in somebody's pool once, a friend of mine who used to look after Elton John's record label, and he had a swimming pool put in, heated to the temperature of bath water, and there was snow all around it one year, and he said, go for a swim. I thought, it's freezing cold, you mad? He said, put your hand in, and it was heated to bath temperature. So we spent a lot of time just sort of swimming around in there, which was lovely. Getting out was the big problem, actually. 109 degrees yesterday in Perth, Western Australia, says Robert. So put the traditional Christmas dinner on hold and had a Frey Bentos minced beef and onion pie instead. It's 111 degrees today, so it's Glenfiddich mince pies and Haagen-Dazs. How lovely. I like Glenfiddich. They do mince pies, which have got Glenfiddich in, which are made by Walkers, which are very nice. Gwyneth said, enjoying your lovely cheery voice. I don't know why I go into these peculiar accents. I'm so sorry. Boxing Day, it's snowing here in Netherthong in Holmfirth, West Yorkshire. I've heard of Holmfirth. A beautiful village. Woken up this morning and it's white. Very pretty, but blooming freezing. Yeah, it's all right to go out there and look at it. But you don't want to drive in it, do you? Chris Lowry, we heard from yesterday on the programme, he says, we have a hot tub, but you must keep them clean, otherwise they get frothy. I just don't like to sit in the same... That's like sharing a bath. I mean, I have shared baths with people, as you can well imagine, over the years, but I mean, not for a long time. And the idea of sitting in a hot tub, and people sit... Oh, no. And also, some of them have got lights in. Imagine illuminating below the water. I don't think so. Not my idea of fun. But some of them have got sort of these seats... which are, they're sort of, there's a company that went from doing hot tubs, they sold a few of them, to they now do hundreds in a year. Hundreds. People have gone, it's the must-have accessory. Not in my place. Definitely not. No, if I was going to have anything, I'd have a swing. I quite fancy a swing, actually. Or a tree house that's big enough to go and sit in with heating. Because I'm not sitting in anything where there's no heating at all. So I hope your snow stays, Gwyneth, but I have a sneaking feeling it's not going to be. Lovely Christmas Day, says Debbie, hearing your voice. And then topped off with a Steve Allen tea tray, gifted to me by the husband. My friend Joe Pike got a tea tray as well. And he knows me, which is even... I always think it's really more bizarre. Apparently, Noreen says Brian had an after-eight sundae when we were out a few weeks ago. So he made them. Drizzle chocolate sauce in a sundae dish, then ice cream and after-eights layered, topped with more chocolate sauce. Do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like a Viennetta. Sounds like a peppermint Viennetta, and I liked a Viennetta. I haven't had ice cream for ages. I've not bought it, and yet I've got an Iceland very near to me, and I could go and buy some ice cream in there. I quite fancy it. I like the idea of doing a sundae, one of those sundae glasses. I think somebody was it Ian Payne talking about Eton Mess, which I do like, but he didn't like the idea of meringue. And I remember thinking, I thought that was the best, but I mean, absolute rubbish for me now, having eaten mess. I did have one a short while ago, and it took about 5 minutes for it to affect me, because the sugar hit is really bad, and I've got to be very careful, because otherwise you get carried away with it over Christmas. You think, oh, I'll have some mince pies, and you think, oh, God, no, don't. Then you think, I'll have mince pies with custard, thinking that that's going to make any difference at all to your diabetes. And, of course, it doesn't. And I've got to fill in. I keep forgetting to do it. I should bring it in tomorrow morning, actually, because I'm on a restricted licence. If you're a diabetic, you're on a short-term licence. I'm on a 3-year licence, driving licence. So every 3 years they write to you, and you have to fill in, have you had, a thing, and have you done this, and has your diabetes changed? If anything, it's actually got better. It's got better. The one thing I keep forgetting to do, and I don't know why I keep forgetting it, I keep forgetting to inject. I went 2 days the other week, and I kept saying, "Oh, I must inject. Debs, do this." It's not difficult. I'll just keep forgetting about it. Denise, hands, Denise, and bumps a daisy, I suspect. Thank you for being a breath of fresh air each morning, away from the dismal news. Has been dismal, isn't it? It's not just dismal news. It's a case of the stories that are running are dismal. There isn't, now we've got this intruder at Windsor Castle. I mean, from Southampton. Well, he must have either works in Windsor or he's driven up. In which case, he's obviously got some illness, because he climbed into the grounds of Windsor Castle. He didn't get anywhere near the royal family. What are you eating? What are you eating? Oh, a chocolate? Pan au chocolat? Where'd you get that from? You brought a pan au chocolat in? Oh, right. Just the one, or enough for everybody? Just one. You stingy old devil. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? That is, that... Blimey, honestly. Not surprised you're on the breakfast show, shoved up here, mate. They don't want you anywhere near. You couldn't sit in front of Nick Ferrari just eating a pan au chocolat and then go, when he goes, and where is the chocolates for the rest of the team? And you go, I'm eating it. Fancy not bringing them on. I mean, I bring in loads of food every day. Loads of food. Today, they've got mince pies and crunchies and all sorts of things. And you bring in one pan au chocolat and have the audacity to sit there eating it in front of me and in front of Tom as well. Can't believe it. Seriously, hang your head in shame. Did your mother not bring you up to share? I bet you were the kind of kid who was the first one on your block to get the bicycle, and people go, "Can I have a go on your bicycle, guy?" And you go, "No." You can really imagine. "Oh, can we open a present?" "No, it's mine." Can't believe you just bought in one pain au chocolat. It's the audacity of sitting there eating it in front of me without a by your leave or nothing. Honestly. I've even bought a whole Christmas cake in, but I'm not going to have it till tomorrow. A whole Christmas cake, not just a piece of Christmas cake. Dear me, honestly, gone right down in my estimation. I was only saying to someone the other day, they said, so what's your new temporary producer like? And I said, "Oh, he's such a nice guy." Hope they don't ask me today. I'm telling you, I'll be straight into HR. Straight down there. One pain au chocolat, and they'll be going, "What, one?" You go, "Yeah, one." I mean, honestly, I don't know. Anyway, try not to let it upset you. And a banana. Just the one banana as well. No, I don't want one banana because it doesn't look fresh. I like bananas to be a little bit al dente. You probably don't know what that means, but it means so it's sort of a little bit got a bite to it. I don't like anything soft and squidgy. It's got to be al dente. So I do look for not necessarily green bananas, but sort of green with a tinge, and then I like peeling the skin back, and it's got to be crisp to the bite. Your one just looks a bit sad and lonely. What was that? The last banana in the shop or something? Yeah. Perhaps they'll do a song about it. For Christmas next year. Perhaps Aldi will incorporate, Boris the banana. Certainly won't be featuring pain au chocolat. That's a fact, will they? Saying as, they don't do packets of one. I mean, put it this way, you can't buy one pain au chocolat. They come in packets of about 3 or 4. Don't tell me you've eaten 3 or 4. I couldn't bear it. We might have to have you replaced. I mean, that's the last one left out of the box you've eaten. Yeah. You've eaten them all today? No. Well, hang your head in shame. Shame on you. Everybody round here is suffering, but it doesn't matter. Seriously, no, don't you bother about us. We'll muddle through. So, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate who helped end apartheid in South Africa, has died at the age of 90. The president said he'd helped bequeath the liberated South Africa. He always had a big smile. He always has a big smile. Actually, his death comes weeks after South Africa's last apartheid president, F.W. de Klerk, who died at the age of 85. The president said that Desmond Tutu was an iconic spiritual leader, anti-apartheid activist and global human rights campaigner. He described him as a patriot without equal, a leader of principle and pragmatism who gave meaning to the biblical insight that faith without works is dead. A man of extraordinary intellect, integrity and invincibility against the forces of apartheid. Also tender and vulnerable in his compassion for those who'd suffered oppression, injustice and violence, and those who'd been oppressed and downtrodden around the world. So the tributes are pouring in. The Nobel laureate, often described as the moral conscience of his nation, died today in South Africa at the age of 90. It's what they call a good innings, a very good innings. I wonder if that guarantees you a place in heaven. Do you think if you've been a really good person, you're not going to heaven, so don't even think about it. You'll be burning in the fires of hell, actually. You'll be getting to the gates and Peter will be going, "Hello, what's your name?" And you go, "It's Guy, sir." "Wait a minute, we'll just check." "You ate the last pain au chocolat. Not this door for you, Sonny Jim. Off you go." Better put your fireproof suit on. See, if I had a pain au chocolat, I would have cut it into pieces and shared it with my colleagues. As I say, I don't dwell on things. You're very lucky on this show. I mean, I'm sort of, I'll have forgotten about this. In about 5 minutes, it will just disappear completely. Apparently, says Gwyneth, Holmfirth is where The Last of the Summer Wine is filmed. Is it? Aha. Lovely. Nat says, yes, I have the Christmas luxury Joe Loves candle, the Pomelo, and the Joe by Joe Loves. I'm a little obsessed with candles and diffusers. We went to her gorgeous shop just before lockdown. It's beautiful. It is, actually. The only thing that worries me is candles, is you've got to make sure that you do blow the things out late at night. Don't want to leave them, do you? And then sort of trim the wick back. Daniel says, you mentioned Judy Garland recently. So we had a Judy Garland evening, playing her songs thanks to a music streaming site. Incredible, and made some fantastic records. She was quite a tragic figure, Judy Garland. Quite tragic. I think she'd married at a very early age and had Liza Minnelli as her first daughter. But she was when she was making the film, she had problems, and she could be a little bit difficult. But it was a talent to be reckoned with. A talent to be reckoned with. And I was a huge fan of her. Huge fan. Love to have talked to her. Can you imagine? Somebody says, oh, by the way, we sorted out an interview, with Judy Garland. I mean, that would be God, the icing on the cake, I think. But she was incredible and made some fantastic records. Yes. Chris says the best ice cream is a Knickerbocker Glory. Love a Knickerbocker Glory. Love a Knickerbocker. That's where you've got sort of ice cream, then fruit, then ice cream, then fruit, then some squidgy strawberry sauce, and then more ice cream, and then crushed nuts on the top of it, which is always pleasing. I remember having one in a Wimpy once. And I said, oh, I'll have the Knickerbocker Glory. And I remember my mother distinctly saying, you won't eat it. So what's the point of having something that big? And of course, they bring it over to you, and it's got a spoon that's twice as long as any other spoon. And you look at it, you think, of course I'm going to eat it. Don't be silly. I'm not going to waste anything like this. Didn't Uri Geller just claim that he's now bent another spoon or something? I heard Ian talking about it. Uri Geller, who apparently is so talented, he can change the molecular structure of metal with the power of his mind, and chooses to bend a spoon. Fat lot of blooming use that is to anybody. Oh, look, he's managed to bend a spoon. Yeah, right. Yeah. He had all these programmes on the television, and he was very good. He was a magician. That's what he was. He was a magician. Any magician can bend spoons, and Uri Geller used to claim that he did it with the power of his mind, which, of course, was a load of old hokum. You can't bend metal. You could put a spoon in front of Uri Geller, put a glass dome over it, go on, bend it now. He won't be able to. He won't be able to. I can guarantee you could put money on the table that it was all designed to be an entertainment. That's what people like. People like an entertainment. You still get magicians doing it now. Lynn says, you mentioned Joe Lumley getting a mention in the Queen's New Year's Honours list and that she would have been notified back in February. No, I said November. They're told in November. That's when they get it. I don't know where you got February from. November. Emma Raducanu is rumoured to be getting recognised. Well, she is. I mean, she's got so much sponsorship now, she doesn't need to play tennis ever again. Not that I'm sure she can. But so February's too early. No, it's always in November. You hear November. OK? You can write in and nominate somebody. You know that? You can write to Downing Street. They have an office. And you could say, we'd like to nominate, Guy for services to pain au chocolat and bananas, and then they'll sit round and they'll go, oh, look, somebody's nominated Guy at LBC for services to pain au chocolat, and they'll go, I don't think so. But they then decide, then they write to you and ask if would you accept an honour? You're supposed to keep it secret. Some people can't keep it secret. I mean, I'd be hopeless. But no point in giving me an award, for doing something that I like doing anyway. But no, it's February. It's not February. It's November that you get the little call. The envelope pops through the door. They go, would you like to be considered for an OBE or an MBE? But they do hand them out like sort of dolly mixtures some of the time. It's a case of, who are we going to give them to? Because they did Lewis Hamilton, didn't they? And I don't know what he was given it for driving racing cars very fast, I assumed. And I do it and the police nick you. I don't know why there's two laws for people nowadays. But anyway, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The Queen features on the front of a lot of the newspapers this morning after this security scare. There's got to be something the matter with somebody. Why on earth would you want to go and with a crossbow? I mean, I don't even know people had crossbows anymore. Brooklyn Beckham, good Lord, Brooklyn's still wandering around in a bit of a dream. He left a chef gasping after the wannabe cook. Yeah. What did he do when they put him on breakfast television? He made a sandwich. I ask you, the talent of that boy knows no beginnings. But he served a super spicy taco on the Cooking with Brooklyn online show. That'll be watched by nobody, won't it? Can you imagine? Brooklyn opens a tin of beans. No! Phenomenal. Amazing talent. Amazing talent. George Michael, his earnings quadruple from Beyond the Grave. So I think Last Christmas has streamed over 800 million times. 800 million times. Think about it. Last week, his sister, Yoda, Father Jack and manager David Austin thanked fans for the love and loyalty. And he's said to have earned 90 million since passing away, which is phenomenal, isn't it? Oh, no, Prince is said to have done that. Michael Jackson, estimated to have made 56 million since dying in 2009. That's an awful lot of money. And Elvis Presley, when he died, somebody at RCA is alleged to have said, good career move. Because the moment somebody dies, people go out and buy all their records. And Elvis Presley really didn't have as much money in the pot as he should have done because he had lots of hanger-oners. that used to wait in line, and he would give them money and things like that. And he'd lost money on various deals, but so good career move, took him back up there again. Lad Baby makes history, 4th year running. First musician to do so in the chart's 70-year history. This is Mark Hoyle and his wife Roxanne. This is the sausage rolls for everyone. I love them. I think they're great. They put a smile on your face. They're nice. What's the matter? Sorry? Oh, right, okay. Oh, my light's gone out. There's an... Oh, it's back on again. Look at that. Honestly, Christmas lights in the studio. I was going to have a piece of tinsel, actually. I bought a piece of tinsel. I found a piece. And somebody pinched it and put it round their computer. So Lad Baby started 2018, their first one. We built this city on sausage rolls, followed with I Love Sausage Rolls, and last year, Don't Stop Meeting. And now they've got number 1 with sausage rolls for everyone. I mean, how much further can they take this? How much further? But they've done it with Ed Sheeran and Sir Elton John. He wants to do one next year, apparently, with Sir Paul McCartney. Listen, I think they can do it. They seem a really nice couple. I hope they're making something out of it. I wouldn't like to think that, it's all charity. They've got to get something out of it, goodness sake. Otherwise, how does it work? Tennis star Emma Raducanu could be one of the many sporting icons to receive gongs. That's what they call them. And so she's tipped to become the youngest ever recipient of an MBE. I mean, don't you think they should leave it a bit longer? She's trousering the money left, right and centre, which is great. But it's got nothing to do with tennis. It's got to do with the fact she's very good looking. And people go, oh, shit, she'll be our icon. So people offer her. I think the latest deal was 3 million pounds a year for a deal with a phone company. Ray Illingworth has died, sadly, at the age of 89. He was the former England cricket captain and coach. He'd been having radiotherapy for cancer. And he says, I don't want to have the last 12 months that my wife had. He was calling for a law change over assisted dying. And bless his heart, he said she had a terrible time going from hospital to hospital and in pain. And so his home club, Yorkshire, paid tribute to Illingworth, who captained them to 3 county titles. So we've lost Ray Illingworth. Spider-Man, this year's most popular superhero. I think I saw a Spider-Man film the other day. And I remember thinking, because I'd quite like to have powers like that. The idea of just holding your hand out and go, and it shoots this stuff out, and then you sort of swing from building to building. I like that idea. Or failing that, if I was going to have a power, it would be invisibility. Oh yes. I could have so much fun with being invisible. Can you imagine the fun you could have? You could check up on Guy and go, so how many pain au chocolats did you say you had in your fridge? Yeah, go on, just put 2. I'd be dropping subtle hints like moving cutlery on the table in front of him. He'd be going, what's that? What's that? And then my voice would come out of the darkness. It's me. That would frighten him a little bit. Still wouldn't get the pain au chocolat because I'd be invisible, so you couldn't really eat anything, so you'd be a bit stuck on that one. A cocaine dealer who bombarded addicts with more than 60 bulk text messages a day to ply his trade has been jailed for 3 years. Silly old Billy Smith used an unregistered pay-as-you-go SIM on which police found replies asking about prices and meeting points. He was operating a criminal network. Well, you're going to enjoy yourself inside, aren't you, for 3 years? There's nothing worse than these dipsticks out there. What else we got? Tipped to win his first Oscar playing Venus and Serena Williams' dad in King Richard. I met Will Smith. He came in this building, and I was waiting to go out of the building. And what they used to do with all the big celebs that used to come in, they would drive into the square and then they'd stop outside the front door, and then they would be met, and then they'd be taken straight into the lift downstairs and taken up to the studios. And I was standing by the back door, by the front door, waiting to get out. And I was talking to Courtney, and I said, "What is it?" He said, "Oh, it's Will Smith." I said, "Will Smith? How exciting!" And so all of a sudden the car pulls up, so I couldn't get out. There's people crowding around the door and everything else, and there's police holding them back and security. And he comes in. And he sees me and shakes my hand. I've never met him before in my life. Never met him before, and he shakes my hand. Anyway, back to the story. There's this couple. They do this program on the television, and I think it's called Border Patrol, and they go and they're stopping people coming into the country who are bringing in, mainly Chinese people, bring in food, which, of course, you're supposed to ticket on the card. And every program, I don't think I've ever seen one that never had, you'll have a group of Chinese tourists coming in, and they brought food. with them to cook because they're not sure if you can get the food over there. And they literally have to take it all out of their suitcases. And they go, but you ticked on the card, no food. And, we're looking at pig's feet and duck's feet and all sorts. You can't have any of this, so that it's confiscated. Anyway, the other thing they do is they're looking for drugs. And they literally will single somebody out. They have drugs dogs who go and sit next to people. In Florida, they have fruit dogs. Dogs that can sniff out if you've got fruit, because you're not allowed to take fruit into America. So on the plane, they give you the choice of an apple or a banana, and you can enjoy your banana and probably a pain au chocolat on the plane as well. And then when you go through, a lot of people save it for later as like a snack on the coach, which is taking you to the car parks to go and pick up your hire car. And these dogs will come and walk amongst you. They can sniff out fruit. I mean, I've seen dogs on the television who sniff out money. They can tell if somebody's got money on them because they sniff. I mean, it's really clever. They can't work them all the time. You have to work them for half an hour and then they have a rest for half an hour. But anyway, this particular elderly couple had turned up and they just come back from Vietnam. They're an elderly Australian couple. So they live in Australia. They're probably in their sort of late 70s. And they said, oh, so where have you been? Well, we went over for a wedding, but the wedding never took place. Okay, and you brought back what? We brought back some food. And they brought back packets of noodles. Very odd thing for an Australian couple to bring back. But noodles they brought back nevertheless. And this sort of alerted the people working on border security. So they said, what are you bringing these back for? They said, well, we went to this wedding which didn't take place. And this bloke had said, could we bring this back for his sister? It was noodles, which seemed really bizarre. Well, you just didn't put them in the post. Anyway, they smelt a rat. This couple, innocent as the day is long. And so they swabbed it. They have a swab, they wipe it over, they put it in a thing and they go, it looks like it's testing positive for a drug derivative, which you then make the drugs out of this particular thing. So they put it through the X-ray machine. This couple is standing there, and of course they're blissfully unaware of what's going on. They have no idea. And when they look at it on the X-ray machine, they can see that inside these packets, and they had about about 12 of them, it wasn't noodles. It was obviously some sort of powder kind of stuff. So they have to open it up. They opened it up and there's this, I think it's called ephedrine or something. Whatever it is, it's a derivative drug which then goes to help make other drugs and things like that. And that's what it was in all of the packets. And what they've been used for is being drug mules, but without knowing. They said, well, how did you, who paid for your tickets to go to Vietnam? Oh, it was one of our neighbours who's a truck driver, and he said, we'd like you to go to this wedding. We'd love to invite you to this wedding. But when we got to Vietnam, the wedding had been cancelled. So it was obviously a ruse to get them over there, to load them up with these so-called noodles, and then to get them to come back. So, of course, this woman then goes into, she's having a bit of a meltdown, because they said, we found ephedrine in there and it's in all the packets and all the rest. She went, we don't know anything about this drug. They just asked us to do it. And they'd only been over there like 2 days. But it was obviously drug mule time. And it was really bad for them. Really bad, because you can't use that as an excuse. What the end result was, I've got no idea, because it went to the ad break. I had to come out to work, which was a shame. Steve says that Ronnie always had a Knickerbocker glory when my mum and dad took me to Butlins. Oh, it was fab. Carol in Bella Medina says you're ripping it again. The latest start gives you wings. I'm flying without wings. Also letting you know the Costa del Sol has got its sun back. Bubble and Squeak here today. I love Bubble. I might have that myself, actually. Might treat myself to a little bit of Bubble and Squeak, which is... Have you ever had Bubble and Squeak? Yeah, Tom, you've had it? Yeah. You've had it, sorry? Every year. How lovely, honestly. And all the presents finished now? You don't get any extra sort of presents for Boxing Day? Nothing like that? What did you get for Christmas, Tom? What did you? You got an Apple Watch strap? Oh, right. You didn't actually get the watch. You just got the strap. Oh, you had the watch prior. I didn't know you could just buy the straps. Wow. That's quite nice. They're very expensive. Yeah. Was your one expensive? Some are, some aren't, you know. Middling. Okay, middling. And do you have people to buy presents for? Okay. It's very... I give money. All my godchildren are of an age, they're driving now, and it's no good buying them a present. They've got everything they want. I wouldn't buy them clothes, because I don't think you could buy clothes for people, unless you know them really well. And so I give them money, because then they can put petrol in the car, or they put it towards the insurance or stuff like that. Because when you're young, and they're not young, but their insurance is through the roof. Absolutely through the roof. You know, you get a £3,000 car, the insurance will be $2,700. You know, but you've got to buy it. You've got to buy it. Eileen in West Dulwich, our family Christmas was cancelled when my daughter Elizabeth tested positive on Christmas Eve. So you've cheered us both up. Oh, don't worry. So join the rest of the country. And Eddie says, I was a bit disappointed yesterday when you didn't open up the phone lines. I thought you usually did. Maybe you were short-staffed. No. Oh, you've obviously missed the gag, Eddie. The gag is that every year they always say, Steve Allen will be with you on Christmas Day and he'll be opening up the phone lines. And everybody who's ever worked with me goes, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Never. I don't think I think I might have done it once in about 40 years. Because that's the whole gag. So that's why. So, and also being short-staffed wouldn't have made it. And also we're not short-staffed. We've got people coming out of our ears on this programme. I've suddenly realised, actually, but I've got the same amount of people on this programme than as I get on my programme as well. So there's three of us outputting, as they say, today, and then somebody will stay behind to put the podcast together, because the podcast is available, 20 million downloads, can't be wrong. Dawn says, thank you for being with us. You make my day. Your Steve Allen tray looks great. Thank you for your kindness. So that's very sweet. It's not really kindness, but it's very sweet of you, actually. Quite right about Desmond Tutu, says Len. The man with a happy smile, very short in stature. We were both entering Waterstones in Torrington Place, London. I deferred as he was surrounded by bodyguards. That's a good story to have, isn't it? Yes, I was actually in a supermarket the other day, and the person in front of me was buying bananas and pain au chocolat. And I remember thinking, oh, that'd be nice if only we had that at work. But obviously not. Phil in Streatham says, I shall contact Downing Street and nominate you for a knighthood. Captain Sir Steve Allen sounds great. Yeah, that's who you write to. There's a department in Downing Street, and then you nominate somebody. Debbie from Winchelsea. Where on earth is Winchelsea? We don't know where Winchelsea is, but no doubt the producer will tell me. Says, poor old guy. Yeah, obviously not so poor now. Poor old... I said something else, actually. Changed my mind at the last minute. Melanie, East Sussex. Okay, is it a village? Is it a little village? Small town. Oh, I've heard of Romney Marsh. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Near Camber Sands. Oh, right, thank you. Very lovely. And sounds very exciting, doesn't it? I don't know where I'd rather be today. Here, I suppose. Here. Ian Dale's going to be with us again at 10 o'clock this morning, because I get to listen to him all the way home. Melanie Blake is guest columnist. I don't know who Melanie Blake is, but judging by the way she looks, she's either a model or she's off Love Island. But then she's doing a column, so she can't be off Love Island. It's not physically possible. But she was talking about primetime television obsessed with men. She says, you can't move for Gino D'Acampo or Bradley Walsh and their families. Honestly, I know they're popular, but really, it's too much. She says, if you look at the schedules, you'd be hard-pressed to find a normal-looking, middle-aged woman anywhere, yet the core audience of telly is made up of exactly them. There's been so much focus on race, sexuality and people who live with disabilities recently, all of which we applaud. But can we please have some more women TV bosses? Yes. I mean, I thought there were loads of women on television. I wasn't aware that there was a shortage anywhere. I don't kind of see that when I turn on television. Steve, can you say a big thank you, says Brian, to Tony for my Christmas presents. He's just back from LA and he stayed at mine in Brentford before he heads up to Glasgow later. Are you in Brentford Dock then? Are you in Brentford Dock? Charlie says, how amazing was Princess Kate playing the piano with Tom Grennan? Simply bliss listening to them both. I haven't heard it yet, but I'm sure it'll be absolutely fantastic. Mark said, do you remember the old style lifts where you had to pull the cage on the inside to close it? Yes, I do. Yes, of course I do. I remember all these things. Mary says, festive wishes to you. Do we do festive wishes for Boxing Day? Are we allowed to say that anymore? All right, festive wishes. We can do that. My son Ben is currently eating another Christmas dinner for breakfast. Oh, God, I couldn't eat Christmas dinner for breakfast. I think that'd be way too much. Way too much. But the Christmas lunch we had yesterday, as I say, thoughtfully provided by Marta and Marsan was absolutely wonderful. So, as I say, I've left a big bottle of Prosecco outside their front door for when they wake up today, which is going to be a nice surprise. I'm sure they will manage to get through it. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What else have we got? So Melanie Blake's other... do we know who Melanie Blake is? Can we find out? I'm curious, because I'm looking at a picture of her, and she looks as though she should be somebody. I just know she's guest columnist, but I don't know what she is. It'll be something silly. Like, you're supposed to know this. She probably works here or something. We seem to have everybody. She's a talent agent. Oh. Used to work on Top of the Pops. Oh, so she's obviously quite old. Quite 45. Oh, right. So she's their guest columnist. Why would a talent agent be doing a column in the paper today? Surely she should be putting forward her clients, I would have thought. But more women on television means she's probably got women on her books who probably aren't getting the work at the moment. Because that's what you're... Oh, look at the time, honestly. 14 minutes to 9. We're trying to now work out what you have with Bubble and Squeak. Guy's got this idea that he's going to throw some roasties into mashed potato. It doesn't kind of make any sense. He said, is that going to work? I said, no, I don't think so. He looked quite crestfallen. Obviously it's been his speciality all over the year. Will you be cooking the Bubble and Squeak? It's quite... Oh, somebody else will be doing it for you. Yes, perhaps somebody who hasn't got a new shirt. Julie says, me and Sidcup Julie went to her ex-husband's for Christmas and listened to you all morning. It was fabulous and led to an exciting afternoon sesh. And Tudor says, Steve, happy Boxing Day. Did you see the Morecambe and Wise tape last night? I was more offended by their shirt and ties in the opening 5 minutes than them sharing a bed. Their shirts were so 70s. Do you own some? Sadly not. Sadly not. No, but I mean, the trouble is nobody ever made a big thing about them sharing a bed. They shared a bed in the programme. And it was comedy. And nobody ever said a word about it. I don't know why they would have done, but sometimes people do. But I didn't see the programme. I will get round to watching it because I'm a big fan. Spike Milligan's buried in Winchelsea, says Simon. There was always an argument over where he was going to be buried, wasn't it? And David and Rafe says, come and live in Rosnov pod Rastostom in the Czech Republic, currently minus 10 degrees centigrade and snowing. Maybe we can send some to the UK. No, thank you. We're quite happy without it. I don't mind looking at it. So if it snows later on, I'm more than happy to sort of sit there and look out the window at it snowing, because I think it's very... I just love watching the, dogs who are sort of going out probably for the first time, seeing snow, and they look at it. They think, they must be frozen to death, actually. But some people put little booties on them. On dogs, or sort of give them coats are very popular for dogs nowadays. All sorts of dogs have these coats, and I wasn't sure whether or not it's called dressing up or not. And some of them, they dress them up. Mind you, some people, they have their dogs sprayed, don't they, with sort of like spray paints to make them look like other things. Have you ever seen that? Oh yeah, you have dogs who are given a special cut, and then they spray... Oh, aren't you? Oh, I'm surprised you haven't seen them. I think it's animal cruelty myself, but that's just my thoughts on it. I just don't like the idea of spray painting dogs. And they're obviously, the paints have got to be sort of safe. I don't think it's actually sort of they've gone out to Halfords or something and bought some things. But there you go. Look, all done with all different things on them. I mean, it's really, I think it's quite awful. Quite awful. I mean, don't you think that other dogs look at them and go, what in God's name are you wearing? And they go, oh... it's sort of, this is my latest. So they get them dressed up as tigers and all sorts of things like that. It's a very odd thing. It's a quirky thing for dogs. Very quick. Not for me. Not for me. It's minus 10 in the Czech Republic. Oh, blimey. Big thank you to Mandy and Lee. Say Jason and David for a great Christmas day and Christmas dinner, which is very nice. It's always nice when somebody else does your Christmas dinner. That's always my favourite. And Steve... would you wish a happy Boxing Day to my mum and dad, Susan and Thomas Hannon? Tell Dad to cut back on the cigarettes. Oh, listen, I've got a producer who smokes. You can't... You can... If somebody smokes... Do you smoke? You don't smoke. You don't smoke? No, nobody smokes round here, actually. There's only a few people smoking, which is quite good. I mean, I used to be a smoker, but not anymore. Now I'm a good boy. But it's very difficult to make something... A friend of mine, he's not with us anymore. He actually got cancer. And he was blind, and he was deaf, and he went into hospital with the cancer, and he carried on smoking. And the nurse I remember distinctly said to him, because he told her, she said to me, "Stop smoking, it's bad for you." He said, "I'm dying." He said, "Why would I want to stop smoking?" And so they let him carry on smoking, and he was happy as a sandboy. He really was. Steve, says Julie from Morecambe in Lancashire. Says, "You've made my Christmas extra special by being on. My husband and I are spending Christmas at my daughter's in Chippenham. We escaped the frozen north." Yeah, I used to love looking at all the pictures of the snow on the motorway, and also because you had those gritting lorries out there the night before, and of course it was a horrible mess all over the place. The downside to having not drank too much yesterday and getting up early is I'm up and fresh, tackling the mess in the kitchen, dining room and sitting room after a fabulous day yesterday, Steve, with the loved ones whilst the others are sleeping. Typical. Regretting not having out the dishwasher on last night. On the plus side, I was given a shopping trolley yesterday, and I'm 46. Wow. Sounds very good, Helen. Congratulations on that. There's always the mess afterwards. As long as they stay in bed, it's much easier, isn't it? Because Lynn, yesterday, after we'd eaten, I left all the mess there because she just literally put stuff in the dishwasher. And it's all done. You don't need to worry about anything at all. Bubble and squeak causes flatulence, says Eddie. Does it? We're not sure about that. I don't know. What a strange thing would you... Oh, it's only cabbage, isn't it? It's just cabbage, or in your case, Guy, it's going to be half of yesterday's Christmas lunch, including roasties. Roasties? Who calls them roasties, honestly? Roast potatoes. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, Christmas dinner was missing something. Then I realised I'd forgotten to cook the 36 pigs in blankets. So going to have a bowlful for lunch, but only 2 of us today. Not sure we can eat them all. Oh, you'll eat 36. Oh, easy peasy. Easy peasy. In fact, actually, I think Lynn's going to be cooking my pigs in blankets today, Stacey, and then she'll sort of she'll just phone me and go, "They're ready," and I'll just go and collect pigs in blankets, and I'll just sort of eat pigs in blankets, and that'll be my my lunch for today. I mean, it's pork and bacon, so that's all right. I can go for that, and then I could probably just do some mashed potato. Just sort of add to the interest. A little bit of gravy, because I bought loads of gravy the other day, which was very good. What else we got? Ghost. It's a sin. Bad Panto, Mrs. Brown's Boys, back to plague us with another dreadful special. Brendan O'Carroll and co. were back with more staged mishaps and terrible gags, not worthy of a Christmas cracker. I like the character, though. I know not everybody likes the character, but I do. I'm one of those rare people. You know what they've got now? Celebrity quizzes in the papers that just keep you... Who buys a newspaper and then goes, "Oh, we must do the celebrity quiz today"? You know, which failed old has-been has recently lost 11 stone or whatever it happens to be. That's all people talk about now on the reality show. They never sort of go, "Oh, I did something really good. I raised a lot of money for charity," or "I did something like that." No, "I lost weight." Or "People are trolling me and I'm getting, and I keep saying, if people are trolling, just delete them. It's so simple. You just delete. If it's something really offensive, you take it to the police. I don't know what the problem is. No, they have to sell the story to the newspapers. Drives me crackers. And our little girl says the present she loves most is Mummy giving up smoking. Yep, only 4 days in, says Tara, but already I feel like a new woman. Thank you for your supportive words. I don't think animals should wear clothes and spray painting. What? Yes, I agree with you. But giving up smoking's good. I used to get drawings from my godchildren going, "Uncle Stephen, you mustn't smoke." And they'd do a picture of me with a cigarette with a big cross on it and things like that, because none of them smoke. Which I'm surprised, actually, because you'd have thought, young people nowadays, they're always up for the smoking and the trying things like that. But they don't. But they did me all these things to stick on my fridge going, "Please don't smoke, Uncle Steve." Luckily, I don't. Sheila in... Now, how we pronounced this before, and I've now completely forgot. Is it Mopham? Mopham? Sorry? You don't know? No. Meopham. Mopham? Or something like that? I don't know. Do let me know how you pronounce it, Sheila, because I've done it before, but I'm now completely forgotten. But anyway, please wish my neighbour Sheila, number 32, a happy new year and good health. Sometimes when we see each other in the garden, we discuss a topic you've mentioned on the show that particular morning. Well, this morning you've got a raft of things to talk about, including... It's Mepham. Mepham. Oh, right. How do you know that? Somebody's told you? You've Googled it. It's Mepham. Oh, right. Mepham. Why doesn't it say Mepham then? I'm not surprised people get confused. Trying to learn English must be a nightmare. If you're a foreign student coming over and they go, "How do you pronounce that?" Meopham. Something. No, Mepham. Mepham. But, here we go. Mepham. Is it Mepham? Why are you dressed up today, Ian Dale? Are you appearing in Burton's window later on or something like that? Burton's, I do beg your pardon. M&S? Maybe from Essex. Very smart. No, were you staying in London last night? You went all the way home? God. And then, was it because somebody was saying yesterday, out in the newsroom, that there were so many people yesterday who were coming up to see the lights. London was a bit clogged with it. Lots of people. And they'll be doing the same today, won't they, I should imagine? Out to do it. What are we going to talk about today, do you know? Got an idea? What are you talking about? Veganism, very popular at the moment. Yep. And hunting. Yes, a Chris Whitty. Yes. That's an interesting one, isn't it? I knew you'd like that. Have a nice show. Ian Dale's going to be with you at 10 o'clock this morning. So hunting, Arise Sir Chris Whitty. What was the other one? Forgot what the other one was already. Look at that, honestly. Veganism, that's right. Well, that'll go down well. I've got a producer who's vegan, and that's quite interesting. Although he's a bit flexitarian, I think. Sometimes a bit vegan, sometimes not. Tomorrow morning, I'm back to normal, 4 till 7 for early breakfast, but it's still a bank holiday. So you get the Monday and the Tuesday as bank holidays, which seems to be quite nice, doesn't it? It's a long holiday for lots of you. Long holiday. But let's wait and see. I didn't know what we were going to be talking about on the programme today because I was too busy taken up with sort of listening to what Clive was talking about before. And then I thought I had to mention something about Area 51, which I don't know anything about. But the very idea that they've got spacecraft in there is so ludicrous, it's almost laughable. Because people who do, they say, it's all very secret and hush-hush. You think, well, obviously not if you've heard about it, because it's on the internet. And then I was thinking, and I still can't get my head around it, if these things are true, why would they keep it secret from you? What would they think there's going to be a mass exodus from the planet? All these sort of spacecrafts coming in like Independence Day, bombing the heck out of us. No, of course not. And they don't just come down to this from another planet because it never existed in the first place. And people go, but space is infinity, isn't it? And it's so big, you don't know what's out there. We do know what's out there. They've just got a new telescope. But, I mean, that's not going to show little green men waving into the camera. It really isn't, I promise you. Initially, Eric Morecambe didn't want to do the two of them in the bed routine, but when told it was an established classic comedy scene with Laurel and Hardy, he agreed, says Patrick. Oh, right. I didn't know that. I don't remember them being two in a bed and everything. But, I mean, it was just seen as comedy, wasn't it? It was just seen as comedy. Somebody else forgot the Yorkshire puddings. Steve, I've just had a phone call from the nephew in Western Australia. They're sweltering at 43 degrees, says Josie in Putney. 43 degrees. Double it and add 30, isn't it? So, oh, God. I don't know what's worse, actually. It doesn't sound very good, does it? She says, P.S. I forgot the Yorkshire puddings too. Right. I used to tell my stepdad, says John, I hated smoking. 25 years later, he's packed in and I'm on 30 a day. Yeah, it's addictive. It's very, very addictive. I watched 5 minutes of Mrs. Brown's Boys, Steve, and thought it was awful. Are you a fan? Well, I like the character. I'm going to stick to Paul Zerdin, says Tony in Holborn, but not the Empire. I love the Empire. And great listening to you this morning whilst prepping our family's Christmas lunch today. We've been on nights at the hospital, says Stuart, a Londoner now living in York. And the wife has been on nights at the hospital, so today we celebrate. I'm a regular weekday listener. Thank you. Well, back to normal tomorrow. Back to normal tomorrow. David Miller says, I'm in Helsinki University Hospital with pneumonia this Christmas. Quite chilly at -15. What, in the hospital? So not too far from Ruthen is Trotter's Cliff, pronounced Trossley. That's Kent for you, says Tracy. Oh, it's far too complicated, isn't it? All these pronunciations. I'm useless at things like that. I mean, I might as well just give up completely. The Mirror today, I've got Emma Rader-Whatsit, or she'll probably turn up for her investiture or something, just covered in slogans all over her. That's what all these people do. Somebody says, you're going to make lots and lots of money, and they go, great. So the thing that she's famous for just sort of fades into the background. So, I mean, she only shot to fame in September, and already she's earning millions. Love to know who her agent is. Also, Mel B, set to receive an MBE in recognition of her services to domestic violence victims. She's opened up about her own experience of abuse and petition number 10 for better support. And so they then go, oh, give her one. Whereas she comes with history. She really comes with history. And Sports Personality of the Year was Emma. So that sort of adds to it. And then all she's got to do is look fairly pretty. And they go, oh, we'll give her money. I mean, it must make it very difficult. Kate Garraway is in line for a gong. Comes months after her award-winning documentary about Derek Draper's ongoing COVID battle. Tipped to receive an MBE or CBE. And Chris Whitty. It's interesting, isn't it? I quite like seeing but we're only interested in the showbiz people. We're not interested in anybody else because we don't know who they are. So it doesn't really help us at all. So the armed intruder held as the Queen makes her heartfelt speech. She moved because she talked about Prince Philip, saying his mischievous, inquiring twinkle was as bright at the end as when I first set eyes on him. And so it's her first Christmas message, of course, since Philip died at 99. She said one familiar laugh would be missing this year. I think she's remarkable, the way she recovers from things. Whether privately she falls apart, I don't know, but in public, absolutely amazing. Millions tuned in at 3 p.m. to witness the Sovereign's broadcast. And yesterday in the White Drawing Room at Windsor, she was shown at a desk with a photo of herself and Philip taken in 2007. And there was also a picture from their honeymoon in 1947. In both of those, she was wearing, as I said the other day, this sapphire chrysanthemum brooch, which came to represent so many good times. And she's still got it. She's still got it, still wearing it, which I think is fantastic. Johnny Perry says Rotham, pronounced Rootham. Rootham. Thanks, Johnny. I don't know, have you got people in the hotel? Because him and his other half have a hotel down in Bournemouth. And they generally take in the pantomime people. So he's normally very, very busy. A man strangled his neighbour's kangaroo after it attacked his wife in a bizarre incident thousands of miles from the animal's native Australia. I didn't know people kept things like kangaroos. I mean, I could understand wallabies. I think they've got wallabies in London Zoo out in Whipsnade. I'm pretty certain I've seen those out there. But I don't think I've ever heard of anybody having a kangaroo, because we discussed before, they're fairly dangerous. They're very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. What else have we got here? Armed raiders again. Oh, dear. Terrible, isn't it? Where was this? Is this... wait a minute, I'm just having a quick check. Oh, a South African farm where a family were beaten, shot and killed. And Brenda, sister of the murder victim, Healer, says, I fled across snake-infested land. I could hear the awful screams behind me. A masked gang appeared. And as I say, it's dreadful. I remember all the things that were going wrong in South Africa before, when farms were being taken over and stuff like that. And it was just absolutely atrocious. Kristen Stewart reckons she learnt a lot about the Brits while preparing to play Diana in the biopic Spencer. But the biggest takeaway was the fact she thinks we're all obsessed with KFC. Well, we have McDonald's and we have Burger King and we have just about everything else. But I don't know. I don't know if Diana would have eaten... Do you think she'd have eaten KFC? Probably not, actually. I don't think the royal family... Do you think the Queen's ever known the delights of eating KFC? And the answer is, I don't think so. I mean, when you think she's never had a doner and chips on a Friday night, just when you think she could get the car out, somebody could drive around there, she'd go, I have a large doner and chips, and that would be something. But she's never known that. She's never sat at red traffic lights. She's never known the delights of pushing a trolley round Lidl. She wouldn't know these sort of things. She's never probably opened a bottle of Prosecco by herself. She probably hasn't got the faintest idea about, a lot of things that we take for granted, but it's the sitting at red traffic lights. Every time she goes out, the police go out with the outriders and they stop the traffic at the traffic light. Whether it's green or red, you stop, and she then whizzes through. So they know the exact timings at New Scotland Yard for getting the Queen and the royal family to any particular place. They can tell you to the second how long it will take because they don't do traffic lights or anything like that. I mean, God help them if they ever get a puncture. But they've always got a backup car. There'll be her car, then there'll be a backup car behind it. A bit like when I think Biden goes out, or Trump, there's a name from the past. He thinks he's going to make a comeback. I don't think so. I don't think he's the comeback kid. Could be proved wrong, but I don't think so. But it'll be very interesting because Biden says he wants to stand again. I think he'll be sitting again. I don't think he's got the strength to stand, has he? He's going to be 83 next time round. He's a bit gaga at the moment. I mean, he's not likely to sort of make it for the next one. Can't they find somebody young in America? Just make it, interesting, I suppose. So what else have we got? Oh, Madeleine McCann. They say it feels like Groundhog Day. Personally, I don't think they're ever going to find Madeleine McCann again, but you have to hold out the fact you might. But this is now the 15th Christmas without her. They wouldn't know what she looked like, even though they've had people do things. They have no new leads. They have nothing at all. Nothing at all. And that's why I don't think anything's going to be happening in that department anytime soon. And they've pumped about £12 million into it, haven't they, as well? And also a tough year for Katie Price, the dismally under-talented who was given a suspended sentence for a serious drink-drive crash. Let's face it, this isn't her first drink-driving conviction. This is her 6th. She pleaded guilty and went to rehab, because that apparently gets you out of anything. But the more strife could be in store as the petitions doing the rounds to ban her from owning pets. So far, I mean, she has this Channel 4 reality show called Mucky Mansion. I'm not remotely interested. Seriously, she needs to bring herself back into the real world. But she gave away her daughter Princess's puppy. The petition says 2 dogs have been run over. Puppies were found dead in a pool. A horse was run over on a motorway. There was another one that got killed in a chair. An electric chair kind of thing. You know, it's one of those chairs where you can move the front. Animals just go missing, never to be seen again. Her guard dog broke into a neighbour's garden and killed their chickens. A dog trained to attack people also ripped her cat apart. A representative of Kate said she's an avid pet lover. I don't think she should be trusted with anything. Absolutely nothing at all. Certainly not animals. God, Struth, honestly. Can't think of anything worse. Perhaps she might show a different sign, but she's banned from driving for 2 years. I've a sneaking feeling she might think she's above the law. Well, let's face it, she's taken no notice of it up until now, has she? 6 times. George Michael's Last Christmas is a festive playlist must-have. It's at number 3 in the charts. Fans honour his legacy. He's got a long-term friend, in other words, for somebody who'll spill the beans, you know, and tell you all sorts of things which you don't really want to know about. Thank you very much indeed. And great news for metal fans out there. All that head-banging won't make you lose your hair. Head-banging is very good for you. Very good for you. I don't know whether or not it's to do with, you know, the stimulation of the scalp, but most people, I mean, I look at David Coverdale from Whitesnake, they've all got more hair than is natural. They've got loads of hair. And it's if you're in a rock band, you can't have short hair. Unless you're the lead singer. You've got to have long hair so you can sort of, you know, shake it all about and do all the rest of it. And the audience are like that as well when they do these sort of things. I mean, let's face it, even Noddy Holder from Slade has still got long hair. Still got long hair, which is very interesting. The most stolen plug-in hybrid car of this year is the Mitsubishi Outlander. DVLA figures reveal the Hyundai Ioniq and Toyota Prius were also common targets for thieves. I've never had a car pinched. Never had a car at all. Mainly because it's very secure. It is very secure. Well, I say it's very secure. Sometimes you might have to eat your words, don't you, and things like that. What have we got? Is there anything more magical than a Christmas film at this time of year? They just lift your spirits. And, of course, this is Love Actually. And everybody cries at the end of it because it's a film of hope, and it's fantastic. I recommended it yesterday. Guy couldn't remember if he'd seen it or not. He thinks he'd seen it. He thinks he saw it. You did Love Actually, Love Actually you like. It's a Wonderful Life, yes. You think you've seen it, yeah. It's very good. I mean, it really is. But as I say, it bombed when it first came out. But it's the story of George Bailey. If you've not seen it, check it out. You'll probably find it on all sorts of catch-up things. We do like the Hairy Bikers, and I'm not into soup. I do like soup, only tomato, and they've got chestnut, roasted butternut squash, and Bramley apple soup. That sound good? Okay. But they have got mini Yorkshire puddings with fillet steak and gravy. Now that sounds like my kind of party food. I'd be going for that. I'm fascinated by this messages received live analytics, which is I'd never seen before until the other day. And you can tell when you have a peak on a particular programme, you know, when all the texts are coming in. So we had a good peak this morning at 8:30. Then it sort of petered down a little bit till 8:40. 8:45 it starts climbing up again. Then at 8:50 it drops a fraction. Then up we go at 8. And now at 9:15 it's shot through the roof. Seriously, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's fantastic. Nice to know you're all there. Matthew says, forget Mrs. Brown's Boys. Knowing me, knowing you. With Alan Partridge always goes down a treat. And Steve, loving the show. Say hi to me and Bren and dog Louis. I forgot the Christmas pudding. Never mind. Love, Shell. We didn't do Christmas pudding either. We didn't do Christmas pudding, mainly because I was stuffed. We didn't even have the profiteroles. Seriously, I'd bought these posh profiteroles and Lynn had forgotten about... What are you eating now? What's going on? I thought you'd eaten the banana. And... Oh, this is the banana, is it? Okay. You're determined, aren't you, just to really annoy me this morning? I can't believe it. If only HR were opened, I'd been in there. I'd been standing in the queue waiting for them to open their doors. I can't believe it. So you've eaten the pain au chocolat, none of that left. Any crumbs that you might be able to sort of pass our way? No. So now you're stuffing your face with the banana. Oh, well. Steve, Spike Milligan's headstone epitaph in Gaelic. I told you I was ill. I know that's such an old gag, isn't it, though? I'd nominate you for a knighthood for services to public morale in a pandemic, says Pat in Folkestone. Thank you very much indeed. Tricia says, can you wish a very happy Christmas to my friend Brenda in Ballydesmond? Oh, seriously, there's not a place called Ballydesmond, is there? Ballydesmond in Cork? In Ireland, Ballydesmond? No, there can't be. It doesn't seem possible. I mean, that would be playing into my hands too beautifully, I think. We're having a quick check, see if we can find Ballydesmond. Wait a minute. I love it. Ballydesmond, formerly King Williamstown, is a rural village in County Cork. I can't believe it. Honestly, how cool is that? It lies on the Blackwater River on the Cork-Kerry border. It's the Ballydesmond Quarry is an area of geological interest containing the best examples of tundra forest polygons found in Ireland. What do you mean, what are they? You went to a posh school. You've never heard of polygons, and things like... It looks lovely, doesn't it? I'd love to... I've never been to Ireland. I was born on St. Patrick's Day, but I've never been. I should go, shouldn't I? I think it's my spiritual home, I think. And so that sounds nice. Barney in Tooting says we splashed out yesterday and used the dishwasher twice. Jill Bright says, hello, I'm Jill Bright, Steve. I'm off to work today. I work on the stage door at the Theatre Royal Plymouth, and pantos are being cancelled, but so far all is well, and we've got Aladdin with Joe Pasquale, and it's a great family show. He's very good. This year we're back to having ice cream and the bars are open. Enjoying the show. I know my sister Joy and friends listen in as well. Oh, how lovely. Being on the stage door. I used to know a lovely lady called Jill who worked on the stage door at Theatre Royal Drury Lane. And she was great. Absolutely great. Dean says, the problem with Mrs. Brown's Boys is the poor acting. Brendan O'Carroll's character is brilliant, but so many of the cast are not just good actors. Well, it's family. He's using family. They are members of his family. They're not necessarily actors. And that's why. Alison in Stanford-le-Hope, pronounced Stanford No Hope. Oh. Says it's Sunday and Boxing Day. What a surprise and treat to hear you this morning. Yes, well, that's what I think as well. Apparently, Chris in Hartford says KFC is the traditional Christmas dinner in Japan. Is it? Have you been to Japan? No. Oh, right. You've heard that's true. Lovely. Kentucky for Christmas. How lovely. I'd love to own a Kentucky. It's a franchise. But apparently one of the most expensive franchises. Graham in Croydon says, Steve, did you see The Amazing Mr. Blunden on Sky? I didn't. I'm waiting. I'm speaking to my friend later on today, and she will tell me. It's the new version of The Amazing Mr. Blunden. And as you know, I'm a huge fan of the film. I love it. Together with the last dregs of champagne, I had my Stollen. Went very well together with the show. I can't wait to... I'm not sure if I want to see it or not, because I'm very much a traditionalist. I don't like them remaking films. And in the case of The Amazing Mr. Blunden, it was lovely. Peter Sellers' wife, Lynn Fredericks, was in it playing... I mean, she was an adult, but she was playing a child in it. And I just thought the whole thing was great. In the end, there was that great line when Mr. Blunden turns up in the back of the car and introduced by Mr. Clutterbuck, because they had these great names. And they open the car door and there he is, Mr. Blunden. They go, Mr. Blunden, but which one? And he goes, we three kings of Orient are, my dears. And then it turns out they were related to the people who went to America and got married, so the house is theirs. It's fabulous, fabulous. Steve, great show, thank you. Listen every day. That's Sue in Worcester Park, so thank you for the laughs. Sitting here listening to the show, eating my Christmas Taste the Difference veggie crisps. It's like eating cardboard. Have you tried them? Going back to Walker's. No, I don't like anything like that. I'm going home for... I don't know, actually, what I'm going to go home for today. A cup of tea, I know that. I'm very big into my tea this morning. And, Steve, it's alleged that when younger, the Queen and Princess Margaret used to go out and mingle with their subjects. They absolutely did. in Piccadilly, because nobody would guess that it was them. They didn't go out in their tiaras and everything else, but they did go out together. They were a bit naughty. So I suspect the Monikers had fish and chips and a KFC. I don't think we had KFC in those days. It's fairly recent. And what a hoot if she was in front of you getting cheesy chips on a Saturday night, says Paul. And Steve, I watched the Queen's speech for the first time in ages, thought she was fantastic. How she must have loved Philip. Well, I mean, they were an item, weren't they? That was it. It was till death us do part. And it really was. And love your show. It should be the rule to wake up laughing, says Joe in Welling, pronounced Welling. We're all now going to take the mickey out of Steve Allen, aren't we? I can just tell. Steve says Laura in Shenfield, pronounced Shenfield. We had Tesco's finest Christmas pudding. I have to say it was delicious. I'm surprised you had the room for it. Finbar says, I'll lobby for a new place in Ireland to be called Bally Steve Allen. Thank you, Finbar. Very much indeed. Bally Steve Allen. See no reason why not, actually. And funny name towns in Ireland. This is Pawdy and Mehall. They're over with their mum, Joan, in Cyprus. They say there's 2 Mile Boris in Tipperary and Muff Village in County Donegal. Only in Ireland. I hope you're enjoying Cyprus. I don't know what their weather's like over there. I'm assuming it's really nice for you. That was their big treat. So Mehall and Pawdy and Joan in Cyprus. Nice to know they take the time to write in, which is very good. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very, very grateful. What else do we have here? Wait a minute. Let's have 15 degrees. Oh, right. So not double it and add 30. So 60 degrees. Oh, that's not great, is it? Mind you, there'll be 3 sheets to the wind. I promise you. I mean, they won't have the faintest idea what they're listening to. They just go, oh, we've got Steve Allen's number. Let's write to him. That's what it'll be. Which I don't mind, actually. I don't mind. 1,000 reinforcements to aid the troops jab competition. Well done to all of you who are getting jabbed. Well done. Congratulations. Big up you. Big up you. Also, the show must go on at the Palladium. A lovely picture, actually, of Julian Clary, Donny Osmond, and the fabulous Paul Zerdin with Sam, who's got an identical outfit to him. Paul is a ventriloquist. I've known him for donkey's years. He's really fantastic, really fantastic. Mike in Finchley says, can you please say hello to our mutual good friends in Israel, Charles and Madeline Golding, who this year became grandparents. Whoa, the Goldings. We go back many, many years. Charles and Maddie, long time. Charles used to be LBC's programme controller, and they're a fabulous couple, and so they become grandparents. I miss them both very much. So there you go. Just to make you feel really bad, Charles and Madeline. He misses you. People do that. I know some friends of mine had great next door, because when you get great next door neighbours, you don't really want to lose them, and then at some point they move. And that was the same for me. My next door neighbours moved, and but obviously we keep in touch because they're the parents of my godchildren. So we still see each other. It's just that this Christmas we haven't because of COVID. But we will. We get back together. But it's always the way people say, "Oh, we'll keep in contact," and you lose your neighbours, and then you don't see them again, which is a shame. But Charles and Madeline Golding over there, hope you're having a nice time. Hope you're having a nice time. The eruption at La Palma is over, apparently. It's the volcano has stopped. And I saw something, Philip Schofield. Remind me in a minute. Philip Schofield did something the other day, but it must have been filmed ages ago, and I caught it on my television. It was the oddest thing. Just say to me, Philip Schofield. I'll tell you that Philip Schofield story in a minute. On the quiz show, The Wheel, one of the questions was, which group had the most Christmas #1 hits? The answer was the Beatles. And Graham says, I thought we'd established the Beatles never had a Christmas #1. They did. They had 3. They had 3 #1s, and the first one was called... Wait a minute, we've got to get it back up again. But they had 3 I Want to Hold Your Hand. The second one that they had, I Feel Fine. And the third one that they had, Day Tripper. They were all #1s for the Beatles at Christmas time. And then individually, John Lennon had Happy Christmas, War Is Over, and Paul McCartney had Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time. So now you know. So no more confusion. Anyway, so Philip Schofield is on the telephone, and I recognised his voice. I was half asleep, and I remember thinking, I know that voice. It's Philip Schofield's. And it was before he let himself go grey or white. And he was standing by a pool in, I don't know where it was, actually. I'm assuming it was in somewhere like Yellowstone Park or something like that, because there was steam coming off this pool. It wasn't huge. It was, about 20 foot across by whatever. And he and this bloke are throwing into the middle of it butter. Packs of butter. Out of the wrappers, packs of butter. They're like throwing a lot of butter into the middle of this. And I'm thinking, what's he doing? And they were opening boxes and boxes of butter and throwing it into the middle of this pool. And then it starts gurgling. An hour and 3/4 later, all of a sudden, this water in this pool goes and it disappears. It goes down like a plug hole in the middle of this pool. And I'm looking at an empty pool, and then all of a sudden they go, watch it, it's going to go. He said, we can hear it. And then this thing shoots up in the air like the biggest, geyser you've ever seen in your entire life. But I don't know where he was. I just knew that he was obviously... So if anybody remembers, or you saw the same thing, because we tend to see the same programmes, but it was all this butter, and it was something to do with the chemical reaction in the butter and this pool somewhere. But it was done, must be years ago, because Philip looked quite young, but it was fascinating. Certainly fascinating. Dee's in Norfolk, at a place called Heacham, I hope. Certainly not warm here in Norfolk, Steve. Central heating packed up yesterday. Oh, God. The worst ever. The worst ever. Steve, very funny place names. Yes. There's a place in County Mayo called Bunnacurry. And County Mayo. A chill island pronounced Boonacurry, like the curry. Unfortunately, it doesn't have an Indian restaurant, says Paul in Fife. And Christine in, how do we say it was? Mopham? Mepham. Okay. Just eating my shredded wheat, listening to you. Perfect start to Boxing Day. Depends what you're going to do today, doesn't it? Depends what you're going to do. I mean, I don't know, what it is, like what the day is going to bring. I think I'll probably do an invoice or something like that, and then make a couple of phone calls and then put my feet up. And I think that'll be quite nice, actually. Terry and Trish, wish me a very Merry Christmas. Just like to say you're one of the best ones on the radio. Oh, I wish. God, I'm way down the list of people, way down the list. But Stephen and Louise in Birkenhead have their mum, Margie, staying over Christmas. One of her secret crushes is Chris Whitty. We can send an ambulance, if you like, if that makes any difference. Can't believe it. And Brenda from Ballydesmond here, she says, thank you for the shout-out. I laughed so much when I heard it. You think the name of my village is strange. How about a place called Newt Woe Pothouse, a few miles away? There's another place, I can't pronounce that one, down the road. But no issues. Thank you. Happy Christmas to you and all the team. It's nice, but it's nice when somebody puts your place of abode on the map, isn't it? Don't you think so? I think it is. I think it's fantastic. I mean, I always get excited if I'm driving down the road and I'm hearing, and somebody sort of says, oh, and I was listening to Steve Allen the other day, and I remember thinking, oh, it's me. Seems a bit strange. Loving a programme. Have a go at this one, Steve. Chittleham Holt, says Babs. It's a Devon hamlet, said by the locals as Chittleham Holt. She says honest. Yeah, I bet. I mean, I know that I've got a book at home, actually. Somebody's got all these strange names. Some of them are far too rude to mention on this programme. We can't do them. Steve, St Paul's Christmas number 1 was Mull of Kintyre, says Rich. Oh, I hated Mull of Kintyre. I only liked it when they brought in the bagpipes. And that was it. Mull of Kintyre, oh, Mistral. Mind you, I boom, 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 bye, boom, boom, boom. Remember that frog chorus? No. I sometimes think I'm facing the wrong way on this programme. You look at them, and because they're only about 12 or 15, they don't know any of the songs that I know. You didn't know the frog chorus? I was really amazed. I thought everybody knew the frog chorus. No, obviously just Steve Allen and probably a few other people. Everybody telling me about hot tubs. Thank you very much indeed. There is no way you're ever going to get me into a hot tub. Steve, the Beatles had 4 Christmas number 1s. They missed out in 66 because Tom Jones, says Dave, had the old hometown looks the same as I step down from the train. And there beside me is my mama and papa. Do you remember that one? The green, green grass of home? Oh, good, thank you. Not the way I sing it, obviously. He'd been in prison, yes. On the road I walked, and there comes Mary, hair of gold and lips like cherries. It's good to touch the green, green grass of home. Yes, they'll all come to us. I do the whole thing. I can do an entire show singing, actually. Not very well, but at least I've got guts. They had 67. They hit the number one spot with the record You Say Yes, I Say No. When you listen to any of the Beatles songs, I said this the other day, it is absolutely amazing that they stand the test. They sound as fresh today as they did the day that they were recorded. And it's just, I find it absolutely, I'm so delighted. We also mustn't forget Pratt's Bottom, says Jane. Yes, we remember Pratt's. I've got some listeners in Pratt's Bottom, if you please. And Badger's Mount as well. But some of them are far worse than that. Can't mention any of them. I tried doing it once. My producer went, I don't think we'll be saying these anymore. Steve, I saw the experiment with the butter on TV. It was in Iceland, says Mark. I knew it had to be somewhere like that. And Lee in Lauder said there's a village in Fife called Dull, and it's twinned with a place in Portland called Boring. No, it can't be. Can it really? A joyful Boxing Day ahead, says my friend Duncan. And he says, wife in a panto, child in another show, and me watching the racing on the television from Kempton Park, eating turkey and pigs in blanket sandwiches and drinking ale with the dog on the sofa. How lovely. Steve, how do I get a job as your producer? I think your current one is away with the fairies. Oh, we wish. We wish it would make it so much easier. But I don't know how you get jobs as producers. It's always a strange one, that. And always at Christmas, you know, you have to get what you're given. But, you know, I think I'll be back to... Well, I'm assuming I'll be back with Joe tomorrow morning, but I'm not entirely convinced, actually. I think he's away. He went away for Christmas. And I don't think I've got Minty this week. I think we've got somebody else on the programme. But it sort of whizzes through so fast, Christmas now. And I, for one, like to prolong it as much as possible. I like to make sure that Christmas, you know, drags on a little bit because it finishes too quick. Too quick. I don't want it to finish. I've got to wait another year. I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure. Kate Garraway, pictured on the front page of the Mail on Sunday today. No wonder she's smiling. She's going off with Derek, which is fantastic news. Fantastic news. So that's good news. And Sting's son, who's the youngest boy of Sting, and his name is Giacomo. And he's set to join the police, not the group, but the police force. He's already had an interview and a fitness test, waiting to hear back and hoping he gets in. I'm sure he will. I mean, who's going to turn him down? They're going to go, your passing out parade, will your dad be coming? Will he be singing, don't stand so close to me, you lucky sausage? Yes, Lad Baby beats the Beatles with his fourth Christmas #1 in a row. I'd love to know how much money they've raised. I suspect it's a phenomenal amount. And as I say, Elton John entering into the spirit of it, and the fantastic Ed Sheeran. Absolutely amazing. South Africa eases the self-isolation rules as Omicron fades. And Bolly all round, Joanna to be a dame and a gong for Raducanu. I'm bored with it. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. That really grieves me that I've said that. But to be honest with you, all they do now is her holding up something which she's being paid to do. You know, I just think, you know, that's how desperate you are. She's now got a rolling contract with Nike, who provide her with clothing and shoes for the court. She also models for Dior. And she's got a Wilson Blade racket and a deal with the sports giant. She also wore Tiffany piece. I mean, it's literally, the list goes on and on. It's sort of pay for play, isn't it, really? That's what it comes down to. Perhaps I'm being mean, but it doesn't matter. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Pubs open till 1 a.m. to mark the big Jubilee. Oh, God. Priti Patel unveiled plans to let drinkers toast Her Majesty with extensive licensing hours for 3 days over the bank holiday weekend. Small wonder we've got a drink problem in this country. What a ridiculous idea. Absolutely ridiculous idea. We don't want things like that. Also, it's the Party Island. Where is the Party Island? But everybody seems to go there. I don't know where it is, actually. I always thought it was the Bahamas. Bermuda, somewhere like that, I don't know. And now Love Actually gets called Hate Actually because a year after calling Greece racist and rapey, the snowflakes have hit out at creepy fat-shaming Love Actually, which they say is also homophobic and misogynistic. I mean, so who are these drips? Who are these drips out there? Go away. Go and sit on an island all by yourselves. Have a good old moan and stay there forever and a day. There's also, oh dear, I can't do any of these. I love the fact that you all know all these naughty village names and places like that. But I mean, 90% of them are too rude to mention on this programme. And we don't normally have a problem with things like that, but you never know. Somebody will be going, oh, that's too rude. Steve, our volcanoes, says Paul, in Azerbaijan are alive and well. They are mud volcanoes, cold and safe. They just burp mud every few minutes. I've seen them. They just go like that. You see them in Yellowstone Park, which is good. Joy says, thank you for reading my sister Jill's text out. She can dine out on that for the next year now. Oh, God. Gets better and better, doesn't it? And thank you for working over Christmas, says Ali. Pardon me. I knew the Frog Chorus. I was a kid when it came out. I loved it when I was a kid. I remember. They don't remember here. Even though I sung it in my best in-tune voice, they didn't go for it at all, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, Marge, I could probably sit here and do all sorts of things. Oh, God, honestly, we've got the old lot in now, haven't we? Look at this. Honestly. Is it happy? I think we should still do Happy Christmas. We haven't done New Year yet. How much were you drinking yesterday? Poor old Alex, honestly. Poor old Alex, not enough drink. Are you producing Ian Dale? Are you producing Ian Dale? You are? Yes, that's nice, isn't it? Big spike, not as big as my spike. I've got a very big spike here. In fact, I'm now I get this live analytics. I'm very excited by this. This is very exciting. Look at it. It's good, isn't it? It's huge. Thank you. I know. So grateful. Nobody said that to me for years. Mainly because I'd never seen this before. You know, I've seen the other things, 20 million downloads and all the rest of it, but I haven't seen this analytics thing. I just think it's quite exciting. It's kind of made my day, actually. I might treat myself later on. To what? I've got no idea, but I've got no intention of going out to the sales. As far as I'm concerned, we're still in festive mood and we're staying that way. It's a lot easier. We got 9 minutes of the programme remaining, and then Ian Dale will be coming along. Peter Orty, who sings on The Snowman, it's not Ali Jones, we know, also sang on the Frog Chorus. And at Lady Diana's wedding. I know, it was horrifying, isn't it? Because if you remember, I sang the Frog Chorus, I thought, fairly well. And Guy had never heard of it. Tom had never heard of it either. And then it turns out that Guy's mother has now chastised him because she knows the Frog Chorus. I can't believe that somebody in this day and age has no idea of the Frog Chorus. I don't know what he was listening to when he was a child, but obviously not that. Hazel says, I loved the Frog Chorus. My parents bought it for me on VHS one Christmas. Bring back some lovely memories. Not the way I sing it. Pete in Twickenham is apparently Peter Orty is a professional opera singer. Lovely. And Julian Tooting says, I watched Love Actually yesterday after my work pals all said how great it was. I thought it was really weird. None of it made any sense. What was the Blue Scene couple all about? I don't know, actually. I can't remember that. But I thought the film was good. You know, one of Guy's favourite films. He likes Slush and stuff like that, you know. Always fancied himself as the Prime Minister, you know, being sort of... I thought it was just a good film. I like anything like that. Roger says, don't worry, next year we'll fly by with good times ahead if we can eradicate this COVID. I truthfully don't think we're going to eradicate COVID. I think it's always going to be around. I think it's like colds and stuff like that. It will always be around, and we will have the vaccinations and everything else. That's what I think. Steve says, Susie, we've moved from Norfolk back to Surrey. In Norfolk, we often drove through Little Snoring. That was what it was called, Little Snoring. I wish I could read you this book, which has got all these but I can't, actually. Steve, my name is Salome. I remember the Frog Chorus, so you're not going mad. I thought I was. I thought, no, people look at me around here. I mean, they look at me anyway. They can't believe it. Can't believe I'm still alive. And you go Frog Chorus, and they look at you blankly, and then you sing it. And I thought that would clinch it. That would clinch it. I'm listening to you as I'm having orange curd on toast. I don't like to be ignorant. What in God's name is orange curd? I've heard of lemon. Oh, I suppose it's like lemon curd. Have you heard of lemon curd? Oh, thank God for that. I thought we're going to have to start going through all the jams and everything else, and we're going to find something. Have you heard of peanut butter? Smooth, crunchy? Which one do you go for? Smooth or crunchy? Yeah, crunchy every time, isn't it? Yeah, crunchy. It's the only... I have tried the smooth stuff. It's not very good at all. There's a place, says Duncan, up the road from me in West Sussex. I can't say what it is. It's rude. Rude. You know I get into trouble if I said that, Duncan. But I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate the sentiment. But, are you going, are you now? Oh, that's right, just pop in part-time, why don't you? Had a great time, lovely. OK, you go home early. You have a nice time. We've all got to go, because we have to switch studios. I don't have to switch studios. I just sort of sit here and then, we sort of trust in judgment and luck. Of course you've got to finish the rest of your shift, and why not too? Without that. See you later. Thank you. Everybody's brought umbrellas in today. You know why? Because it's a bit damp in London. A bit damp. You must watch the film Click and Collect on Netflix with Stephen Merchant. You'll laugh your socks off. Says Suzanne in Christmassy Southend. I love Southend. I love Southend. It's great. It's got everything that I want. I remember being taken there as a child. And we used to go to the Kurzel. And some of the things they had there tipped the lady out of bed. And it was considered, it was a fairground thing. And what it was a pool. And there was a lady, and she was in a bed and covered up, but she was wearing sort of like a negligee and things like that. And above her was like sort of a bullseye thing, and you were given hard balls, and you had to throw them. And if you hit the target right in the middle, it released the catch, which released the bed, which tipped her into the water. And so you get to see her in the water. And that was like a big deal at the Curzon. It was just called, I think, Tip the Lady Out of Bed. It was good fun, actually. Good fun. First-time listener, says Martin in Stoke. First-time live listener. I always listen on catch-up. And Billericay, Gary, says, is it too early to pop some bubbly? No. No, not at 10 o'clock. I mean, as long as you're not driving anywhere. As long as you're not going anywhere. As long as you're not sort of getting in the car or even thinking, oh, I'll just snip out and go to the sale. Listen, you don't... Rest. That's the best thing. You don't want to go out there and risk catching anything, do you? You want to go out and sort of, just do nothing today. Just drink tea, open a bottle of fizz if you've got a bottle of fizz, have some toast, bread and butter, and whatever you like, actually. But I think, actually, orange curd is the same as lemon curd, only made with orange. I've never heard of it before. Never heard of it, but that's what I'm assuming it is. I don't want to be ignorant on these things, like to sort of be fairly well educated. Other stories which are running in the papers today. They say here, after the balmy Christmas, the weather is going to be totally balmy. Because they can't make up their mind. 25 days, they've now said, of snow and ice. But forecasters say we're in for a mild New Year's Eve. Then it's time to dig out the scarves and sledges. That's what's going to happen. Spider-Man, as I say, crowned 2021's most popular superhero after the release of Spider-Man No Way Home in cinemas. Thor was next, then Hulk, and then Iron Man. I know none of these people. I know Spider-Man, but I don't know any of the other ones. Jay Blades is having a double celebration. He's a rating smash, and he's got engaged. Oh, good. So there you go. Early figures reveal The Repair Shop was the most watched Christmas Eve show. I quite like it. People take in things that have, been broken, and they take them in, and these people, these clever miracle workers, turn it into something really, really special, which is lovely. Former Strictly winner Bill Bailey and Oti Mabuse will reunite for a new TV travel show. We do like Bill Bailey. He's very good. And Joel Dommett is scared to leave the house when The Masked Singer is on because the nation is so obsessed with it. Are they? No, don't think so. Perhaps they're trying to drum up interest. But no, I've seen The Masked Singer. I mean, it's not. I've seen the American version. There's a few peculiar characters on that one. Nicola in Dagenham says they used to make cars down there, and they used to say, "What time is it when two Fords pass one another?" 10 past 10 was the joke. I'm bunged up with COVID. Listening to you keeps me going at 5 a.m. And I used to love the frog chorus as a child. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much indeed. I wish you better. You don't have to spend as long self-isolating, do you, really? Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Monday. We're still in the bank holiday period, which is actually quite nice for people. So it means you've got today, and you've got dip the music just a little bit. Thank you. And because you've got today off and you've got tomorrow off. So yesterday people were going to the sales, so they said, and they've got pictures in the papers. Isn't it funny? People wait for ages and ages to get Christmas, and then the moment we get to Boxing Day, people are out there spending money in the sales. Not the best thing, I think, but today people will be out, and a lot of places will be open, because we seem to have sort of dropped back into normal mode. Well, we got the papers, which is good news. The giant prehistoric sea monster's head which has been studied by experts. It apparently lived 244 million years ago. How they know that, I've got no idea. But it's quite big, the head. This thing must have been like the size of a giant sea monster, which is interesting. And the crossbow video. That's a bit worrying. This is the man who wanted to kill the Queen, apparently. He's been sectioned. He climbed in. He was on the Long Walk in Windsor, which we talked about the other day, and they appear to have identified him. Apparently, it turns out you can buy crossbows on Amazon for about 60 quid. I didn't know you could do things like that. I had no idea. It's never crossed my mind, actually, to go and buy a crossbow. I don't think they should sell them, or if they do, they need to check with somebody that they are, of sound mind and body. Because to have somebody holding a cross... I mean, he wouldn't have got anywhere near the Queen. There is security down there. They've got all sorts of gadgets which will stop, the moment somebody arrives in the grounds, they know where they are because they will trigger all sorts of devices which they've got down there. So that was quite good. There was no chance at all of him getting anywhere near to the Queen because he wouldn't know where she was. He'd have roamed around, and the place is honeycombed with CCTV, which works equally as well night and day. But this was 8:30 in the morning. So you'd have seen him quite clearly, and he obviously, they know who he is. He came from Southampton, so he must have driven up there. If he's been sectioned, how on earth he drove there, I've got no idea. Obviously hand out driving licences to just about anybody today. Very sad news about Janice Long dying. I thought that was very sad. She was only 66. I'm Steve Allen, 67, which I think is quite interesting. And I don't know what it was she died of. I've got no idea, but she was working up until about 2 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden she became very ill, and could have either been cancer or pneumonia or something. They haven't actually said yet, but everybody's sort of talking about her because Keith Chegwin was her brother, and he died. I think he was around about Christmas, about the 11th of December. So, bit of a shame, really. Bit of a shame. But, as I say, 66. She managed to cram an awful lot in, and it's nice to see tributes to somebody, when they sort of do something. She was a bit pioneering in it. Daniel Craig expected to get a special New Year's honour. I don't know why, actually. I can't work out whether or not it's an honour for acting or whether it's for, generally speaking, they sort of give people honours if they've done charitable works and things like that. There's a 2-page spread on dreary old Peter Andre today, which is a bit embarrassing, mainly because he's being paid by some company to do something, so they've tagged it onto that. They sort of, and it's Peter talking about how he always wanted to be fit and have a super duper body, the washboard stomach, and you think, God, how many times you're dragging the same story out? Blimey. And today's teenagers can't wash dishes thanks to takeaways, because nobody takes anything that comes in the takeaway dishes, and pours it onto a plate. You just eat it out of the takeaway dishes. They do it in America. We do it here as well. So that's why nobody's learnt how to wash up, which I think is slightly strange. I didn't think it was that complicated. There's a bowl. You turn on the hot tap. You put hot water in there. You squirt in some fairy liquid or whatever else. Then you wash the plates. You put them in to soak for a few minutes. And then it turns out quite nicely. The Queen gave all the TV shows on Christmas Day a bit of a thrashing. She got the biggest audience out of all of them. She got the biggest audience. It was like the difference of about 3.5 million. And so still she commands. I think people were tuning in to find out if she was going to talk about the Duke of Edinburgh, which, of course, she did. And everything else. And then they had apparently quite a lot of the family turned up there. They had Prince Andrew went, although, to be honest with you, any place where he goes you wouldn't want to be. His 2 daughters went, but surprisingly, yes, ostracised yet again, Sarah Ferguson. No, poor old Sarah was not invited to the Christmas lunch, much as though she thought after the Duke of Edinburgh died that she'd be welcomed back into the fold. Better think again, because she wasn't invited. I mean, she might have been busy, but I think it's, you wouldn't turn down the offer of Christmas Day lunch with Her Majesty, would you? I mean, that would be the thing that you want to do. And she's done her best, to sort of big up the royal family, go, oh, the Queen's marvellous, she's this and that. And I'm thinking, listen, we know the game you're playing, dear. It's patently obvious to just about everybody. And so it was a case of she's back again, sort of sitting outside, because she lives in Windsor Park. She's currently sort of squatting at Andrew's place, which is the old Queen Mother's place. One of the online sites got it wrong and said Prince Edward lives in the park. No, he doesn't. I love it when the press gets something wrong because they try so hard to get everything right. Tennis ace and just about available for anything at the moment. Emma Raducanu has the best legs in Britain, apparently. So there'll probably be a tie into Pretty Polly tights or something so she can earn even more money. Because at the moment, all she does... I mean, she seems to be playing very little tennis. It's a case of just get the endorsements in and all the money. And that's what it comes down to nowadays. Although why somebody would want to sort of, go for Emma Raducanu... because she's being paid, like Peter Andre is being paid by a company to promote them. So they were doing a thing the other day after his ex-wife, the one who enjoys a drink and then delights in getting in the car 6 times, done for drink driving and still no prison sentence, mainly because she went to rehab. How it worked on the other ones, I don't know. But and then they said, Peter speaks out after that. And I thought that's interesting because he's never ever spoken out before. He's never, ever done anything like this because even though he's got 2 children with her, he never says anything at all. In fact, he's so drippy, it's almost a bit embarrassing. You'd think he'd have some comment about a woman who could have taken his children out in the car with her being drunk, although I'm hoping that they've got far more sense than anybody else. And they sort of say, well, no, I don't think we want to get in the car with Mum. She's not the best person when she's had a few bevies. All this is going to come out in one of her dreary little programmes. This one's called, I think, The Mucky Mansion. And you think, oh, God, are we really... Who gives us stuff? Honestly, there's better things to worry about in this day and age. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails on the programme. We don't do phone-in. I've explained that to people before. It's much easier. I just sit down and rabbit away. And you then can sort of write in, which is very nice. So we'll also take all the emails. We'll have to explain this to everybody today because because poor old Joe is not very well at the moment, so he's going to be off this week. And so we'll do the emails and we'll make sure that we get all the emails up online as well. The story about Sting's son, Giacomo, applying to become a policeman, proper policeman, has made all the papers again today. As if it's... I mean, they make such a big deal about these things nowadays. I mean, it'd be nice, wouldn't it, really? But, of course, he's done his test. Whether he gets through, I've got no idea. We have to wait and see, and then if he gets through, it'll be like Rod Stewart's wife, because she's a special. Whether or not he's actually going to be a fully paid-up member of the police force, I've got no idea. But at least he's doing something. Blimey, makes the Beckham children look as though they're not even working. Brooklyn apparently sort of tried to make some tacos the other day. They're really not very clever. They're really not very clever at all. Mum tries to sell clothing, but unfortunately doesn't really sell as many clothes as she should be selling. And Dave was, I believe, at one point building a stadium in America. Where that's gone to, I've got no idea. There's also a call in a lot of the papers today to toughen up the law on fox hunting. And there's various stories about hunts they appear to be circumventing the law. And they're saying perhaps they should ban it completely, not sort of giving people an excuse to do drag hunting or anything else. I personally don't see the point of it, but I have been to hunts. I've been to the meet. They have one in... excuse me. Oh, sorry. Good Lord above. They have one on Boxing Day. All the hunts meet on the Boxing Day, and it looks great, but it's the end result that isn't so good. Lad Baby, we built this city on sausage rolls. They're now looking... next year for a member of the royal family to sort of do it with them so that they can have their 5th Christmas #1, which is excellent. I'm delighted. I couldn't be happier, actually. I thought it was really, really good. Plus the vet, and this is advice from every vet, do not feed your dog Christmas leftovers and certainly don't give them chocolate. They can die. OK, and I know that you realise this because there was some dog who was rushed to the vet. He'd eaten all these chocolate coins. How he got those blooming metal wrappers off, I've got no idea. But he was borderline death. So the vet says don't feed your dog Christmas leftovers because people sort of feed them under the table and stuff. And it's not very good, actually. It's not a good thing. Plus, the football yobs. We touched on this yesterday. I was going to do it yesterday. Who could be banned from matches for 10 years for posting racist abuse online. This has come from Priti Patel. Well, how they're going to police this, I've got no idea. Because, I mean, surely it can't be that difficult to get into a football match. If somebody's banned for 10 years, I mean, do they circulate your photograph? Or I don't know how it works. You just, I'm assuming, buy a ticket in another name. Can't be that complicated, can it really? Jersey's brought back the coin find. Apparently, if you find coins, it becomes treasure trove, and it becomes, depending on who owns the land, in this particular case, it was found in Jersey, owned by the Queen. So she sold them stuff that was found there. This metal detectorist, I think, was worth about sort of £2 million, £3 million for all these old coins. So Jersey's had to buy them back again, and the Queen sort of tops up the coffers again, because she was topping them up the other day. She's selling Prosecco now, Sandringham Prosecco, and it's not the it's not the most interesting because it's not made at Sandringham. I thought she'd be out there treading grapes, but it's not. It's made in Italy, and then they bring it over here, and it's 15 quid for a little piddly bottle, which fills one glass. Perhaps they're hopelessly out of touch with how much things cost us nowadays. We'll have to wait and see. And I've got a lovely story later about a donkey that could barely walk, who's been given a new lease of life. And there's a story to bring a smile to your face this morning. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Texts and emails in a moment. It's now 4:15.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice Ian Dale. Actually, Ian Dale was bigging me up yesterday, and then he drove off the road. We were talking about he was talking about the awards ceremony and, giving people awards and things like that. And who was it I was listening to the other day who couldn't get that? Oh, I think it was actually Nick Abbott couldn't get his head around Lewis Hamilton getting an award. And I also couldn't get my head around it. What for? Because he puts his foot down. And drives fast cars, and that's about it. But I didn't actually understand why they just hand them out a bit like dolly mixtures. I'm sure that this tennis-playing woman will be turning up at Buckingham Palace anytime soon, seeing as they're obviously running out of people to sort of hand them out to. But anyway, strangely, Ian Dale was recommending that Steve Allen get a knighthood, which I thought was a lovely idea, but I certainly wouldn't want one. Ridiculous. And another one here, which says, oh, actually, Clive was talking about the addictions. I didn't know that he hadn't had a hot drink for ages and ages. People seem to sort of like these sort of things, don't they? People sort of go through a phase of actually giving up, and they sort of go, oh, I think I'm going to stop having coffee, or I'm going to stop having tea, or I'm going to cut out chocolate, or all these different things that people do to give up. I've always said, don't ever make a New Year resolution. Don't ever make a New Year resolution, because you'll never stick to the blooming thing. Because I mean, if you really have to wait a year for you to make this resolution, you might as well not bother. It's not worth it. It really is not worth it at all. It's an awful lot easier to sort of just say, if you're going to give up smoking, well, do it any time you feel like it, not when, oh, I'll just finish this packet of cigarettes. If you're going to give up smoking or drinking, if you want to, if it's making you ill, then you have to do that. I'm at the moment filling in my driving licence application, because I have to reapply every 3 years for my driving licence, and so they write, and they said it's like 6 pages. I was going to do it before the programme. I sort of looked at it and I thought, oh God, I can't be bothered, because my driving licence runs out, I think at the end of February. I think it's the end of February, and they've said, fill it in, because it's going to be quite busy and all the rest of it. So I shall fill it in today, and then what I will do is then sort of pop it in the post and send it off to them, and then they just renew your license for another 3 years. They basically want to find out, have you had a hypo at the wheel, are you insulin dependent, and all this kind of stuff. And so anybody who's diabetic, you have to have this. It has to be a 3-year license, because there's no point in you going down the road and then having a hypo, because you're likely to have an accident and crash. So they check you about your eyes and everything else. Have you had anything to do with your eyes? Do you need glasses to drive? And of course, I don't. I only need glasses to read, and but definitely don't. I've never needed them for driving, so I think that makes me short-sighted. I think so. And one here says, I sent my music to Janice Long about a year before she left Radio 2. I was surprised she started playing my music and recommended me to Jules Holland. Rang me out of the blue and we chatted for an hour. It was like I'd known her. She was one other brother, Jeff, who was twins with Keith. Yes, I know Jeff very well. Very well indeed, Jesse. So there you go. Yes, it was, yeah, I mean, put it this way, when Keith died, I thought that was a bit of a blow, wasn't it? What a blow. Have a lovely Boxing Day, says Joanna. We've had Boxing Day, love. Boxing Day's finished. Okay, it's finished. Boxing Day's finished. That's the 26th. Okay, now you're on to a bank holiday, which was good, actually, yesterday. I was quite pleased that I didn't... you could park the car just about wherever you wanted to go because it was Sunday opening. But now we're back to normal. I think we're back to, yes. Oh, that was the thing. That was the thing I was doing. Because I'm coming in on New Year's Day, which I think it's a Saturday. And I'm trying to work out whether or not I'm going to be driving in or getting a car in. I can't quite work it out, actually. Because I think today, because it's a bank holiday and tomorrow's a bank holiday, it's Sunday service on the trains. Phil Vickery is with us. Morning. I trust you are well. I was so stuffed the other day, Phil. We had Christmas lunch, me and Lynn. We had Christmas lunch, and I was so full at the end of it, I could have just blown up, seriously. Which was, I mean, it's nice at the time, but boy, do you suffer later on. You go, oh, I couldn't eat anything else. So we didn't have pudding, didn't have any pudding or like that. And Lynn eats like a sparrow, but although she'd managed quite well, but she's one of these people because she eats little. It doesn't matter to her if the food goes cold. She's quite happy with it because she was faffing around at the beginning of the meal, and I said to her, sit down and eat. We used to have to say this to my mother. I'm doing the same again. I said, sit down and eat. It'll be stone cold. But actually, it was turned out to be delicious. So as I said yesterday, thanks to Marta and Marcin, who sort of looked after us with the turkey and the vegetables and all. In fact, there was hardly anything we needed to do apart from the pigs in blankets. And I bought three packets of those, so I think she's popped them in the freezer. So I could be eating pigs in blankets for about the next week and a half. The BBC ranked third in an anti-Semitism League table of shame. BBC, third. I didn't understand that. They said there was definitely a bias. I'll have to look further into that because I don't know what they're looking at. I don't know whether this has come from snowflakes or wokes or anything else. The Jimmy Savile victims will watch Steve Coogan dressed as Jimmy Savile. I think he's actually going to meet people. And then talk about it because he'll probably be having to justify why he's playing Jimmy Savile, a reviled person. And I think it was a big decision for Steve Coogan. Phil Vickery says, did you cook it, Steve? Just asking. No, listen, Phil, I'm totally useless. I wish I wasn't, but I can't, no, I didn't do anything. We used Lynn's oven, cooked the bread sauce and the stuffing, which was nice stuffing, actually, and the pigs in blankets and a few other bits and pieces. And is that it? That's all you had to do. There you go. Does that work? Well, we won't know whether it works until a moment, and then we can do it. What is? Trading. I know. But of course, there's no point in asking me. I don't know diddly squat about anything like that. But it's also difficult because I'm assuming that Nick Abbott must push different buttons in here because whenever Nick Abbott comes in here and works, you have to reset the entire building. It's seriously. So. It's not even a button, it's just a little dial. What can you do about it? What can you do? Jeff says, my driving licence has to be renewed every 10 years like normal people because of the photo. Every 10 years? Oh, right. Well, mine's 3 years because of diabetes. So if you're a diabetic, you have to tell them. You have to tell them. Somebody says, I'm a bit confused. I told the DVLA I was diabetic, type 2, and they replied I didn't need to notify them. And I teach people to drive. Oh, you should be on a restricted licence. I think mainly they'll probably worry because if you're type 2, you're probably just tablet, metformin, and that doesn't really... It's only when you go the next stage up where you're doing insulin So that's why 3 years. This is about the third time I've done it. Third time I've actually done it. You have to fill it. I'm sure it's more complicated, the questions, every time. But I always fill them in and then sort of send them back, and they just, upgrade your licence, which is quite nice. And Joanna says, have a lovely Boxing... Oh, no, we're not in Boxing Day. We finished Boxing Day, love. This is now bank holiday. It's a bank holiday. And we get 2 of them. So, in fact, if you sort of off just before Christmas or everything, you've had a week, 5 days of not doing anything at all, which is lovely, isn't it? We like that. Now we're going to find out what Boris has got up his sleeve for us. Hopefully nothing. But New Year's Eve's going to be the interesting one. Very interesting, I think. On New Year's Eve, they're going to be going, what are we going to do on New Year's Eve? What are we going to do? We're going to sort of close it all. I mean, the mayor's done his sort of job for London, so we've got no fireworks. There's no celebrations whatsoever. Just going to be a lot of drunks wandering around the streets, which is a little bit worrying, isn't it? And the New Year's Eve parties set to be given a cautious green light because people are still... This morning, a bus went past me, and I was looking at the back. It was a sort of a double-decker bus, and there was about 6 people downstairs, nobody wearing masks. Nobody wearing masks, and I thought, have you heard how contagious this thing is? Really, it's very, very, very contagious. Very contagious. And, yes, says Jeff, metformin. Yeah, well, that's it. So you're probably not a problem to anybody at all. When I started with diabetes, I just had metformin, and then gradually it got a bit worse. And so then we went on to insulin. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I mean, I couldn't... It was like the first time you wear glasses. I thought that was blooming brilliant. Because all of a sudden you could see things. I remember I just walked into... It was Boots I walked into in Kingston. And they had some reading glasses. And I put them on. I went, wow! You can see everything. This was before I had the cataracts done. And because that's the other downside of diabetes. Generally speaking, your eyes go a bit hazy and a little bit funny. So it was fine. I had both my eyes done years ago now. And it's been nothing short of perfect. I still use glasses for reading. Mainly because, I can read without... the glasses, but it's a lot better with them. And all I do, I just buy reading glasses. Cheap and cheerful. And, Steve, did Nick Abbott get out of that room in the building after the mysterious happenings during his show last night? At one point, says Janet, he thought somebody was behind him in the room. Well, it'd be a bit difficult because the wall is almost at the back of him. But, it's not like there's loads of space. Not like there's loads of... I shall have to check with Henry. He might tell me. So, I mean, he's had a few spooky happenings, I think. And I don't have to stab myself, says Jeff, except to test blood. Yeah, well, that's fairly straightforward, isn't it? That's a fairly easy thing to do. You don't need to worry about that. You just get the little... They're so cheap, the little kits. About 23 quid. And you get the meter. You get some needles... And because I know people who don't bother changing the needles, whereas I've got a box of needles and I change them every time I inject or I check my blood sugars. Always. But I know people who've kept the same one for ages. And you think, wait a minute, you're pushing and you've got blood coming out of it and you're using the same needle? I don't think so. So you have to sort of watch that. And then you get a little strip thing and you put it in the machine. You sort of do a little bit of blood pricking. And you get a little sort of dollop of blood. You put it onto the little slide and then it goes beep, beep, and it counts down 10. And then it shows you what you are. And you pray that you're under 10, which is, if it's over 10, it's a little bit like getting a COVID test. It's only the other day when somebody showed me, because I haven't seen it before, the COVID test little strips with the 2 lines on it. And the 2 lines means you got COVID. You've got COVID. And it could be all sorts of things. It could be a tickly cough. It could be sort of sniffles. There are all sorts of different things, but whatever it is, this one is very contagious. So, and on New Year's Eve, you're all going to be going out to well, not all of them. I mean, if I was at home, I would be going out to a party. I'd probably have a few drinks with some friends, and that would be about it. Because I'm just too worried about catching anything. But I did see it from a friend of mine, actually, and it had 2 bars on it. And when I did it the other day, I remember thinking, oh, please, God, it's all right. Because you're never too sure, right? If you've got a little bit of a sniffle, you think, is this COVID or is this not COVID? And I thought, well, actually, I'm very good. Every time I get on the bus, every time, I get on the train, I make sure I'm sitting nowhere near anybody. And if people get on without masks on, I get a bit cross. It has to be said. I don't say anything to them. I just glare at them. You know, like, put a mask on, please. Let's take the news, shall we? I think we'll call it the Bank Holiday Monday. We'll call it Bank Holiday Monday with Steve Allen for early breakfast.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Steve. I've just been told I've got diabetes. Two. My level's around 20 to 26. You're not long for this world then, are you? 2026. I mean, that's just ridiculous. So what do they put you on? Hospital bed, I should imagine. 2026. When I was first diagnosed, mine was about 20, and then you bring it down very quickly, because otherwise it can be not very good, as they say. So you know it's mega high, and you're doing nothing about it. You know, you should definitely, you know, it says nowhere near 4 till 7. We don't want 4s. 4s are not much good to you. You're really literally doing 6 to 9s. Something like that. Chris says, meeting my friend to go to the sales in Birmingham city centre. Oh, you've got, of course, sales all over the country. Back to work on Wednesday, but kind of glad, really, as it gives me time to catch up when the other staff are off. I've got to go to the chemist Wednesday, pick up a new testing kit, which is lovely. Get the testing kits, really. And, Steve, it's a gradual process. Starting around the world. Only in America they want us to use digital money so they can... No, digital money is going nowhere. Absolutely going nowhere. And somebody says, snap, I wear glasses. And then I had the cataracts done. Now don't wear them, just cheap reading glasses for reading. When I do my radio programme, says Jill, it's great. Yeah, I mean, I go onto Amazon... and I've got 2.75s, and you buy, like, 6 pairs for 15 quid or something like that. They arrive, and then when they sort of get a bit dirty or whatever, or they've sort of had their usefulness extracted, I throw them away. And just buy new. I bought loads of them. I've glasses all over the place. I've got them in my bag. I've got them in my pocket. I've got them in my coat. I've got them at home. I've got them, you know, next to the settee. They're all over the place, just in case. And I normally carry 2 pairs in my coat. Zach says, I've just found out, Steve, full-size crossbows, 55 quid on Amazon. Why would they be? Are these proper crossbows with bolts? This sounds absolutely outrageous. That's like selling guns, you know, because people who are ill, and this man's been sectioned, so he's obviously fairly sick, you know, he's able to buy a crossbow? I mean... Oh, right. No licence or registration is required to own a crossbow in the UK. Under the Crossbow Act 1987, crossbows cannot be bought or sold in England, Wales or Scotland by or to those under 18. Possession is also prohibited by those under 18, except under adult supervision. This bloke's 19, so he was obviously able to go and buy a crossbow. I mean, it's a bit frightening, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Amazon ID check it. Well, I don't know. Those under 18, except under adult supervision. Yeah, of course little Willie can have a crossbow. That'll be fantastic, you know. Shoot the cat, you know. We'll give him one in his Christmas stocking. 55 quid, honestly. I mean, technically, you aim it at somebody, you can kill them. You know, he obviously, I mean, according to this, I want to kill the Queen. We've dealt with people like this before. They've got him. He was caught there and he's been sectioned. So there's no chance he's going anywhere at the moment. But over the next few days, you're going to be reading all sorts of stuff about him. By the end of this week, I guarantee you'll know his family. You'll know where he lives. You know what he does for a living. Everything. Yeah, he hasn't been charged with anything, apart from sort of finding himself in Windsor on the Great Walk and then climbing in with a rope ladder. Where in God's name do you get a rope ladder from nowadays? I mean, normally you find rope ladder... Oh, actually, it comes from Southampton. You generally have them at the side of boats and ships, don't you? Have a rope ladder or something like that. But, I mean, it's an odd thing to go and buy. You know, yes, Amazon... I bet you anything you can find a rope ladder on Amazon. I bet you anything. You can find anything on Amazon. I mean, I'm always amazed if ever I want, you know, I mean, apart from the DVDs and things like that, you think, oh, I wonder if they've got colour-changing light bulbs. You go to Amazon, they got hundreds of the blooming things. Everything they've got. There's nothing you cannot buy on Amazon. And food. They now sell food. You can have it delivered. And footballers' wives, you're not going down that route, are you? You should be not allowed to look at things like that. It's not good for you. Footballers' wives. Only on my programme. Footballers' wives. By Jove, I tell you. Jeff says, when I was first diagnosed with diabetes, I was going to the surgery for 2 years with every classic symptom and having to diagnose myself. I had to go back and ask to be tested. I was tested here at LBC. one of our reporters tested me. He was diabetic, and I was sweating in the middle of winter. And I couldn't work it out. I remember sitting, we went to, where did we go to? 2 places. First we went to the Regent's Park Open Air Theatre in winter. I sat there, the sweat was pouring off me. And I didn't know what it was. When the parents of my godchildren got married, I went there and I gave a little speech, 25 minutes, and I was drinking orange juice because I was so hot. I couldn't work out why I was so hot. Of course, it was diabetes. And so I was tested by a good friend of mine who worked at LBC, and he said, it's 21, you need to go to the doctors. So I did. I came straight back home, went to the doctors, said, I think I'm diabetic, and they gave me the blood test. Of course, I hate it. They take out one of those little, they're called kidney dishes. They're metal, and in it they've got the syringe, they've got the needles, and they've got, oh, it's horrible. And so he did it, and he said, you're diabetic. I said, oh, where do we go from here? Which is lovely. So I sort of went straight on metformin. Straight on to metformin, and things changed. Things changed. I love it when people can't spell. You get so many people who sort of write it who can't spell nowadays. I'm amazed. Somebody spelt the word witch, which is lovely. W-I-C-H. I mean, are you really thick? You can't be that dim, surely. Have you been through the education? Steve, sadly it's true, but I'm still here somehow. That'll be through diabetes. Well, yeah, go careful. Don't last forever. So 55 quid for a full-size crossbow. I wonder whether, I bet they're not made here. They've got to come from abroad, haven't they? If they can sell one for, I don't even know where you'd find these blooming things. Abroad, look at this. Oh, and here we go. Aluminium crossbow bolt arrows. 12 of them for $15.99. Oh, it's lovely. You get free delivery. Oh, super, Want to go round Buckingham Palace or anywhere like that? Oh, they do. Oh, look, they do them in different colours as well. I mean, where would you use? There's also a Toys Kids medium crossbow, dart gun and target set. Or at least it's sort of dart. They don't look as though they've got points. Mind you, look at this one here. 6.3-inch aluminium crossbow bolt arrows with high impact bolts. £50 and £80 for mini crossbow hunting. Where are you going to go hunting? Unreal. You can also, oh look, there's loads of them. There is absolutely loads of them. Prices, some of these arrows, 30 of them, together with the archery kit. I suppose people use it for archery. I wouldn't trust anybody who had these things. Absolutely wouldn't. I mean, I've seen bows and arrows, but these things look lethal. Absolutely. Look. Mini crossbow bolt, 6.3 inches, $21.99. Get them on Prime. On Prime. Look at these things. I mean, if that goes into the side of you, you're not going to be sort of coming out the other side singing zippity-doo-dah, are you? That's not going to be happening. Blimey, honestly. Oh, you could also, and then they put in a jacket to make you feel a bit better about it. A windproof men's military fleece combat jacket. What are people wearing? Well, yeah, you've got to keep warm, I agree. And it does look quite warm, but to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to wear anything that's got a combat jacket written on it. No, thank you very much indeed. I can't believe it. Oh, look at that's bad, isn't it? A warm balaclava, full face. Looks like something out of Star Wars. That's, dreadful, isn't it, really? I've been getting hot every day when I wake up. Well, that's because you're ill. But you watch it, your eyesight will go. That's the bad news, actually, that with sort of diabetes. And also, of course, the other thing, if you're running 21 to 26, there's a very good chance you can lose your feet. You can certainly lose toes. You only have to get a small infection in your feet because you don't look after them properly, and that's where you get amputations. This where you get amputated. I've known people before who've had not only their toes amputated, but then there was one, I think he was a rugby player who was diabetic, and he ended up, his leg was amputated all the way up to his knee. And you know, because once it starts spreading, bit dangerous, not so good. So here is the masked man with a crossbow posing in a chilling video in which he threatened to assassinate the Queen. It's the trouble is, I kind of blame the Conservative government who closed down a lot of places where you can put people like this because they need medical help. You can't just have somebody wandering around the streets saying things like that. A mum who went to pour out her breakfast cereal found a stash of drugs in the box. She investigated online and reckoned the contents must be methamphetamine, better known as crystal meth. Good Lord above. It's estimated the bag found in a box of cereals worth about 90,000 quid. Good Lord. Her children are 3, 2 and 1, and she said they ate from the box in days before the bar emerged. Good Lord above. I mean, do you think somebody put it in there to sort of look after it and then sort of take it on for there? But now that I bet Amazon stopped selling these things. I mean, that sounds a bit too dangerous for me as far as I'm concerned. Steve, I was devastated when I was told I had diabetes, says Gary in Woolwich, but you learn to live with it. I've got type 2. Absolutely, you learn to live with it. You know, I never understand people going, oh, it's awful, I'm diabetic. And I go, listen, it's controllable. You know, you can control it. And it's certainly, you shouldn't be devastated by it. You just got to follow the rules and you're fine. I was 120 kilos and diagnosed, Steve, with type 2, given tablets and told I should lose weight. Over 12 months, I lost 32 kilos, and the type 2 was reversed, says Mike. Well, there you go. So you were in the very early stages of it. Very early. This is the merry, awkward bit between Christmas and the New Year when we don't know how to how to greet each other. Oh, yeah, we do, actually. We do. We just go, happy bank holiday. That's it. Somebody said to me yesterday, they said, you know, do you say sort of happy Christmas on Boxing Day? And I said, not really. You only do the happy Christmas on Christmas Day. But anyway, shout out to my son Tom in Tunisia. The round-the-world trip he and his best mate started 2 years back has been screwed by COVID, lockdowns, ripped sails and a blown engine. Oh, blimey. Yeah, I mean, COVID's terrible, isn't it? Terrible. And Steve, I was diagnosed with diabetes before Christmas. That was after spotting some blood after using the bathroom. Have you ever heard of that as a symptom? I hadn't. No. Don't know anything about things like that. That could be something else. That doesn't sound like diabetes to me. I've never heard of that one with diabetes. But everybody's different. Everybody's different. What else we got here? What else we got? And you can buy BB guns, which are dangerous. What's BB stand for? I can't remember that. It's like the plastic pellets, isn't it? Metal pellets. Lord, honestly, it gets worse, doesn't it, really? And Jan in Chobham says, my pet hate when people write Pacific instead of specific. Makes my blood boil. It's always entertaining, isn't it, though? I always think it's entertaining. BB stands for ball bearing or bullet balls. Dear me, honestly. Small wonder. Yeah, it's not very good, is it? I don't like the sound of all this stuff you can buy out there. In my day, it was a catapult. You know, and even those were a bit dangerous. Very dangerous. Catapults. Boomerangs. We can't sing about boomerangs, can we? I seem to remember there was a song that came out some years ago and you can't sing it now because it's offensive. It's racially offensive. And I never realised about it. I started doing it on the programme one morning because I thought it was a funny comedy song by Charlie Drake. And they said, no, you can't sing that anymore. I love it. I love it. Oh, poor old Rosalind's up. Oh, bless you, Rosalind. Oh, it's a shame, actually. Is that what you look like? God in heaven. Oh, you poor soul. Never mind. And unfortunately, Rosalind is a woke person and a snowflake. She says he'll be talking about trolls in a minute. Well, you're a troll, Rosalind. Do you not realise that? You're a troll. That's what you have to tell you. We have to call you out on it. If you don't know, then you have to be told. There's obviously something the matter with you. It's not your fault. You know, some people have got, you know, sort of screws loose. You've probably got the complete set, I should imagine. It's 14 minutes to 5.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Simon in Essex says crossbows, rope ladders and castles. Maybe the 19-year-old's been watching too much Errol Flynn. I don't think they had crossbows in Errol Flynn's time, but Robin Hood did bows and arrows. He was sort of famous for it, and when we were little, we had the bows and arrows, but it was a rubber sticker on the end of it, but the rubber sticker wasn't glued on, and you could pull it off, and so you were then left with a stick, which technically you could have sharpened up. But it's a little bit worrying, actually. A little bit worrying. And somebody says Rolf is in prison. No, he's not in prison, Jeff. He's been out of prison for donkey's years. You're very backwards in this one. Goodness sake. And it was Charlie Drake who sang My Boomerang Won't Come Back. Nothing to do with Rolf Harris at all. And Phil says, just on my way into work to start the food moving around the country again. Christmas over in a flash. I told you. They go the lead up to Christmas, and we go Christmas Day. My friend Ian in America, he's like me. We're both crackers about Christmas and the food and the presents and, the television programmes. And then one day, and then we kind of write off Boxing Day because we don't seem to think that that's part of Christmas. And then people go out there. I thought the whole country should really go into meltdown, and then sort of actually no shop should be allowed to open on Boxing Day. But I went through Knightsbridge yesterday and the day before, and all the cafes have got people sitting outside, having coffee, smoking, drinking, and I'm thinking, but this is still festive time. And then you suddenly realise there's probably loads of people who don't celebrate Christmas, which is good. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk, and who've... Jeff says, the diabetic thing is a good part of your show, but the thing that's prevalent is the fact that loads of us have been to our GPs who've misinterpreted symptoms. Well, you can't misinterpret a symptom of diabetes. They do a blood test. They can tell them straight away. And I love the way that loads of us, you can't speak for loads of it. You can only talk for yourself. Somebody says, how do you stay so positive? Life is so hard. Do you ever get down? I don't, actually. I know. It sounds a bit boring, doesn't it, really? Somebody said to me, they said, do you never get sort of fed up with things? I thought, no, not really. The only thing I get stressed about is paying bills. It's the only thing. And I've got some big bills to pay coming up. I've got a big tax bill to pay because I just have. And I've got service charge on my property to pay. And then I've got some money to pay off the mortgage. And then that's finished. I'll have finished my mortgage. That's the only... But nothing else gets me down. I can't think of anything that gets me down, actually. It is the rock and roll lifestyle, I have to be honest. I am living the dream. The dream is actually having sort of... somebody said to me, oh, are you going to be lonely over Christmas? I thought, good God, no, you're joking, of course. Never get lonely in this job. You're always surrounded by people, whether you want to be or not. Never get... I can never understand anybody who goes into any branch of show business and goes, oh, I get very lonely. Why would you get lonely? Goodness sake, in fact, sometimes you wish they'd all disappear in a puff of smoke. Yeah. And, because that's the way it goes. Tanker driver Phil is the one who spent most of his Christmas in bed with a very heavy cold. These colds are really so dreadful, aren't they? Really, really bad. Really bad. What else we got here? People who post racist abuse online could be barred from football matches, Priti Patel says. The trouble is I've discovered with Priti Patel is she says loads of things, none of which comes to fruition. Oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's just a load of old hot air. So... The Home Secretary plans to expand football banning orders currently imposed for violence, disorder and racist or homophobic chanting. Homophobic chanting? What, at football matches? Good Lord above. The new law is likely to take the form of an amendment to the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill. Ms Patel says racism is unacceptable, and for too long football has been marred by this shameful prejudice. I know. And what have they done about it? Nothing. I don't think you can do anything about it. I don't think you can, unless it's people in the stands who go, it's him, the one standing next to me. He's been shouting this abuse, homophobic and racist, because football fans, I mean, traditionally, they're not the brightest. They're not the brightest, Penny. I mean, they can't be. They spend an absolute fortune, going to these matches, and then they spend an absolute fortune having to buy the kit. And so you go on holiday to Spain or wherever, and you've got somebody wearing, their Chelsea shirt or their Arsenal shirt or whatever it happens to be, and you think to yourself, I've never heard of anything like that before. It must be something that's very indicative of this country. And then you get the the people who are just obsessed with causing trouble. You know, and it's a case of they must have very, very sad lives. You know, the football hooligans who go out deliberately, you know, to actually cause trouble. You know, which is good. I love it, actually. I love it. I mean, you know, I just love the fact that these sort of stories make the papers. So those responsible for racist abuse online must be punished. Yep, absolutely agree. Well, let's see some action. Let's see some action, because at the moment, you know, nothing at all. Shane says, just my luck, I'd throw a boomerang, it'd probably come back and hit me in the head. Oh, I've seen that happen before. Frisbees were the worst ones, weren't they? You'd throw a frisbee and you see them, they used to put them on That'll Be All Right on the Night or any other comedy programmes where they use clips, which are fantastic. You know, absolutely fantastic. And you watch little kids being knocked over, either by a jet of water from a hose, also... You know, you then find somebody will throw them, or it'll hit somebody in the face, or it'll hit them, you know, between the legs. Sweating profusely could be a sign of a whole range of things happening to your body. Also, rope ladders are commonly used to escape house fires. What would be the point of that? It would burn. It's wood with a bit of rope, which you can set on fire. I've never heard of rope ladders used to escape house fires on upper floors. That would be one of the most stupid things I've ever heard of, actually. And, Steve, I had to Google all these signatory symptoms. I went to them when my blood was 28. I'm thinking you're selective of portions of messages that you read. No, Jeff, no, I don't believe a word. Don't believe a word. You know, you cannot speak for loads of people because you don't. OK, so see ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Chris in Birmingham says, currently looking for Thank God Christmas is Over posters online. Now there's a business opportunity. Isn't it funny? It only goes for a day. You must have a really miserable time if you don't like Christmas. Everybody loves Christmas. You know, so I can appreciate some people who are lonely, you know, and Jeff would be one of them, who doesn't enjoy Christmas. He would hate things like that. And you think to yourself, God, you need to get yourself in order. You know, so that you can actually enjoy the season. I can't understand anybody who wouldn't enjoy that. It's like people who go, oh, I had a really miserable birthday, I spent it by myself. And you think, why have you got no friends? How can you not have any friends? I've not been on holiday for years. Why? Because I can't go on holiday by myself. Why? Of course you can. You can do anything you like. Don't be so wet. Goodness sake, honestly, we do our best. Lots of stories about Desmond Tutu. The one thing that everybody said about Desmond Tutu was that, A, he smiled all the time, which he did. He giggled. And he was also right on everything. When he'd say, I think we should look at this and we should look at that. I mean, he was a giant in the fight against apartheid. And Boris has done it. Everybody's done it. The royal family have done messages to him because he just seemed quite nice. I had no idea he was 90, actually. No idea. But seemed like a very, very nice man. Kate Garraway says her COVID-stricken husband almost ended up back in hospital on Christmas Eve during another health scare. Oh, but they did get to go to the pantomime. They went to the pantomime because she used to dance with Tony Beak, Anton Dubek, and so they went to the pantomime at Richmond. I wonder if they got freebies. The warm wave for Britain, a balmy end to the new year, and then they say after the new year it comes back in again. So it goes freezing cold. So Britain will welcome in 2022 after the warmest New Year's Eve on record. Temperatures tipped to be exceptionally mild this week, hitting 15 centigrade on Friday, same as hotspots like Athens and Madrid. And we did get snow, not in London, obviously. We never get snow in London. I can't remember the last time that we ever had snow in London, mainly because there's so many buildings that it keeps the temperature in, and so it melts. And then, of course, you get a bit of rain, and then it just disappears. Just disappears. Revellers in County Durham made the most of snow which fell on Christmas Day before the thaw set in. But motorists in London ploughed through deep puddles, mainly because the council, totally inept of course, have not been out sweeping up the leaves and taking everything else. They've got these huge suction machines, but they don't want to use those, do they? And so they'd rather, you know, cars drown in puddles. I mean, Hammersmith is terrible. Terrible. There's water all over the roads, and you don't know how deep it is. And it's mainly because all the drains are blocked, because they've not been out there and cleared them. Maybe they might do it in the new year. That'd be quite a nice idea, but I wouldn't bank on it just yet. Tom Walker reckons he owes the Duchess of Cambridge royalties after she gave his festive song a boost in the charts. Yeah, she was playing the piano the other day, and it seemed like quite a nice idea. And what was the other one? One person who won't have been overindulging is Dancing on Ice professional Robin Johnston. Former England rugby ace Ben Foden joked he has put his pint-sized ice dance partner on a diet so he can still lift her when the show kicks off for a new series. I really couldn't care less. I thought the Dancing on Ice programme was about one of those boring things ever on the television. That's why they axed it years ago. You know why? There's no... Strictly is the big thing. And there's no, on the Dancing on Ice thing, there's no celebrities. You have to work out who these Z-listers are. You know, and sort of they go, who is that? And they go, I think they were on Love Island, or perhaps they'll have come from the Sonny J. Yeah, Sonny J won. He did win it. I don't think it made any difference to his career. I'm not sure if some people go on television to see if they could sort of, you know, raise their profile, or they're doing it for the money. I suspect in his case, it's probably a very expensive girlfriend, so I suspect the money would come in very useful. You know, she's going to be going, and the ring is where? You know, we'll be doing things like that. I wouldn't do it. I couldn't stand up on ice. There's no point in going onto an ice programme, and also, it's I'm not sort of bothering with anything like that ever again. Kath says, did you see Christmas Day? Corrie's very funny. No, I didn't. I was far too busy watching television over Christmas. Are you mad? Never mind. Lying on the floor of my 2-year-old's bedroom, holding a hand as she's poorly, and you're keeping us going with sort of company, which is good. Well, that's what we're all in the business of. Thank you very much indeed. Do you remember clackers? Oh, yes. Do you remember clackers? The 2 balls and a piece of wood, and you went like that, and they would bounce up and hit each other. Clackers. I must get one of those, actually, although they look fairly dangerous as well. We'll take a short break. News at 5. Here it is.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Very nice to have your company. Welcome to Bank Holiday Monday, which is good news because it means that you don't have to go to work today, although there will be people going to work. I think Selfridges opened the other day for their sale, and there were pictures of people queuing outside there, and I remember thinking, good grief. That's amazing, isn't it? That people, you know, obviously have got so much money to spend, especially when every bill under the sun is going to be going up in the coming year. As a fundraiser here called Ray Wise. I like the fundraisers. He started earlier this year. He's run between more than 250 London Underground stations to collect cash for a cancer charity. And he seems to have done very well. He raised £2,602 for the Royal Marsden Hospital, where 2 of his friends were diagnosed and were being treated. So that was good news. He said, I wouldn't change a thing. It's been a brilliant experience. He's only 56, is Ray Wise, and he started earlier jogging the Victoria line from Brixton to Walthamstow on the spur of the moment. He then decided to see if he could run each of the 11 tube lines in turn as closely as he could. He completed the 249-mile task at Epping Station on the Central Line, having run past nearly all of the tube's 272 stations. His final run took him just over 7 hours. Not as good as Colonel Tom, though, is it? Sir Colonel Tom, Captain Tom, whatever it was. I mean, he just did fantastically. 32 million? I mean, I don't think that gets any better than that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I'm not going to have to order clackers. But the idea was to smack these things together. You know, I mean, I don't know why they took it. It was like dealy boppers. Do you remember those that you put on your head, and it was 2 sort of, you know, things that had little balls at the top which flashed, and they sort of, that was a thing that was fairly popular for a short while. James in Bristol says all football hooligans tend to only meet to fight each other and don't involve others. As barbaric as it is, they do seem to keep it between themselves. I think they're just a bit sad and lonely, don't you? I mean, seriously, that is a bit tragic. Football hooligans. Fancy even identifying them as football hooligans. Because to be honest with you, I mean, I think, you know, if that's the best thing that you've got to do, and they do, you get certain clubs that seem to have a reputation, don't they, for having, you know, different things. Apparently there's now a text number you can use at Old Trafford to report racist chants. Just text the seat number and the stewards attend and deal with it. All anonymous. You could do that with anything now, though. You should do that with anything. You can report illegal minicabs touting by the side of the road. The police are picking up on that quite quickly. Because I told you the other day, I remember phoning up to say there's illegal minicabs operating in Twickenham. The woman said, I don't think there are. I said, no, there are. I'm just watching them. They're pulling up along the side. They used to do it in London all the time. No other city seems to get it. except London, because, London is so vast, the police want people off the streets, and so you get the illegal minicabs, and they just drive very slowly along the side of the street. They'll see a group of people outside a pub who are looking for a black cab or an Uber or, a Addison Lee or whatever it is they've ordered, and they just wind down the window and sort of go, minicab, and people are happy getting into these things. You don't know who the driver is, could be a potential murderer or, whatever, and yet people get in these cars. I would like to get out the other end and go, I'm not paying you. I'm 39 like you, Steve, says Maggie, but I find Christmas an emotional time, so I listen to LBC, which is good. But why do you find Christmas an emotional time? I never know. I could understand if you've had sort of, an upset or you've had a bereavement or something like that. But, we have to sort of pull together on this one. We have to sort of go, listen, there are people who are having a really bad time, with illnesses and terminal illnesses. I mean, COVID has decimated Christmas again for the second year running. But, we become positive. I looked at it as, all right, so I won't see family over Christmas, but I will see them next year. And which is literally just around the corner. It's only about a week and a bit away, isn't it? And so that's what I just think, listen, it's a Christmas dinner. It's quite nice, and for the last couple of years, Lynn and I have had it, really, really nicely, actually, really nicely. But I never sort of worry about things like that. I always think life is a bit too short to worry about, I can't have this, I can't have that. It's like people who want their holidays. Some people live for holidays. I don't think Nick Abbott does. He was saying the other evening, he said he's not really, he doesn't do holidays, I don't think. So that's good. My partner, says Iceman, JJ is off to work shortly. She's working on the vaccination programme at Mile End Hospital. The NHS never shuts. No, they don't. They're also thinking of going around people's houses doing the vaccination. Sort of somebody will turn up on your front doorstep going, hello. Have you been vaccinated? Well, they wouldn't. They know this, don't they? Because they've got the details of you when you go in and get it done. So they might turn up at your house. You should get it done. You should always get it done. I mean, why would you not want it done? It's free. It's free. It's not a government conspiracy. It's just something that, is done to make it easier for you if you do get COVID, and you've been double jabbed and then you've had the booster. It makes it a lot easier. Because it means that you might emerge through the other side. But the people who are taking up the hospital beds are the idiots who haven't been vaccinated and they've got COVID. So they're basically taking bed space that could be used for people with very serious illnesses. But they don't think like that. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd be out there turfing them out. So I'm sorry. There's people here who are seriously ill. You're self-inflicted. You shouldn't be there. And Janet's on a new medication. I can't mention what it is, actually, because it has to be checked. You only inject once a week on the same day. My blood sugars are now steady between 4 and 8. Yeah, that's the numbers you're looking for. That's the numbers. I sometimes, go over a little bit on some of them. But, Kaz says, I've got a text Boxing Day, NHS to have a booster. I don't on the 21st of October. Actually, I got a thing from my... doctor's surgery saying if you need a doctor over the festive period, this is the number, and they give you a special number to ring if you need a doctor. But I mean, I didn't think I needed a doctor actually, but on reflection, perhaps I might have done. But no, I'm absolutely fine. Numbers are doing good, and everything is wonderful. Do you know? I sometimes wonder if the law is a complete ass in this country. There is a teenager in the paper today. His name's Taylor Peake. OK, Taylor Peake stole his granddad's Land Rover and ploughed into a pub, causing £500,000 worth of damage. He was 17 at the time. He took the keys after drinking with his pals and smashed into the listed building. Repairs to the Swan Inn in Ashford in Kent took months, but a court gave him a compensation order. How much has he been ordered to pay? When he caused £500,000 worth of damage, he's been ordered to pay £1,000. I mean, to be honest with you, somebody's taken the Michael. He admitted aggravated vehicle taking and damaging property, but was under the drink limit. He's now 18. He got an 18-month road ban and a suspended 6-month jail term at Canterbury Crown Court. He should have gone into rehab. He could have got away with it, matey. He wouldn't have been charged with anything at all. It's £1,000 for £500,000 worth of damage. God, you'd be spitting blood, wouldn't you? Spitting blood. And Stephen Southampton says, I think everybody that's not had a booster or a jab are idiots, right? I need to get a grip and we need to get this world rolling again. Yes, but these are the people taking up the hospital beds, the people who got COVID and they refused to have any of the vaccinations or the boosters. They've had nothing, most of them. And as we said before, in fact, there was somebody on the television talking about it the other day saying there are people who need these hospital beds being taken up by these buffoons. But, you know, that's what people are like nowadays. They think, I don't want to do that. I've heard the amount of people who read the rubbish that's on the internet is almost phenomenal. I can't believe it. Oh, it's not going to affect me. Why? Well, because I don't hang around anybody who's got COVID. How do you know? How do you know? You don't know. A metal detectorist has found a lopsided dice that Romans fashioned 2,000 years ago to cheat when they were gambling. Stephen Patterson is a cleaner, 47, discovered the bronze artefact in a field during a pre-Christmas search with pals. He thought it was a nut and bolt from farm machinery, but then rubbed off some of the dirt and saw the dots. He then realised it was a Roman dice. And when he tried it out, he realised it was dodgy as well, because certain numbers came up more often. Not a loaded dice. No, it's sloping. So that's the way it is, actually. He said it was made ever so slightly lopsided, so the chances of winning were increased. He's previously unearthed 13th century silver coins. He said it's just such a lovely find. It is very nice, actually. I don't know what you do with it. I didn't know the Romans did play with dice, but obviously dice go back even further than we imagine. Other stories, as I say, the Aussie singer, a bit of a joke there, Peter Andre. I don't think he's sung for ages and ages, has he? And he's so airbrushed in this picture here, it just looks slightly odd. He says, if I'm going to have another child, I think I need to put everything back 12 months. So 2022 is the time. I'm 49 in February, and I've always said my limit was turning 50. He's married to a doctor, I believe, but he's basically plugging something. That's all it is. It's a 2-page piece of puff about Peter Andre, whose career had finished. Years ago, finished. Absolutely dead in the water. There's a limit to how many times. Mysterious girl, mysterious girl, mysterious girl. Yeah, and people went, oh, for God's sake, don't sing. He went into the jungle. They were looking for people whose career was on the skids, and Pete's was on the skids. He was working at his brother's gym in Larnaca, which was very nice. And then he goes into the jungle, and he takes his guitar with him. Always a dire thing to do, as far as I know. That's like Matt Goss turning up and going, shall I sing you a song? Yeah, actually, no, I can live without that, thank you. So he goes in there, and he starts going out with Jordan, who was on the rebound, because all she does is just get married, have children, and then sort of get herself into a terrible tizzy. And so he says, I looked totally ripped. I would exercise all the time, but I was constantly sick. This is about 500 years ago. I mean, well, who's remotely interested? Nobody. My brothers told me every time they saw me, I was ill. But nobody cares. We really don't care. I'm really not remotely interested in the fact that anybody who's ripped and they've got a six-pack, we know you have to work at it. Just don't want it being sort of, loaded down our throat. It's ridiculous. Steve, wishing my lovely hubby, Niall, a lovely day at work. We listen to every day. He'll be listening in the car on the way to Gatwick to fly for EasyJet. Love him loads, says Max. That's nice, isn't it? I get loads of people heading up to the airports and trolley dollies and things like that, which we love. And Steve, I'd like to see the government bring in restrictions for the unvaccinated. That'd give the anti-vaxxers something to moan about. They seem to moan all the time. I'm always amazed at people's interpretation of something is that is sort of on the internet, and they believe it. They absolutely believe it. They go, it's on the internet, it must be true, and you go, no, it's just made up. Somebody says, please take some calls, Steve. Well, we've not done it for 43 years, so we ain't going to be starting now, are we? So I'm afraid you're on the wrong station if you think it's called. And by the way, that doesn't make any difference to me because the audience figures have gone through the roof this time, and 20 million downloads. Can't be wrong. Let's take a short break, shall we? 5:15.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. 17 minutes past 5, bank holiday Monday, and it's interesting, actually, that sort of people will be going out and they'll be queuing up for the sales, I think, again. Somebody else says still going strong. 12 days straight without a break. Doesn't make any difference. Listen, it's hardly difficult. Hardly difficult. I said at the beginning of it, you know, and in fact, actually, I've suddenly realised it's not 12. It'll be 13 days straight. Well, it's a bit unlucky, isn't it, really, actually? But you're doing amazingly well in your radio marathon. No, a friend of mine did it years ago. I think he did 48 hours on the radio. 48 hours. Admittedly, he was playing music, which, of course, as far as I'm concerned, that's a bit of a red rag to a bull. Bit of a red rag to a bull where sort of people are there. And because I would have thought you'd be falling asleep. You know, after a while, you go, oh, God, I can't keep awake. So difficult. Everybody's done it. But 48 hours. My friend Tony did it. And I think it was about 48 hours. He was like a zombie at the end of it. Another zombie. He was wandering about, poor soul. I don't think he knew where he was. But he did very, very well. Also, somebody says your voice is clear as a bell. Well, it would do, wouldn't it? I mean, I've got to talk for 3 hours a day. Everybody talks for 3 hours a day. Everybody does it. There's not just radio presenters. The only difference is radio presenters do it on the radio and everybody else does it. It's not like you go around being quiet. I tell you, somebody was asking about New Year resolutions the other day, and I said, I don't do New Year resolutions. Although I was watching somebody on the television earlier on, and it was a guy and his girlfriend, and he was deaf, profoundly deaf, and he did sign language, and I think he was might have been in America, where they cater for this sort of thing. And he pulled into a drive-in McDonald's, and it says, there's a sign as you drive into the drive-in, if you are visually impaired, or, you know, you have problems with hearing and things like that, go to the next window. They've got somebody who can help you. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that over here at all. People just assume that there aren't any deaf people. They just go, deaf people, how many of those are there? And you go, can't be bothered, actually. And Johnny Perry says, I missed Pete Murray on Boom, but apparently he was fantastic. Amazing, really, given his age. He's 97. Pete Murray's 97. Even I can't believe it. But he was always fit. He used to play tennis. And I used to think to myself, my God, I tell you, that bloke's got some stamina, definitely. Morning, Steve. Another year of waking up with you nearly over. Keep up the fight for reason and common sense. Well, it's not reason and common sense. It's just sort of people who believe everything they read on the internet. You know, it's the people, you know, as I say, I've said it a million times. It's such a good line. I forget where I pinched it from, but it's a case if your car breaks down, you take it to the garage, mechanics look over it. If you've got something wrong with your teeth, you go to the dentist. If you want to know about COVID, you sort of go to the internet and find a bloke called Dave who lives in Shropshire, who appears to know chapter and verse about everything, but basically knows absolutely nothing at all. And people tend to believe him. They go, well, Dave said this. You know, it's on the internet. It must be true. It was like the other day when Clive Bull was talking to somebody who was, I mean, obviously mad as a fruitcake, because he was talking about Area 51. This is a place in America, and apparently this is where all the secrets about spacecraft are there. And he firmly believed that they had bits of spacecraft there, and they could tell how they were powered as well. And I thought, you're as mad as a fruit bat. You really are. Oh, you seriously believe this? You seriously believe that there is a place in America where they've got flying saucers that are sitting there and they've worked? And the answer is yes. They really believe it. Seriously, they really... Even I couldn't believe it. Do you believe in aliens? No, thank you. The trouble... You don't. They don't exist. Well, they exist in the form of Nick Abbott and things like that. You know, I mean, he is a lizard, as we know, together with the royal family, I think. Definitely, isn't he? You can tell by the way he walks. He's got those webbed feet. I don't care what anybody says. I've seen him in his swimwear. You know, and he's got webbed feet. So he's definitely from another planet. Which one? I've got no idea. Probably Pluto, actually. I just... Gordon says, reading your book, so you want to be a celebrity. Well, in fact, nowadays, everybody wants to be a celebrity. They ask kids, you know, what do you want to be? Celebrity. You know, they go on Love Island. They're not going on there to win the money. They want to be celebrity. That's what they want. You know, it's like sort of, I don't know, it's like loads of other people. Yeah, you see, Big Brother was full of people who wanted to be celebrities. And sometimes it threw up some interesting people. You know, I remember little Nikki, who was mad as a fruitcake, she was. And she'd have these tantrums and shouting things and all the rest of it. But at the same time, it was very funny. Because, I mean, I remember one time she's listening to something on her cassette and it stopped working. And she went, it's not working, it's not working. And all of a sudden it came back on and she went, it's not working. Oh, it's working. And she'd go from sort of one extreme to the other. She died a while ago, as you know, of I think it was anorexia. But I mean, she was a character, and the programme threw up characters. That's what it was. And then you see, in the first editions of Big Brother, people didn't really get what it was. So they did do things without realising they were being filmed 24 hours a day. You know, the mirrors that they had in the bedroom and everywhere else were two-way mirrors. They had cameras behind them. Nasty Nick, I interviewed him. In fact, I could tell you stories about Nasty Nick, but I shall save those for another day in another book, I should imagine. But people all of a sudden became very famous. Nasty Nick started making up stories. And where he is now, I've got no idea. He must be doing something for money. He can't be. I mean, you can't still hang on to that kind of culture. But I remember there was one bloke on there who had Tourette's, and he lived down in Brighton. I think he went out with Nikki, actually. I'm pretty certain. And someone says, what do you think will happen in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial? I have no idea. You can't second guess that. The jury are out, and that's, we wait and see. It's not in this country. Oh, I like my cup of tea in the morning. I can't believe that Clive was saying that he hasn't had a hot drink for 3 months. I've got a friend of mine like that as well. He doesn't drink tea or coffee or anything like that. He'll only drink, alcohol or that's about it, actually, just alcohol. It's a discipline. But Clive says he's sort of trying to give up coffee, whereas I do have coffee occasionally. I'm very partial to a cup of hot chocolate. I like a cup of hot chocolate. That's very nice, actually. I like a cup of hot chocolate, especially if it's got the cream on the top. But the cream you get in all these places is not the kind of cream we're used to. There's this squirty cream, and it's basically a lot of air. That's all it is, and sugar, and it's not very good for you, but it looks quite good on the top, doesn't it? But you can guarantee the moment you take the cardboard lid off, this stuff starts evaporating. It just sort of descends into the ether. John in Colchester says, I've got less of a six-pack, more of a Watney's Party 7. And the rest, I should imagine. And the rest. And somebody says, why do teenagers never sleep at night, but they sleep all day? Well, they're playing on Xboxes. Students, I mean, I'm assuming that, playing on Xboxes and stuff like that is still as busy as it ever was. People like that kind of... And never did it for me, actually. Never did it for me. I was never remotely interested. And too late. No. Oh, so I used to... The only one I liked out of the video games was Pac-Man. But I used to get a bit carried away because these things would be chasing you around. No, and you're trying to work it really fast. And that was the only one. I never bothered with anything else. It just never interested me. I never got into all these sort of games that people were doing, and there was some which were a bit violent, and then they were so expensive, these things. It was really expensive. Kids would go, I want the latest whatever it was game. And I remember thinking, God, blimey, what else? Dave in Plymouth says the internet experts who spread nonsense are the modern equivalent of the bloke down the pub. They're just as thick. Well, they are the bloke down the pub. Who was it used to do the gag about it? They say you're standing at the bar and you're talking to some bloke and he's had a few drinks, and you go, oh, I'm gonna start building a house, and the bloke goes, I'll help you. I can build a house. And you think, no, you can't. There was a bloke this morning shouting on the streets of Twickenham. He obviously thought he was so drunk and obviously on some sort of substances, he thought he was a jockey on a horse. And he started shouting, going, come on, Mr. Piggott's doing this. And I'm thinking, you are mad. You are mad. It was Pete who had Tourette's on Big Brother, says Roger. Yes, it was Pete. I don't know what he does now. And I just know he lived in Brighton, and that was it. And I think because Nikki went down there to see him. A donkey that could barely walk has been given a new lease of life. What have they done? It had to have one of its legs amputated, so they've given it another leg. And it's getting used to having another leg. It's like you see dogs now. Sometimes you see dogs with, 2 legs missing at the back or at the front or whatever it happens to be, and they sort of put them on wheels, and they're in a little harness so they can go out there. Very brave of them, but this donkey's so cute, but the leg just looks like... Why they can't make them look like proper legs, I've got no idea. The King Charles Spaniel pups bringing hope because they do a register every year of which dogs are the most popular. Which dogs are the most popular. And unfortunately, King Charles spaniels weren't very popular. The puppies are so cute. So cute. I'd love a little puppy or something, but it's pointless having one. You work on the radio, you get up early in the morning. You know, life is a little bit disruptive. You have to get a dog that adapts to the same sleeping pattern that you've got, which I think is highly unlikely. The good news is the volcano's stopped. We're so a bit pleased about that. At the same time, a little bit excited over a volcano. New Year's Eve celebrations, according to the Mirror, were in the balance last night as revellers waited for a government decision. They're not going to stop people. It really isn't. It's not going to stop people at all. But the BBC blitzed the Christmas Day television ratings battle with 8 of the 10 hotspots. The Queen's broadcast, the most watched show, pulling in 7.4 million viewers, up 1 million on last year. Not that it will make any difference to Her Majesty, but, I mean, it's quite good, isn't it, when you think she's 90-something and she's pulling in the biggest. More than 5.8 tuned in to watch pop star Anne-Marie lift the festive trophy after scoring a perfect 4-0 for her cha-cha-cha with dance partner Graziano De Prima. So that was it. But the Queen cleaned up. I mean, huge. Even Mrs. Brown's Boys was not in the top 10. EastEnders Special came in 10th on the list with 2.9 million viewers. 2.9 million viewers. And there were loads of other things. Coronation Street was in 8th in the list, 3.25 million. And Emmerdale next on 3 million. EastEnders Special came up with 2.9 million. So it didn't do too badly. But it was the Queen who walked away with it, which I was very pleased about. Nice to go back to some traditional values. Here we go. We've got pictures of people with their sleighs. In fact, actually, these were by a road. I couldn't work out if it was a road or a river. A little bit difficult to tell when the snow comes down. And then everybody digs out their Wellingtons, their Wellington boots. Over in Essex, there was a car submerged in floodwater. And in Blackpool, Lisa and Lydia enjoy the festive season. They've dressed up. One as an elf, one as Father Christmas. They've taken a picture of them. They probably can't wait to get back inside again. It must be freezing. And Perranporth in Cornwall leads Brave the Swim. Locals brave the swim in Perranporth, and they all go. You think, oh, these people must be mad. The sea must be frozen to death. And people go, oh, I think we'll sort of go and have a wander in the sea, and it's a photograph, and they'll take it and use it in the newspapers. A little bit of a worry, isn't it?
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Very interesting to read about Janice Long, who everybody seemed to like, actually. She was the sister of Keith Chegwin and Jeff. So Janice, Keith and Jeff were raised on Merseyside and sang as a trio called the Chegwins of Bootle. See, I never knew that. I had no idea. After finishing school, she got an interview at Radio Merseyside. She said, the guy interviewing said, you're not worldly enough, so I became an air steward, lived in a tent in Amsterdam, worked in a wimpy, hitchhiked and picked grapes for a few years. Eventually, a letter caught up with me from Radio Merseyside offering me a job, and I was ready. She became an assistant at the station in 79, which was the year that I started at LBC, and then got her own show. She joined Radio 1 in 83. She co-hosted the Live Aid concert. Among her recent jobs were the Greatest Hits Radio and BBC Radio Wales. So she married Trevor Long in 1977, and a year later they were the first winning couple on the TV game show 321. They divorced in 82, and Janice was in a relationship with Paul Berry from 1987 until her death. They had 2 children. Paul said you couldn't ask for more love and loyalty from a wife. Oh, I should imagine. We've all got good stories, but seeing a picture of her with Keith Chegwin. So she was 66. Keith Chegwin was only 60. When he died, and that was a shock for everybody. I mean, it just seemed to sort of go. He'd only just finished hosting various television shows. He seemed to have boundless energy, Keith Chegwin. He used to go, well, Noel, and we used to go, that was good. What are you doing for New Year's Eve? Nothing. I'm going to bed. Going to bed. That's what I mean. I don't really do New Year's Eve. I don't want to go and stand in pubs. Not really very interested in things like that. So more than happy to have something to eat. I shall have some bevies. I shall send out loads and loads of text messages. It's the only time of the year that I do send out loads and loads of text messages. And then I shall climb into bed, then I shall get up and I shall be in here for New Year's Day, seeing the remnants, the aftermath of all the streets are going to be full of rubbish. as in, litter and stuff like that, and bottles and glass. Oh, it's going to be dreadful, isn't it? So that's it. Declan in Vienna says, when I'm alone, I have a weird fondness for pure hot water. Am I mad? Possibly, you might be. I don't know. Everybody's got different things, haven't they? I don't know what's so special about pure hot water. Can't think of anything there. Whatever restrictions the government put out, nobody will abide by them, as they've lied to us all and had banned parties. Well, people are going to have people want to see, out one year into the next one. If you've got one of those television that picks up channels all over the world, you'll probably get all of the fireworks in Australia and things like that. Before we're not having fireworks this year. We're too poor, I'm afraid. The mayor has decided. I mean, the excuse was it was COVID, but yet that's a load of old hooey, because he was planning on putting a party in Trafalgar Square with 6,500 people. Well, if ever there was a danger of things spreading, that would be it. At least on the embankment, you can spread out a bit to watch the fireworks. So it's all done financially. They're probably going to sort of bring in the thing where we're going to make the whole city, just bicycles or something like that, electric motor cars. So, I mean, it doesn't really make any difference, even if the government come back and say we're banning... They won't ban parties. They won't ban parties, definitely not. And very sad, Steve, to hear about the passing of Janice Long. She was 66. I don't know what she had. I don't know what she had at all. She had a very sharp wit, though. I think she was the first regular female presenter of Top of the Pops. First woman to have her own daily show on Radio 1. And the first woman on Top of the Pops. So she came with sort of history, which is lovely. Her agent, Nigel, says she died at home on Christmas Day after a short illness. She was a wonderful, warm human being and an exceptional broadcaster. Always made you roar with laughter with her sharp wit. It's all you can expect, isn't it? All you can expect for people who are in the business, especially radio. But it's interesting that she sort of championed for Frankie Goes to Hollywood and Amy Winehouse and helped them on the ladder. But very sad. I wonder who else is going to die. They say they always come in threes. So we had Desmond Tutu, and then we had her, and then there's going to be another one over the next couple of days. Like as sure as God made little apples. The postman turned pop star Nathan Evans, who posted his version of Wellerman on TikTok on December the 27th last year. He had a few hundred followers. That's who he thought, and it exploded. He's lived a year of dreams after a sea shanty of a video launched his new career. I think he's looked after by Jonathan Shallett, the super agent. And Nathan, who quit as a postie in Airdrie in North Lanarkshire, said, everything that's happened this year has been a milestone after milestone that I never thought I'd get to. And he has. In fact, I had to refresh myself on what the song sounded like. So I had to go and find it on YouTube. And it was lovely, actually, very catchy. Very, very catchy indeed. And he's done very, very well. Apparently, says Roger, hot water before a meal suppresses the appetite and you'll eat less. Yes, somebody said that. It's also very good. I'm not sure about hot water. Not sure about that. Looking forward to the first. I'll send you a jar of my pear and red currant spicy chutney, says Michael. Oh, pear and red currant. I don't know. You could get red currants now. I suppose you get them in the fruit and veg stalls and things like that. Perhaps Paul Cooper will do them. Also, sitting in the car, this is Ellie Inglis. Ellie Inglis is turning her house into a winter wonderland for Christmas. I love it when people do that. I don't want to see a whole road of it, but just having a few little bits and pieces, I think is fantastic. I don't, unless you live next door to it, in which case you probably absolutely hate it. Michael says, looking forward to the first. I'll send you a jar of my pear and red currant spicy chutney. That sounds quite nice. Oh, that's what we've just done the one, isn't it? Pear and red currant. What would you use that on, spicy chutney? Would you sort of put that on poppadoms or something like that? Can't think of what else you'd put it on. Pear and red. I've got something else at home, and I'm blowed if I can remember what it is. I bought it in a garden centre. You know, where they do sort of Aunt Bessie's, whatever it is, but it wasn't Aunt Bessie. It was somebody else. Lad Baby, hoping already they're looking to next year to get their 5th Christmas #1. They've had 4 now, and they show no signs of slowing down. I hope they make a little bit of money out of it. I really do. Football trolls going to be kept out of matches. How they're going to do it, I've got no idea. They always come up with these things, and it sounds brilliant and looks good on paper, but it's the practicality of it. And the donkey that could barely walk has been given a new lease of life thanks to a prosthetic leg, the first of its kind. 9-year-old Tommy, who was born with one front leg weaker than the other, was leaving a house he shares with his other half. And this little Tommy was born with one front leg weaker than the other, leaving the healthy limb to take the strain. So they've taken it off, they've removed it, and they've given him a prosthetic limb. I keep seeing these adverts on the television, which always depress me. It's donkeys who are being used in other countries for carrying bricks and everything else. And they basically, I mean, some of them, how they last, I've got no idea. Not very well, I don't think. Eddie says, I hope you're not going to be number 3. I'm free today, having had COVID. Well, you can have it more than once. Just because you've had it once doesn't mean to say that you won't get COVID again. I know because a friend of mine's got COVID again. But Eddie said, I can't wait to get out. Actually, it's shorter, isn't it? The sort of the convalescing and the isolating. It's now 7 days as opposed to 10 days. You have to test negative twice, I believe. Twice, yes. So at least I'm going to get a new kit, which I shall probably get on Wednesday. When the chemist opens again. Lots of deals, but COVID is keeping shoppers away. And what are the deals at the moment? These are sort of the ones that you can find all over the place, I think. Blood Orange Light Up Musical Gin Liqueur Magnum, Marks and Spencer's, was 35 quid, now 25 quid. AO.com, I've got a Shark anti-hair wrap cordless vacuum cleaner, was 349, now it's 199. Seems quite cheap, doesn't it? CK Into for Eau de Toilette, the fragrance shop, was 42 quid, now it's 18. There's a bit of difference, isn't it? A bit of difference. I used to like all the Calvin Klein aftershaves, but after a while you got a bit bored with it. When you first bought it, it was lovely. Lakeland have got a multi-section cooking pan, $39.99, now $24.99. And what else have they got? The Samsung all-in-one soundbar with Amazon Alexa Currys was $399, now it's $199. Save yourself £200. And Mont Blanc's Legend Spirit Eau de Toilette, 50 millilitres. The perfume shop was $44, now it's $24.99. So there's bargains to be had out there, but if you don't need something, there's no point in buying it. Because you're only just wasting the money. I mean, I don't think I'm going to buy... Am I going to buy anything today? No, I don't think I'm going to buy anything today. Don't think so. The chutney, apparently, is perfect with cheese and crackers, Steve. So yummy and quite Moorish. And the chutney, too. So there you go. So I quite like the idea of chutney. I do like cheese and crackers. I do like... I mean, I know it's really bad for you, especially diabetics. It's quite fattening, the cracker bit and the cheese bit. But I've got friends of mine who are addicted to cheese and crackers. You know, they finish off every meal with cheese and crackers. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, you constantly knock Sadiq Khan. Well, because he's cancelled New Year. What, are you stupid or something? Honestly, you really are bore, aren't you, really? But there you go. Yes, 170,000 lives lost and rising. Yeah, well, what's that got to do with it? What's that got to do with it? You're one of those peculiar... You're a snowflake, aren't you? We like snowflakes. Snowflakes are so funny. They're so peculiar. They're really hot. It makes you wonder what they do for a living, actually, if anything. So the volcanoes stopped erupting, which is good. They've got picture. When you look at this thing, I mean, this is just frightening. Absolutely frightening. But also Desmond Tutu, the world loses the champion of universal human rights, which is, some lovely tributes to him. He just smiled. Every time you saw him, he was smiling. Young drivers are now steering clear of manual cars. They no longer need to learn how to change gear, say the AA. Edmund King says that younger learners were already choosing simpler lessons in automatic cars, because you can take another driving test driving an automatic car. Mine's automatic. In fact, I haven't driven manual for donkey's years. Ages and ages and ages. And I quite like driving an automatic car, because all you've got to do is so simple. It's like driving for idiots. You just literally, you've got, a foot brake and an accelerator, and that's it. And a little gear stick in the middle that puts it into reverse or into any one of a number of different sort of things, including sport. I never quite fathomed out what that was, but anyway, it goes very fast. That's all I remember. Ashley says, I remember you mentioning the digital 14-day diabetes checker. I was going to get some for my mum. Surely they can't be hygienic eating it for 14 days. The diabetes checker, what was that? What was that one? Got no idea. Actually, I love this person talking about constantly knocking Sadiq Khan. They really are a snowflake. They really are. And I love it, actually. They say you're constantly knocking him. Yeah, well, obviously you're a bit simple, aren't you, really? That's it. It's obviously a regular listener. I love it. Steve, I thought leaving your present downstairs, it would arrive safely. 2 songbirds. Yes, yeah, we got them, Sue-Ann. We got them. Lovely. In fact, I was quite surprised when you actually push the button. That's from the RSPB. And you push them and they sing in the actual bird call. So because you can get these on the internet. I did download something which was birds, and it was birdsong, and I downloaded robins, all sorts of different bits and pieces, because robins are very solitary. They're very loner birds. And if you played it to them, you could see they put their head on one side going, what's that? What's that? I used to love doing things like that. It's absolutely fantastic.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 12 minutes. Oh, I've just realised what that 14-day diabetes checker is. It's you buy, or you can get it. I think you can probably get it on prescription. It's a round disc, and it's got a little needle in the middle, a little plastic needle, which surprisingly actually penetrates your skin. And you put it under your arm. You sort of load it into this machine. It's very complicated. You load it, and then you put it under the arm, and then push the thing, and it shoots it into your arm, and it's sticky. And it stays under your arm. I bought a strap as well to hold it on there. And for 14 days it transmits. But it's instant blood checker. And you get another little box, which is about £100, and you wave it underneath this little machine, and it will instantly give you your blood readings. You don't need to prick your finger or do anything else. And it's very good. I can't remember what it's called now. It'll come to me in a minute. But I bought some other ones, but it lasts for 2 weeks. And you can find it on Amazon. In fact, that's where I think I bought the last ones. And another one here. Somebody says, Susie says, I have hours of fun at dawn with the blackbird, and the other birds go quiet and then join in. It's so clever, isn't it? It is so clever. Somebody says, do not put your Bentley into sports mode. You'll kill yourself. I have actually driven, and in sports mode. I think it just basically gives you a sort of an oomph, you know. Another one here, lad baby charity or not, it's a complete load of rubbish. No, it's not. It's fantastic. It's raised an awful lot of money. And what do you mean normal Christmas songs? God, I tell you, the snowflakes are out today, aren't they? Oh, bar humbug. I love it. And Steve, why can't they just lock down London, where 1/3 of the population have not had any vaccinations? I know. Yes. Steve, even if you do knock Sadiq Khan, well, he's ruined New Year's Eve for everybody. The idea of doing, and then finally somebody knocked some sense into him and said, so you've cancelled the fireworks, obviously financial reasons, and so you want to cram 6,500 people into Trafalgar Square? What? How much quickly do you want to spread COVID? You know, very easy. Dave O'Brien's always praising him. Well, I think he does O'Brien's programme, doesn't he? You know, so that would be why. But the Lad Baby Charity is fantastic. It's a great song, and I hope if it winds you up, it's achieved its objective. It's fantastic. I'm all in favour of those. All in favour of those sort of things. You know, if somebody goes, oh, I don't like that, and yet it's got Elton John and Ed Sheeran on it, and it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's called a Libra, thank you. And Jonathan says it's free on the NHS. Well, you've got to find somebody who's got, because they're very expensive. I think for the Libra thing itself, it's about £100 and something, and you get 2 of the round discs, and they're about £100 as well. So it's not cheap, not cheap at all. So that's why they're not very keen. And also, if people can afford to buy it, then buy it. You can go and do it yourself, actually, if you've got diabetes. You don't need to go to anybody and get permission to do it. Libra make the diabetes blood checker. It's a good idea, but it is so expensive. But it's the technology, but it only lasts 2 weeks. I wanted it to last forever. But the first one I had, it wouldn't stick under my arm. And so then I learnt to do it, and you sort of load it into the machine, you peel this thing off, and it just, little plastic needle in the middle, tiny little thing. I mean, it's really, but it's monitoring your blood constantly. And it becomes very addictive to check your blood. It really does. I'd be sitting here on air and I've got the little machine which does the readout, and you just wave it out and it goes blip, 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 like that, and you look at it and you go, ooh, 16.5. And then you spend the next hour trying to bring it back down again. So it's actually very good. It's actually very, very good for you. So I like it. Yeah, it's fantastic. I love stuff like that. The day the snow blew in. This is in County Durham, where the snow blew in the other day. I love it. I love it. I don't think we're going to get anything in London. The family of the Il Divo star, Carlos Marin, he died. Well, they appeared the other day to hit out at the NHS, claiming his death from coronavirus could have been prevented had he been treated in Spain. He died on December the 19th. That was 2 weeks after he tested positive for the virus and was admitted to Manchester Royal Infirmary, placed into a medically induced coma in intensive care after COVID, compromised his oxygen. But lawyers for Mr. Marin's family said they'd be checking his medical records to see if they felt there was time to control the situation. So his mother was convinced that had it been in Spain, he would have survived. Well, he wasn't in Spain. He was here, and I'm quite sure they did their very, very best. Very, very best. I mean, it's a shame, really. I didn't know anything about him. I knew Il Divo. They were another assembled group put together, but they were in the UK for a tour, and they're going to join the family for a private service in Madrid. Fans will then be allowed to pay their respects at a funeral home. They're going to have they've invited the fans. How that's going to work, I've got no idea. No idea. In a televised interview, Alberto Martin said, I spoke with his mum the day he died, and she was saying she was convinced if he'd been in Spain, he could have survived, but they don't know. It's, it's if. We've had, parents trying to take children out of hospital to fly them away somewhere else where they think they stand a good chance of surviving. And of course they don't in a lot of cases. You have to listen to what the experts say. Somebody says you should run for mayor. Oh, God, no. I couldn't take the salary drop. Blimey, I tell you, no point in doing that one. That would be absolutely terrible. But Lad Baby, the charity, I would love to know how much they've made. I suspect it's a huge amount. I mean, 4 years, number one. And next year, if they manage to get, because they're trying to get a member of the royal family. As long as it's not Sarah Ferguson, we should be right. Oh, sorry, she's not in the royal family, is she? Harry? No, he's not in the royal family. Prince Andrew? No, he's definitely not in the royal family. So it'll have to be William, won't it? Or Charles. We rock this city for sausage rolls. It could be quite good, actually. I think Charles would make a real good effort on something like that. I think that'd be brilliant. Also, the judging people now don't say postman. It's offensive. You have to say postal operative. Postal operative. So this is where the snowflakes. Oh, I don't know. You can't say that, can you? You can't say ladies. You have to call them women. Can't say ladies anymore. So all these, ladies who lunch, women who lunch, makes more sense. You can't say victim, you have to say survivor. I don't know who's come up with this rubbish, but it's a document from Courts and Tribunals Judiciary who urges, it's a 566-page document. Somebody's seriously gone to town on this one. And you also have to, somebody has experienced trauma or injury rather than suffers from. Wheelchair bound, you can't say. You have to say now confined to a wheelchair. The blind are now blind people or visually impaired. The deaf are now deaf people. But it could be a deaf person, couldn't it, I suppose? And suffers from now becomes experiences. Honestly, small wonder we're in the state we're in. It's amazing. Critics say the guidance is ridiculous and the advisory body should instead be concentrating on tackling other problems with the court system, such as the backlog of cases. Women shouldn't be called ladies because it's patronising, an advisory body says. Oh, go away, honestly. These people are so stupid. Seriously, I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable. But according to a report from the National Audit Office published in October, there was a 48% increase in the Crown Court backlog between the end of March and the end of June this year, with 11,500 cases waiting more than a year to get to court. London was the worst affected. Victims, witnesses and defendants waiting more than 7 months for their case to be heard. Cool, blimey. You'd think they'd start having night courts, which they have in America, which I think would be a very, very good idea. My worst Christmas present, Steve, says Nigel. Positive COVID test. Stuck in now for another week. I know. A friend of mine's got it at the moment. Went down the other day. And is feeling very low with it. It's very debilitating because it makes you a bit tired. I mean, it's if you've been vaccinated and you had the booster, you get through it. But for anybody else, the symptoms can be quite distressing. Quite distressing. Stephanie said, I remember clackers. The thought makes me cringe. I'm accident prone, so I'm having an operation to fix my broken arm tomorrow. Big thank you to the NHS. Wow, at least you're getting done, which is good news. Definitely. Somebody says it was, oh, that's right, Ashley, and the pin, like a nicotine patch. No, it's a little round plastic disc with the needle in the middle and sort of this sort of sticky stuff on the outside. Somebody's decided to release, I don't know where they've got it from, actually. They think that Raducanu, you know, the tennis player who just likes everything because she wants as much money as possible, they think she's going to get an MBE. Earlier this month, she was voted BBC Sports Personality, and I think she's just got some award as well for having best legs in the business. I mean, seriously, it's like dolly mixtures, isn't it? Daniel Craig, they say, could be in line for a CMG. I don't even know what a CMG is. I've never even heard of a CMG. I think that's the one that they give to sort of people in the government, isn't it? They're also saying that Joanna Lumley tipped for a damehood. Honours are expected for doctors, nurses, and some of the thousands of volunteers who've helped in the vaccination round. Friday is when you get it. We also think Kate Garraway, rumoured to receive an honour in recognition of her broadcasting career. She won plaudits for the documentary about Derek Draper's battle to recover from COVID. They also think that Professor Whitty is going to get one. Barbara Broccoli, the Bond movie producer, expected to be made a dame, which is quite a good one, actually. The CMG is an unusual honour because for an actor, because it's normally given to those who have performed extraordinary or important services abroad. I don't think that Daniel Craig has done that. So perhaps they've sort of lightened up a little bit. Steve, what you forget is London's firework display is the only pay-per-view event in the world, ringed in steel, and if you haven't paid, you see nothing, says Vince. Well, you're not having any fireworks this year. You're not having any fireworks. He's cancelled them. I wouldn't like to imagine how much they cost, but he's obviously a bit stingy as mayor, isn't he? He just wants to ruin everybody's thing. And then he cancelled the thing in Trafalgar Square. Why they even bothered with assembling that, I've got no idea. And what was going to be the big surprise, you know, was most people love fireworks and should old acquaintance. You've got 6,500 people standing in Trafalgar Square, no self-isolating because there's 6,500 people in there. And what was going to be the highlight of the entertainment? A choir. I ask you, who in their right mind, because everybody goes out on New Year's Eve to get drunk. They're not going out there to look at the pretty lights and people falling in doorways and stuff like that. They're going out there to get drunk. That's the whole idea. And the idea of a choir, I couldn't have thought of any more boring than that. You're better off going to Winter Wonderland. You know, go and enjoy and watch people eating candy floss and toffee apple. Oh, toffee apples. Could eat a toffee apple now, actually. Very nice idea. So we'll let you know about these honours for Emma. Oh, at the moment, because she's pretty, she's being, you know, she's sponsored all over the place. And Daniel Craig and Joanna Lumley and loads of other people. Barbara Broccoli. Craig is getting this award. It's usually reserved for spies and diplomats. Perhaps they don't know it's only pretend and he's acting. Perhaps they're not sure about that, because that is a little bit... to infinity and beyond, NASA's new Hubble jets to the stars. They were talking about that the other day, and the dog saved. He ate 6 packs of chocolate coins, and as we all know, chocolate is fatal for dogs. Fatal for dogs. You don't want anything like that, do you, at all? But anyway, Hugo did recover at home. He looks very sorry for himself. As I say, how he got the metal wrappers off, I've got no idea. We'll take a short break for the news at 6. More of your texts and emails coming up on 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Bank Holiday Monday, and tomorrow you've got Bank Holiday Tuesday. So, you know, you've had a nice week off, or you would have had by the time we get to tomorrow. Then you've only got to do a few days, and then we're into the new year. And if it goes by as quickly as this year's gone, I think what's going to happen, we were sort of talking about this a minute ago, that I think COVID's going to be around for ages. And I think what you'll do, it'll be like flu and colds and stuff like that. And every year you'll go in and you'll get your flu jab, like I get my flu jab every year. And that'll protect you against COVID. I don't think it's ever going to go away. Definitely not. Steve. I hope they don't rename a Lazy Susan with Lazy Person. I love it that it's named after me, said Sue. This is the thing you have in the middle of the table, and it turns round. It's on ball bearings, and it's very nice, actually. A Lazy Susan. I was talking about it the other day to somebody. Isn't that strange? Steve, can't say ladies anymore. They'll be banning the I'm a lady, the Little Britain sketch next. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm quite flattered when somebody calls me a lady, as I'm a bit of a tomboy. Talking of Winter Wonderland, that's where I'm going on a call-out, says Sean. Overpriced load of rubbish, but only 6 days left. It brings Hyde Park enough money, I think, to cover all the maintenance fees for the year. But it's lovely. People love it. I love a fun fair. It finishes on the 3rd of January. So you could probably go there on New Year's Eve. But, no, I love it. I love it. Steve, I see a positive. Snowflake Khan has banned something that's dangerous to society. Can we introduce him to Gemma Collins and Katie Price, says Mark in Shoreham? Oh, definitely Katie Price. Shan't be watching that new dreary series of hers, look at the mucky mansion. I mean, seriously, I see that they've actually stopped that myth and that lie that she was worth £45 million at one point. She was never worth 45 million, ever. Never had anywhere like that. She's just an old topless model. That's all it is. And, Steve, so if you can't use the word lady anymore and you have to say woman, does that mean if your title is Lady Smith, do you have to now be called Woman Smith? When is this absolute nonsense, says Vanessa, going to stop? Well, I agree with you. Lady, I mean, they really, these people have just wasted everybody's time. Really. Also, potentially fatal to dogs, Steve. Grapes, raisins and sultanas. They can cause kidney failure. My elderly dog was in the vets for 24 hours after getting into my food recycling bin and eating 6 sultanas, says Sue in Perthshire. But just before Christmas, thankfully okay now. I think people think you can just feed dogs all this stuff, and you can't. It's really dangerous, actually. Really, really dangerous. Somebody says you can download the Libra sensor on your iPhone, so you don't need to carry the machine, just use the phone to scan it. Yeah, I tried that. It didn't work for me, actually. And also, I quite like the physical aspect of it, holding it underneath and doing it. But I've got the Libra app now on the telephone. But as I say, I used probably for about 3 months or something like that, and we managed to get the numbers down, mainly because it became so addictive, as I said, to do it. And you go, oh, God, 15. And the mornings, I was very good. First thing in the morning, I mean, I was doing, actually sometimes, when I was in hospital, I was doing some really low numbers. They used to come in and check me every day, which used to drive me crackers, absolutely balmy. Just when you've nodded off to sleep, Stephen, oh, God, now what? Just have to do your bloods, and they do it. And so you just hold your hand outside the bed, and somebody takes your hand, and then they sort of prick it, and they get a little bit of blood out of there. And they do, oh, really good. 4.3, and you think, oh, lovely. So now can I go back to sleep? Better. Steve, why are the NHS not informed when the booster is done? Hospital let the NHS knows that would stop them sending texts. I think it's just that they're overwhelmed at the moment. I mean, they're absolutely overwhelmed. What do we call Lady C now? Oh, I can think of a few words for Lady C. That was that crackpot. Do you remember? She turned up on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. And she talked like this, very sort of vibrato kind of voice and all the rest of it. She was a bit peculiar, actually. She's disappeared now. Disappeared completely. She's sort of annoyed. In fact, you can find her on YouTube because she's got loads of little videos up there, which people have put up, of her losing her temper, where she obviously thought she was clever. Whereas, of course, she wasn't. She had to go onto that programme to raise some money. And it's only because she's only called Lady C because she married somebody who had a title. She's certainly not descended from royalty or anything like that. Really not. You won't like the Daily Mail today. The puppy trade. Shivering in shopping trolleys at a Polish market. Pets that will be shipped for up to 33 hours and sold to British families. They all look gorgeous. Unfortunately, many of them have illnesses, and they can also get fake documents to say that the puppies are 4 months old instead of 8 weeks. 8 weeks you can't move them, but they do. There's one here. They've got a fake birth certificate for a boxed beagle puppy. I mean, it's gorgeous. Puppies are all gorgeous. They look absolutely wonderful. But here they are, trapped in cages. You can still go to Paris, you know, and see dogs in shop windows, in pet shop windows, in little sort of glass-type boxes. So you can see, you might have sort of half a dozen in there. Not so good, is it? What have we got today? Marlene Dietrich, born on this day in 1901. She starred in Witness for the Prosecution and Stage Fright. Hitler was a fan and tried to tempt her back to Nazi Germany from America. Instead, she earned the Légion d'honneur and the Medal for the Resistance from France for boosting wartime morale. Underneath a lamplight. I never thought she could sing, actually, but I just quite like the idea. What day is it today, says Philip? Oh, who knows? Doesn't matter, actually, does it? The day is whatever you want to make it. I mean, if you don't have to go to work, it's a holiday. And if you're going to work, I mean, it'll be a lot easier because people will be in a good mood. Although if you're working in department stores later on and you've got shop work to do and things like that, people will be battling over all sorts of things. The CMG, says George. Oh, no, not George. It was somebody else, actually. Is the Distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George. Mainly only given to diplomats. Mainly only given. Dogs love carrots. Who would give a dog a carrot? Honestly, you give carrots to horses. And Steve, one of my local parish councillors is campaigning to stop the manhole covers being painted black, saying it's racist. What has the world come to? Well, I've never heard of that before, because they're just metal. You don't need to paint the blooming things, do you? And over in Ivor in Buckinghamshire, Sam says, say get well soon to Grandma Janet Ward from all her children and grandchildren. Not another one who's ill. Good Lord. Lady Gaga, Lady is it Lesure? Or something like that, Lesure or something. Lesure, I don't know. But we'll have to sort of change that one as well. Steve, I couldn't get back to sleep after only an hour and your dulcet tones came on, so up and about with a pot of tea and making cheese and bacon oatcakes. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Cheese and bacon oatcakes. I've never had that at all, actually. But they sound very good. All the best, says Russ. Cheese and bacon oatcakes. So I'm assuming you just sort of mix it all up. Sounds gorgeous, doesn't it, really? Another one today, somebody else saying, what do we call Ladies' C? And does this mean, says Sarah in Enfield, no more Ladies' Day? Well, it'll have to be Women's Day, won't it, at Ascot? I mean, how ridiculous. Have you ever anything like it? And this is a document that runs to 566 pages. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. December 2004, on this day, which is December the 27th, 2004, tidal waves had claimed 12,000 lives last night in 7 countries. Thousands more were missing after a massive undersea earthquake sent a 30-foot-high wall of water tearing across the Indian Ocean at 300 miles an hour. Villages were washed away. Sunbathers and snorkelers were dragged out to sea. I've seen it. I don't know if you've ever seen these huge tsunamis, these underwater explosions. And then things just go from bad to worse. And they really were bad way back. Huge tree fell by a storm in North Wales last month. That's the trouble with these things, isn't it? Oh, and also 2 further universities have removed monuments commemorating the Tiananmen Square massacre as China now cracks down on political dissent in Hong Kong. The Chinese University of Hong Kong has torn down its statue of the goddess of democracy, and nearby Lingen University removed its relief sculpture of the same goddess. Blimey. Beijing introduced a new law in June last year, handing the authorities powers to tackle protesters in Hong Kong. Wouldn't want to live there, would you, really? Seriously, in Tiananmen Square? I don't think so. And somebody's put a homeless dummy in a bag. And it's a mannequin, described as distressing to people. And it was thought up by a homeless charity as a way of raising awareness of those sleeping rough over Christmas. An officer asked the Amazon charity to remove its distressing figure after members of the public stopped to offer food and coffee while others phoned the emergency services. But, sorry, it's not Amazon, it's Amaze charity, Amaze. The co-founder and director, Chris Lee, has insisted on keeping the mannequin where it is, arguing that homelessness itself is distressing. But, I mean, the police were called, and an officer asked them to remove it. You don't have to remove it at all. Fight it. Fight it. The dummy's put out on a Saturday at the charity shop with the idea getting the backing of the town's mayor. See, the police, approach here, the police officer and I was approached and told to remove it. They said it was too distressing, but I responded saying that the plight of the homelessness is distressing. We've got no intention of removing the mannequin. Good for you. Good for you. The police are just interfering. What, so somebody goes, oh, I find that very distressing. You don't want to come to London then, love? I tell you, there's people sleeping in doorways every night of the week. Every night of the week. Eileen in Scarborough says, going for a full English in Wetherspoons with my friend. Later this morning, we had enough turkey and roast potatoes till next year. Yes, exactly. I can't believe it, actually. But, yeah, it's a cheap breakfast in Wetherspoons, isn't it? I believe it doesn't cost very much money. $1.99. No, it's not far. It's about £3 something, depending on what you have. Yeah, let's have a look at Wetherspoons breakfast. Let's really do ourselves in this morning. I could just tell, actually, we're going to be going, oh, and they always put pictures up as well. We love the pictures. Here we go. Let's have a quick look. Oh, breakfast. It's served till 11:30. They do a large breakfast, which is 2 fried eggs, bacon, 2 sausages, baked beans, 3 hash browns, 2 slices of toast and mushrooms for £5.85. However, you can have a small breakfast, which is fried egg, bacon, sausage, baked beans, hash brown, £4.05. That's cheap, isn't it? There's a 1,406 calories for the large breakfast. A traditional breakfast is fried egg, bacon, sausage, baked beans, 2 hash browns, slice of toast, Lurpak spreadable, and that'll cost you £4.45. You can add 2 slices of black pudding. Ugh, disgusting. Who eats black pudding? Nobody. You can have eggs Benedict. In fact, I tell you what's really cheap. Beans on toast. £1.85. £1.85, I ask you. 2 slices of toast with jam or marmalade, £1.99. White bloomer bread. Or you can have porridge with banana, £1.99. Porridge with banana and honey, £2.29. Mushrooms Benedict, 2 poached eggs on an English muffin with mushrooms, hollandaise sauce, rocket, £4.55. It's not bad, is it, actually? Not bad. And then you can add, if you want an extra sausage, 65 pence, a Quorn sausage, 65 pence, a fried egg, 65 pence, a hash brown, 30 pence, and two mushrooms. 2 mushrooms, 60 pence. It's a bit expensive for mushrooms, isn't it? That's where they're making the money. It's on the... I think it's lovely, isn't it? I quite fancy that quite now, actually. A bacon butty is £3.35. But, sounds lovely. A sausage butty is £3.35. Breakfast wrap, fried egg, bacon, sausage, hash brown and cheddar cheese, £3.85. Oh, God, honestly, I hope there's somewhere open at Waterloo Station. Did you see BBC's new drama, A Very British Scandal? I did. Oh, I'm late. I should have done I've gone all late now. Look at that. I've never been so late. It's coming up to 18 minutes past 6.
This is LBC.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1 with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Eddie says, I've just watched clips of Lady C, mad as a box of frogs. I know. The funny thing was, she was sort of a bit of a novelty for a time being, but then she was so patronising to people, and she thought she was clever, and she hated everybody she was in the jungle with, and I don't think they were much taken with her, but luckily you don't see her at all, which is good. I'm going to go for a run, Steve, to burn off all these extra pounds I've put on, but all this talk of food is distracting me and making me hungry. I know, we got the same. We got the same here. We got the same. We're all going, I could go and eat that. Mark in Romford says, I have black pudding every time I have a breakfast with a hint of pepper. Disgusting. Disgusting. Not for us. Not for us. Angela says, did you see A Very British Scandal? I didn't, actually. It's based on the divorce, isn't it, of the Duke and Duchess of Argyll. Well, that's what I thought it was, actually. Do you know that? I don't, actually. But I mean, I used to love those sort of things. Steve, my mum's tiny old Jack Russell ate a whole chocolate orange and a bag of chocolate coins. Oh, good Lord. At first, At first, we thought it was 2 chocolate oranges, but we found the second one under the dining table, says George in Bracknell. Had to take her out for a walk to get her to leave the chocolate orange behind. Be sick. She's only small, but she's ever the opportunist. Yeah. Steve, Heads Up Everywhere at Waterloo is opening at 7 a.m. Shouldn't be an issue for you. Thank you very much indeed. No, it won't. I shall get there just at the right time. And, of course, there'll be nobody travelling today. Nobody travelling by... I mean, there'll be a few people, but I've noticed, actually, over the past few weeks, Waterloo Station has become more and more empty. I might get some hash browns or something like that, and then sort of wait for the train, which doesn't bother me. As I say, I've got nothing to do today. It's quite nice. And then what's tomorrow? Tuesday. Where am I? I'm back on this show. I can't remember what days I'm doing at the moment. Honestly, even I'm losing the will to live. It's Tuesday tomorrow. Today's Monday. Yes, tomorrow's Tuesday. Kim says, no ladies up here, Steve, just plain woman's. And Steve, Stoke-on-Trent is famous for its oatcakes. They're flat, soft and round, about the size of a side plate. They're often filled with cheese, bacon, even mushrooms and tomatoes, and heated up so the cheese melts. They're normally rolled up like a Swiss roll. Never heard of that thing before, but it sounds quite nice, actually. Sounds quite nice. I'm definitely in favour of that thing. I don't know why they don't do those round all the fast food places, because some of them are terrible. Some of them are terrible. I mean, the fast food. I mean, as I say, I've been, because I use Waterloo Station a lot. And I've been to these pasty shops, and I don't know what on earth's inside these pasties. I wish they'd tell you. I bought a sausage roll about 2 or 3 months ago, and I had no idea what was in it. I mean, if it was meat, it was very well disguised. Very well disguised. Also, what have we got today? Timothée Chalamet, the American, became the youngest Best Actor for Call Me By Your Name. He played in Dune and plays Willy Wonka in a new film. Not another Willy Wonka film. Good God in heaven, how many Willy Wonka films do we need? You know, I think you only need about 1 or 2. All the time, you know, you open up the sort of thing and you go, oh, my goodness me. It's rumoured royal tradition that goes back centuries. Guests of the Queen are weighed before and after their stay to check they've really overindulged. And but as I say, I thought the funny thing was that the Queen had everybody down to Windsor except Sarah Ferguson. Obviously, they don't like her, do they? Mind you, Prince Philip hated her. So, of course, she was banned. And so, but I didn't think it was still going on. I was a bit surprised by that, actually. My friend Mark, who is a former producer of mine, says black pudding is absolutely delicious. No. He says it might look as though you're eating a giant scab, but it's very tasty. Trust me. No. It's blood. It's just blood. And then they fry it. No, thank you. God, I couldn't have anything like that. That would really drive me mad. Really drive me mad. So, advice to observe COVID safeguards for the New Year's Eve party. People won't bother. They'll be having street parties. There'll be no social distancing. Nothing like that at all. Nothing. The Duchess of York spent her first Christmas Day as a grandmother on her own, whilst the family had lunch with the Queen at Windsor Castle. It had been thought Sarah Ferguson to be brought in from the cold. They don't want her there. And I don't think it's just, I mean, it used to be Prince Philip, but obviously the family are carrying on the tradition. And so since she got divorced, she's remained at Royal Lodge, the home she shares, mainly because, I mean, she appears not to have any money. I don't know what she does with her money. I don't know where her money comes from. But the Prince, along with their daughters and their husbands and children, joined a large party of families celebrating with the Queen. And after Andrew and Fergie's breakup, Philip couldn't stand to have his former daughter-in-law, 62. They're obsessed with putting ages. Have you noticed? Steve Allen, 67. In the same room as him, and it's absolutely necessary. So it meant that she either spent Christmas elsewhere or stayed on Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate so her daughters could see her for part of the day when the royals were in Norfolk. The Queen's always been more accommodating, and some thought she might be joined by Fergie this year following Philip's death. But obviously not. Buckingham Palace declined to comment, but it's understood the Queen hosted lunch for more than 20 of her family, and they didn't want her there. They didn't. I don't see why they should have to have her there. You just thought that they might have relented a little bit, but obviously not. But, I mean, even Prince Andrew, can you imagine? Do you think anybody's talking to him, or does he just sit in the corner? People going, don't talk to him. Other guests said to have included Mike and Zara Tindall and their 3 children, and Princess Margaret's daughter, Lady Sarah Chatto, with her family. Notable absentees, Princess Anne, and her husband, Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, they're isolating, because I think he's actually tested positive. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge celebrated Christmas with their children up at Anne Hall on the Sandringham estate. Fergie may have seen her daughters and their family at some point in the day at Royal Lodge, but in an interview she said, "I'm used to it. For 26 years I've not spent Christmas with my children. If you leave the royal family, you can't do it both ways." Well, that's good news, isn't it? So there you go. I mean, listen, you know, it's only just for a few days, and it's not a case of not spending Christmas with the family. The royal family who hosts these things, you know, like if anybody was hosting a party, you decide who you wanted. And obviously, you know, as the Queen hosts this, she will be looking after the table and deciding who's going to go there. And Sarah Ferguson ain't on the list for 26 years. And so the kids used to go and visit her. But now they, I don't think they bother. I mean, she's always been a bit of an outsider, you know, Sarah Ferguson. I know that because I sort of follow it with great interest to find out, you know, and when I heard that Prince Philip didn't like her at all and wouldn't have her anywhere near, I'm assuming that the Queen will still follow the same tradition. She's not going to go against something that Prince Philip started some years ago. Definitely not. Steve, the best thing on TV this Christmas was on last night, Billy Connolly's documentary. Wasn't it rude? I'd forgotten how rude Billy Connolly is. I mean, some of the things he was talking about, I'd love to mention them here this morning, but I can't do it. Interesting. Steve, I worked at one of the chains for sausage rolls. Don't expect fresh that are in Waterloo. When I was younger, they're not monitored, says Ashley. I just want to know, what I want to know is, if it's a sausage roll, why can't they just make a long sausage and put it inside like a hot dog kind of thing, as opposed to this gunk stuff that they throw inside? And I've looked at them and I've sort of eaten them. And to me, it looks like sawdust mixed with a bit of something else. I don't know what it is, and they don't show you what the ingredients are. Probably just as well, I should imagine. If you want a pasty, you could do a lot worse than a Carr's pasty. They're based in Bolton, but they do frozen deliveries. They're delicious. My fiancée, says Anna, being Bolton born and bred, has them on a barm, which is another can of worms. Barm, bap, or bread roll. But I've heard of barm. But doing frozen deliveries. You see, I think we used to get them from a place in Fleet Street, which used to do the best pasties ever. They had mincemeat in, and they had carrot, and oh my God, they melted. They melted in your mouth. I can taste the blooming thing now. They're absolutely delicious. But the stuff you get where they go, the, you know, East Country Pasty Company or whatever they happen to be, you look at it and you go, where are they made? Where are they made? And what's in them? Because I've never discovered anything that appears to be interesting. But Billy Connolly, as I say, Steve. Somebody else told me about Stoke-on-Trent, famous for the oat cakes. New listener, laid up in bed with a slipped disc and really wanting a cooked brekkie. And I bought my son-in-law a black pudding kit for Christmas. A black pudding kit? Ooh. Horrible. Say good morning to my brother Sonny, who's in bed feeling rough with COVID. And listen, it's the only time, well, same as last Christmas actually, that we've mentioned COVID all the time. Should we take a break?
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's Bank Holiday Monday. We're calling it Bank Holiday Monday because it's today and tomorrow, and then presumably the buses start filling up and everything else, but still being careful. The dog owners must be related to the Polish dog trading chocolate. However enticing chocolate is for humans and dogs alike. No, definitely, you can't give dogs chocolate. It's fatal for them. I live in Devon, Steve, says James. Occasionally pop over to Cornwall just to buy a pasty. You can't beat the real thing. Angela says, why no extra restrictions re-COVID in England with the huge and rapidly increasing infection rates? I don't know. That's what people were thinking was going to happen this week. Michael says, going to buy a Bentley in the new year. Model recommendations? Well, I've got a Flying Spur, so I don't really have recommendations. I'm looking at the moment at a two-door Rolls Phantom. I don't think it'll happen, but I'm looking at it. It's the right price. I'm just in fact, I think Mr. Neil's looked at it as well. And I thought that's really lovely, but I've got a lot of bills to pay, as I explained earlier on. Steve, forgot black pudding. You must try white pudding, says Mary. Absolutely delicious. An Irish delicacy. Lots of places sell it here. You'll love it. I wish people would stop telling me what I'm going to love. I can't think of anything worse Can't think of anything worse. Carr's pasties are made on site. Check it out, Stephen. No, I don't work for them, says Anna. Yeah, but don't worry, we'll send you a case down. Can you imagine a case of pasties? Because all we've got is a microwave. You can't really cook a pasty in a microwave. It's frozen. It needs to go in the oven, doesn't it, to crisp up, which is lovely. Are you going to the rugby today? Harlequins playing their home match at Twickenham Stadium. Crowd of around 70,000. No, I'm not. I shall get home. I don't know what's going to be open today, actually. I don't need anything. I've got loads of food in. I might have I might have some bacon, actually. I don't know what I'm doing today, actually. It's sort of nothing that's on my on the card for doing, which is quite good, actually. It's always a bit of a mess. A little bit of a mess over this sort of festive period because you don't know who's working and then people are off and then people have come down with little bits and pieces. The Antiques Roadshow's greatest hits, from a pot used as a goalpost to the royal heirloom scooped out of a gutter. And they found all sorts of things. There was one here, an Anthony Van Dyck portrait. Fiona Bruce's sleuthing skills helped her. I mean, she's typical BBC presenter, Fiona Bruce. I can't think she'd work anywhere else at all. She looks BBC. She talks BBC. It's all sort of a little bit clipped and everything else. But I do remember Fiona Bruce falling flat on her face when she interviewed Prince Philip over something. And if you interview Prince Philip, you have to submit all the questions in advance, like any members of the royal family. They won't take anything just because, they're a little bit wary. And I thought she was flirting with him terribly. I've seen a few other people flirting. I seem to remember, actually, Selina Scott flirting with Prince Andrew when she covered for Wogan. And she was very coquettish. And he was playing along with it. But in Prince Philip's case and Fiona Bruce, he didn't play along at all. But anyway, Father Jamie MacLeod bought this portrait in 2013 in an antique shop. He bought it for £400. Fiona did some sleuthing around, and it was worth over £500,000. He sold it, as you can well imagine. And another one here, a bronze, cost £100 as part of a job lot, sold at auction in 2014. It was a bronze jardiniere. It's quite beautiful. Sold for £668,000. A ring, bought in a charity shop for £1, sold for £2,000. I love those sort of programmes on the television where they sort of do so, and you think, God, that's beautiful. There's a Lalique vase here which had been heading for a rubbish bin, but it was saved. It cost £1, valued at £30,000, sold at auction £32,500. They're great. Winston Churchill's memorabilia, including hat and cigar, cost nothing, worth £10,000. It had ended up on a rubbish dump. Good grief. I mean, honestly, don't you just long to sort of know about all antiques? Then you go out to a car boot sale and you see something, you turn it and you go, I can't tell them how much this thing is worth. That must be nice. I'd love to have that gift. That would be absolutely delightful. But I don't know anything about antiques at all. I just know what I like. Steve, go to Cafe Zizou next to Sandy's in Twickenham. Wait a minute, is it next to Sandy's? No, it's next to the... wait a minute, you've got Marks and Spencer's, then you've got Sandy's, then you've got the cafe. So, it's next to sort of Sandy's and everything else. And says, they do sausage rolls with a whole sausage inside, says Wendy. Do they? Ooh, I like that. Have you ever had food from the diner at Costco? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've got a member of Costco for donkey's years. Of course I have. I've had everything. There's nothing I've not... The only thing I can't have, but it always sounds delicious to me, is they do a mango drink. And I love mango. The trouble is, two things. A, it's all sugar, and mango affects me quite quickly. And secondly, it burns the roof of your mouth. You get brain freeze because it's got ice and everything else in it. But I have risked it a couple of times, so I've had everything. Everything. I like the pizzas. I like the baked potatoes. Love those. You see, getting me talking. It's only 20 minutes away from the end of the programme. And, Steve, you mentioned pasties. Surprised you didn't give a shout-out to a man who used to work your manor. Who was that? Who was that one? I do like pasties, actually. You've got to be careful they don't just fall apart. Roger says, the Rolls is more expensive, but a Bentley commands more respect. Well, actually, I always think a Rolls you're supposed to be driven in, and a Bentley you drive. Mine's 4 doors, so... it makes a bit of difference. I've seen it in a 2-door, and I prefer 4-door. So I don't like to have to move seats forward and stuff like that. Not so good. Steve, I ate delicious tapas years ago, and I had something called sangre frita. It was especially nice till I found out it was fried blood. Eric says, now living in Barcelona, I've never made that mistake again. God dear. Gets worse and worse, doesn't it, really? But what time's the rugby kick-off today? Can we find out what time the rugby kicks off? I have to check these things. I don't want to sort of arrive in the middle of it. 70,000 people arriving. So, Monday 27th, Harlequins, and the kick-off. Do you know, isn't the internet brilliant? Isn't it absolutely? Everything you want to know is on the internet. And here we go. Kick-off. Says 5 o'clock today. Oh, dear. 5 o'clock. They'll be in earlier because they'll be drinking. They'll be drinking in the pubs. 70,000 people. Good Lord above. Yeah, it is. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, which means that they'll be... well, of course, I'll be in bed. Doesn't affect me. I don't sort of worry about it. So, Twickenham Stadium, tickets are still available. I bet they are. I bet they... Do you know, I've never been to a rugby game in my entire life. I played rugby, but I've never fancied going to a game. And the stadium's huge. I mean, it's lovely. It's really nice. Very, very nice indeed, but never appealed to me. My friend Michael loves going. He's been loads of times to the rugby. He's also in radio as well. Apparently we've had our fill of Turkey. The Turkey Authority have launched a bid to rebrand the country as Turkiye. Have you seen this? It's very weird, isn't it? Turkiye. Oh, it's the Turkish pronunciation. What do the 2 dots over the U signify? Is that Right, okay. U and O. Right, and that one's U. It's an education, this programme, isn't it? You know, we've got people from all over the world working at LBC. And so they've launched a bid to rebrand the country. Is that going to go through? It's not going to go through, is it? Oh, it's gone through. Oh, right. Yeah. Apparently, after they declared independence in 1923, but Turkey stuck among Western nations. So it's not the only country to opt for a name change. In 2019, the Netherlands dropped the name Holland, while in 2016, the Czech Republic announced it wanted to be known as Czechia. I only just got used to Bombay. Now it became Mumbai. You know, and everybody wants, everything changed, which was very interesting. And somebody says, I love these people, they're so woke. You must be on at least 500,000 a year to be able to afford a flying spur. And? Sorry, I never quite know where that's going. Oh, somebody says, oh, please, Steve, give the white pudding a go. It's phenomenal. I can't. Kim says, I remember the Fiona Bruce Prince Philip interview. I think it's the first time I've ever cheered a royal. He was having nothing to do with it. He wasn't playing the game. And I was told afterwards he does it his way. And she was trying to use her womanly charms. Womanly charms? Anyway, yeah. And it just didn't work at all. It was very interesting to watch. And I remember thinking, oh, I really feel for you. I really feel for you, because it must have been one of those awkward interviews. She was trying to get stuff out of you, going, oh, well, because of this and that. I can remember there was a presenter on LBC years and years ago who interviewed a celebrity. And they said, oh, you're known as a sex symbol. And this particular celebrity said, by whom? And she said, oh, everybody. He said, everybody who? And he wouldn't let it go. And she didn't have the answer to it at all. And again, you could hear somebody inwardly dying. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, 70,000 people in one place. How many will wear face masks? And you ask why COVID is so rampant in London. We're not in London. We're in Middlesex. We're Twickenham in Middlesex. And of course, loads of people don't do it. Loads of people don't do it when they go to football. They don't do it when they go to the sales. They don't do it. And I didn't ask why COVID was so rampant in London. I've never asked that. I've always been well aware of it. I see people on the bus every day not wearing a mask. And I always think you shouldn't be allowed on the bus. My thoughts. 14 minutes to 7.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Steve. I remember the interview between Robin Day and Margaret Thatcher when he dared to suggest some people didn't agree with her policies. Her answer? Who are these people? Yes, that was... it's amazing, isn't it? When you see an interview going wrong, it goes wrong. You know, I've always talked about the Bernard Levin interview with Terry Wogan, and Terry was doing the old Wogan, you know, doing the old bit, which generally worked with just about everybody, including Americans. But in the case of Bernard Levin, it was a case of, you know, I mean, have you read my column today? I think in the Times. And Wogan tried to brush it off and went, no, I've been very busy and all that. He said, well, I'm leaving. He said, can't even be bothered knowing I was on the show to read the column. And he got up and walked off, which I thought was very interesting. Steve, shouldn't they be called a flying spurt? Oh, well, not the speed this thing can do. One of the fastest cars on the road, the Flying Spur. Very 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds, because it's a chain thing, which is very good, actually. Steve, Colin Campbell appeared last night as a small boy in a very British scandal, son of the Duke of Argyll, Ian Campbell, presumably ex-husband for a very short time of Lady C. Yes, exactly. And she's milked it ever since. But, you know, I know all about the royal family. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. You're going to go crackers for this one. It's enough to make a Scotsman choke on his dram. An alcohol-free scotch brewed in Mexico is to go on sale in the UK. And, whisper it quietly, north of the border, the makers are looking at setting up a bottling plant for its Glasgow-style tipple in France. Have you ever heard of anything like it? Mexican scotch with no booze in it. What's the point of having that? No point. It's got to be booze in, hasn't it? I mean, especially scotch. And you do get people who are Scotch aficionados, where they know just about everything that goes on. They can identify different Scotch. I mean, I've got no idea at all, not a clue. Sort of thing Andrew Castle probably know about, but I've never been a Scotch drinker. But I've worked in bars before where people have ordered scotches, and it's Scotch and water. Very, very popular. Very, very popular. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What colour is your Bentley, Steve? Mind your own business. Honestly, nothing worse than nosy people. There's a Porsche in the paper today. He drove for 20 miles on the motorway. The back of the car is completely wrecked. It's a convertible, and this two-seater convertible Porsche was smashed up on the M25, leaving its bodywork trailing behind it, but the driver thought it was OK to carry on with his travels. Police said the car was stopped near Cobham. He drove for about 20 miles, and the driver had a positive breath test, but was under the legal drink-drive limit, reported for driving a vehicle in a dangerous condition. When you see the picture of it, you'll be absolutely amazed that the back of the car is completely wrecked. The car was taken off the road and the driver made to seek alternative travel arrangements. I mean, you see some people driving on the motorway, you really do. I see people, you know, badly driving all the time. I like to think I'm reasonably good at driving, but occasionally you kind of want to put your foot down a bit, and it's very tempting. I told you when I bought my car, they said you've got to watch the speed on it. This thing will race away. Serious numbers. Steve, do you remember the Clive Anderson interview with the Bee Gees? Yes, I remember it very much. Everybody's had those sort of things. Everybody's had an interview that hasn't gone as well because either you've not done your research properly, or the person is not having a particularly good day, or there could be any one of a number of reasons why you don't get sort of a good interview. I told you I did an interview with somebody, a very well-known celebrity, and when they came in, they said, how long's this interview? And I said, well, it'll be, I think it was either the half an hour or an hour. I can't remember what it was, whatever they were. Oh, I can't do that. Can't do that long. And you think, no, wait a minute. You must know about this, because when we phone up to book an artist, you always say, we need this person between this time, and it'll be 20 minutes, and it'll be a chat, it'll be this, and we better plug the book, or whatever it happens to be. So he must have known all about it. He was just being a bit difficult and being a bit of a prima donna, a little bit of a prima donna. The BBC has been accused of anti-Semitism by a respected Jewish organisation. They were ranked third behind Iran and the Palestinian terror group Hamas in a global anti-Semitism list compiled by the Simon Wiesenthal Centre, a very august body. Rabbi Marvin Hayer, the head of the centre, said the BBC was guilty of several incidences of anti-Semitism in the past year. Wow. A BBC spokesman said anti-Semitism is abhorrent. The BBC strive to serve the Jewish community fairly with accurate and impartial reporting. But Rabbi here singled out the broadcaster's reporting of an attack on a London bus. You remember this one, carrying Jewish teenagers by a group of men who chanted anti-Israel slogans. He said the BBC had falsely reported that a victim on the bus used an anti-Muslim slur. Nobody's ever going to agree on anything nowadays, aren't they? It's really terrible. But I see that, seen as a little old lady in her 70s, thanks to multiple TV incarnations, this is Miss Marple. But Miss Marple is younger, far more energetic and physically able in the Agatha Christie novels, according to the author's great-grandson, James Pritchard, who's in charge of the Christie estate, said she's certainly portrayed in the book slightly differently than on television. I don't think she's as old as we've portrayed her. Now the estate is planning on bringing the character back to the screens after almost a decade away, and she will be much sprightlier and in her 60s. I think, actually, the late Joan Hickson, OBE, synonymous with the character, was 78 when she first played Miss Marple, and Mr. Pritchard described her 8 years in the role as the gold standard. So that'll be interesting, isn't it? So all these things that they aren't what they seem to be. Oh, that looks nice. A bottle of champagne, 10 quid in Tesco, but it's with club card. Normal price £14, so you have to have your club card. And you always get a nice story. Little Joshua Jefferson battling for life in hospital. There was one miracle nobody could have foreseen. For when his identical twin, called Edward, was placed into his cot, the boy started to get stronger and stronger. With his brother by his side, Joshua battled through 2 operations and was finally able to leave hospital. And this year, the twins marked their first Christmas together at home with relieved parents Martin and Adele. How cute! They're cute as buttons. They really are. So Mr. Jefferson, who's a police crime scene investigator, said it certainly helped Joshua having his brother there in the cot. It's really settled him. There is such a strong bond between them. How cute! There's a picture of them in hospital and then a picture of them out now. And, of course, as children are, they get so carried away with Christmas and the tree and the baubles and the lights and everything else. They absolutely love it. They absolutely love it. And it's always nice to see children enjoying Christmas, because I think Christmas was invented for children. I don't think it's for adults. I think we enjoy it, but I think definitely it's definitely for adults. Steve, I've just enjoyed scrambled egg with 2 slices of black pudding. Oh, no. Scrambled egg, yes, but with smoked salmon. Smoked salmon and scrambled egg's quite nice. Or just sort of scrambled egg on toast is quite nice. Steve, saw it, silver gold colour. Says Alex. No, absolutely not. I wouldn't go for anything in silver gold. Gold? I can't think of anything worse, actually. Although I did see a roll some years ago, and everything had been gold-plated. All the chrome on it had been gold-plated. And I remember thinking it sort of looked vulgar, but in quite a nice way. And I did see a Rolls Phantom outside the... was it the Hilton? It must be one of those other hotels. And it was purple, and the interior was purple as well. I remember thinking, oh, dear, it didn't quite look right. I'm a bit funny about the interiors of cars. For me, they've always got to be cream or white. Cream I prefer, given the choice, with sort of trim. But this was all purple inside, and the carpet was all purple as well. I remember thinking, I don't think I could drive anything like that. Definitely not. Hollyoaks' Nadine Mulkerrin is expecting a new baby with co-star Rory Douglas Speed. She plays Cleo McQueen in the Channel 4 soap. Again, not a clue. I have no idea who these people are. Not a clue. You do see them. If you ever get them on the Come Dancing programmes or the Dancing on Ice, and they go, here's so-and-so, so-and-so, and I always go, I've no idea who it is. Must be somebody from Hollyoaks. And I'm generally quite right, actually. The unvaccinated people who could be visited by door-to-door COVID jabbers. That's quite a good idea, just in case you're too sort of bone idle to actually get out there and do it. And then it's a case of, where do we go from here? The Queen giving the soaps a thrashing is the best news I've heard in ages, only going to prove that she is as big today as she's ever been. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be back with you tomorrow morning.